Mr. Tyson Morris, thank you very much, man. Thank you, sir. Rocking and a-rolling. Mr. Tyson Morris. All right, looks like Gavin's ready. You ready, Gavin? All right, he's twitching. Look at his fingers go, man. Get up here, Gavin Morris. Let's give it up, Mr. Gavin Morris. May I have a word, sir? What are you going to play for us this evening?
I'll play The Tempest.
The Tempest, and who is that written by?
I don't know.
I don't know. The Tempest by I don't know, played by Gavin Morris. Thank you. Gavin, that was marvelous. How long have you been playing piano?
About 5 years.
And how old are you now?
I'm 12.
And how long are you going to be playing piano for, do you think, Gavin?
Maybe the rest of my life.
All right. Are you going to be playing a lot more stuff by I don't know?
Yeah.
He's written a lot of music, man. And I'm sure he'd be very proud of how you played his piece this evening. The Tempest by Gavin Morris. Thank you. Alrighty. This is it. What are you doing, Carla? Nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, the mother of the two prodigies we just saw there. What is that you're drinking? Some Dutch courage? Please welcome to the stage, Miss Lisa Morris.
I'm going to sing Journey to the Past. Heart, don't fail me now. Courage, don't desert me. Don't turn back now that we're here. People always say life is full of choices. No one ever mentions fear, or how the world can seem so vast on this journey to the past. Somewhere down this road, I know someone's waiting. Years of dreams just can't be wrong. Arms will open wide. I'll be safe and wanted. Finally home where I belong. Well, starting now, I'm learning fast on this journey to the home, love, family. There was once a time I must have had them too. Home, love, family. I will never be complete until I find you. One step at a time, one hope then another. Who knows where this road may go? Back to who I was, on to find find my future, things my heart still needs to know. Will starting me aside, let this road be mine, let it lead me to my best. Bring me home at
Lisa Morris.
Ladies and gentlemen, Family Promise of Las Vegas is proud to present Boulder City's best kept secret. Michael Neely.
Holy Simone, I'm a secret guy. Yeah. You see, I put my band with me this evening also. What happened? Yeah. a whole lot of you. Add a dash of starlight and a dozen roses too. Then let it rise for 100 years or two. And that's the recipe for making love. It doesn't need sugar cause it's already sweet. It doesn't need an oven cause it's got a lot of heat. Just add a dash of kisses to make it all complete. And that's the recipe for making love. And if you made it right, you'll know it, cause it's not like anything you made before. And if you made it wrong, you'll know it, cause it'll keep 'em coming back for more. I didn't get it from my grandma's book upon the shelf. Didn't get it from a magical and culinary elf. A little birdie told me you could make it by yourself. And that's the recipe for making love. What happened? Did you bring any food with you? It's not like anything you made before, cause it won't keep you coming back for more. I didn't get it from my grandma's book upon the shelf. Didn't get it from a magical and culinary elf. A little birdie told me you could make it by yourself. And that's the recipe. That's the recipe for making love to you. That's the recipe for making love. Yeah. That was a Harry Connick Jr. song. Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, are you guys having fun over there or what? Okay. This is one of my favorite writers. Absolutely terrific. Passed away a couple of years ago. Gentleman named Antonio Carlos Jobim. He's actually playing on this song, and his brother Tom Jobim wrote the lyrics. So I hope you like it. It's called The Wave. So close your eye, for that's a lovely way to be. Aware of things alone your heart was meant to see. The fundamental loneliness goes whenever two can dream a dream together. You can't deny, don't try to fight the rising sea. Don't fight the moon, the stars above, don't fight me. The fundamental loneliness goes whenever two can dream a dream together. When I saw you first, the time was 3:30. When your arms met mine, it was eternity. By now we know that the wave is on its way to be. Don't touch the wave, don't be afraid of loving me. The fundamental loneliness goes when only two hearts can be together. There's the two yellow dogs. The fundamental loneliness goes whenever two can dream a dream together. When I saw you first, the time, it was 3:30. When your arms met mine, it was eternity. By now we know that the wave is on its way to be. Just touch the wave, don't be afraid of loving me. The sentimental dreams go away, and darling, it's me and you. Ooh, yeah, it's me and you. Holy scamoli. Oh yes, thank you so much. Can you hear everything out there? Musical, vocal, everything's okay. I hope this is our next song. You really? Yeah? Anybody remember a song called Ba 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 Chimima Baby Baba Bo Bo Bocalino Vino Bono? You ever heard that song? Huh? That was by Rosemary Clooney. She sang that song. That was a big hit for her. You got it now? Okay. That's okay. That's okay. I think this song is on television right now in a commercial. Someday, when I'm awfully low, when the world is cold, I will feel a glow just thinking of you, just the way you look tonight. Yes, you're lovely, with your smile so warm, and your cheek so soft. There is nothing for me but to love you, and the way you look tonight. With each word, your tenderness grows, tearing my fear apart. And that laugh, how it wrinkles your nose, it touches my foolish heart. Lovely, don't you ever change, just keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it, 'cause I love you, just the way you look tonight. It touches my foolish heart. Lovely, don't you ever change it, just keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it, 'cause I love you, and the way you look tonight. Just the way you look tonight. Oh, yes, indeed, the way you look tonight. Thank you so much. There's a particular song, some of you are too young to know the song, and some of you aren't. It's by Johnny Mercer and Jimmy Van Heusen, a thing called I Thought About You. I took a trip on a train, hey, I thought about you. I passed a shadowy lane, I thought about you. There were 2 or 3 cars parked under the stars, a winding stream. Yeah, moon looking down on some little town with each dream. Look at the beam and every stop that we made. Yes, I thought about you. And as I pulled down the shade, I really got blue. Then I peeked through the crack and looked at those tracks, the ones going home to you. And what did I do? Baby, I thought about you. There were 2 or 3 cars parked under the stars, a winding stream. Here, moon shining down on some little town, with each beam the same old dream. Then I peeked through the cracks and looked at those tracks, one leading home to you. And what did I do? Baby, I thought about you. Yeah, I'm thinking about you. You know, I always wanted to do this song, but it was very serious, you know. And I didn't want to get that serious with it, so a jazz group came along, and I happened to get a hold of the music, and it's called "In the Still of the Night." Nice version of it. In the still of the night, as I gaze out of my window at the moon in its flight, all thoughts all stray to you. In the still of the night, while the world lies in slumber, for the times without number, darling, can I say it to you? Do you love me? It's just like I love you. Are you my life to be? That great big dream come true? Or will this dream of mine, will it fade out of sight, like the moon going dim? hill. In the still chill of a night. Look out now, it's going to come right out there. Just like I love you. Are you my life to be? That great big dream when it comes true? Or will this dream of mine, will it fade out of sight like the moon going dim on the rim of the hill, in the chill still of the night.
Yes, in the chill of the night. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much.
Boy, what's going on now, Roseanne? Huh? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring up a lady that has gotten me involved in this, and also my wife. She's the big gancho of the operation, isn't she? It's Terry. Terry, will you please come up to the stage? No, she doesn't want to come up to the stage. What?
You can't see.
She's the woman that works and helps and signs these people up and so many things.
Executive director. Meg.
What?
She's the executive director.
Yeah, don't let her use my mic, though, will you?
Oh, here.
Well, I can't use that
Don't listen to him. There.
Well, good evening, but the very first thing that I want to do is call Miss Shana Solomon up, and she has something special she wants to do, and then I have a couple words for you.
Hi everyone, this is such a nice event, and it's really nice outside. My name is Shana. I'm here on behalf of Congresswoman Dina Titus. And Michael, if you'll come over here, we have a, yes, but please come over. Oh, this is a surprise, I didn't realize it. How excellent. So what we have is a certificate of special congressional recognition presented to Michael Miele in recognition of your work on behalf of Family Promise of Las Vegas. It's All About Love, dated today, June 25th, 2010, and signed Congresswoman Dina Titus. So this is for you. Thank you so much for
Thank you so much. I never got anything like this before. No, this is great. This is terrific.
Thanks, Shana. Shana and I were just talking at the congregation near Schmidt where our families are this week. She actually had dinner with them last night as a volunteer. So we have a lot of unsung heroes in our network. And tonight there are some host sites and pastors and or volunteers that are here. And they're really the ones that do most of the work. We have a very small staff at the day site, as most of you know. But we have over 26 congregations with over 2,000 volunteers that host our families every day, every week of the year. So right now, I would like anyone in the audience that has been a volunteer in a congregation, fed a dinner to our families, slept overnight with them, or even volunteered with us in any way, to please stand up so we can give you a hand. And to our wonderful board of directors that works outside of their regular jobs and directs this network, to the staff that we have at the day center, and to all of our volunteers, I really want to thank them for the work they do, and for Michael and Roseanne that are putting this concert on tonight. In Clark County, we have an epidemic of homelessness, and it is created, as we know, we read in the paper. We have over 14% unemployment, and it's going to get worse. We all know that. We have some representatives from the county here tonight. Another one of our unsung hero, Michelle, stand up. Everyone give this lady a hand. Michelle helps lead all of us nonprofits in this fight to end homelessness in our community, and it's huge. We have a Project Homeless Connect this Tuesday at Cox Pavilion, and it's maybe still not too late to volunteer. If you wanted to, you could go on to the www.helphopehome website and let them know that you'd like to volunteer, and if they can get back to you by Monday, then you might be able to come out and help us with the services that we're going to be providing. But you really are the unsung heroes. You're the people that are doing the work. By supporting this benefit tonight, you're helping Family Promise continue the work with families. And we thank you with our whole heart for coming out. We have some more benefits in July and August. Check out the Family Promise table. And whenever you do have money that you can donate, remember our nonprofit and others in the community need your help. There's one more person I want to introduce, and Cherie, where are you? If you can kind of just step out there. The Bird Foundation has a table up there. And they are a new nonprofit that is a food co-op. You can purchase food yourself, and people that are unemployed can purchase food, and it's like 50 cents on the dollar. So if you don't know about this foundation, get a brochure. It's a perfect match for congregations, but we can use it ourselves. And when we use it, we're supporting their work for poor people. So get some brochures and start to spread that word. So I'm going to stop now, but I thank you for your support, and God bless all of you for coming out and helping with this work.
Would you like to sing some more?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Oh, yeah, I do. I do. You have your own mic there, too. We're going to sing. Do you want me to tell you what you're going to sing? You're going to sing the Carol Bayer Sager song.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And you can say the rest.
Yeah, that's a nice song, too. I like that song. Ay, caramba. I hope you enjoy this song because it's one of my favorites. And then right after that one, there's the Michelle Legrand song. Ooh, that's a nice song, too. We almost made it. Look how all our dreams came See how I've got me, and baby, you've got you. Through it all, when there was doubt, a little thing called love, something deep inside. You and me, we're not like the rest. We once were the best. Look what we became. Isn't it a crying shame that we almost made it? Look how all our dreams came true. See how I've got me, baby, you've got you. Through it all, just one thing died, a little thing called love, something deep inside. You and me, we reach for the sky. The limit was high, but look what we became. Isn't it a crying shame that we almost made it, but we wanted it all. Baby, you and me, we wanted it all. Yes, we want it all. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Michelle Legrand wrote the next tune, and it's called I Will Wait for You. If it takes forever, I will wait for you for 1,000 summers. I will wait for you till you're back beside me, till I'm holding you, till I hear you sigh here in my arms. Anywhere you wander, anywhere you go, just remember, baby, I still love you so. In your heart, believe what in my heart I know, that forevermore I'll wait for you. The clock will tick away the hours one by one, and then the time will come when all that learning's done. The time when you'll return and find me here and run straight to my waiting arms. If it takes forever, I will wait for you for 1,000 summers. I will wait for you till you're here beside me, till I'm touching you and forevermore sharing your love. Stevie Wonder say he dropped by and played a harmonica. Let's just have there. clock will tick away the hours one by one, and then the time will come when all that waiting's done. The time when you'll be here and find me here on the run, straight to my waiting arms. If it takes forever, I will wait for you for 1,000 summers. I'm waiting for you till you're back beside me, till I'm touching you and forevermore sharing in your love, and forevermore sharing your love. Ah, here's these 150-watt lights. Thank you very, very much. I don't think that I've sang this particular song for, what, a good 10 years, did you say? At least, yeah. Well, it used to be one of my favorites, and oh, man. And I hope you love it. It's one of the greatest ballads that I've heard in a long, long time. Elizabeth Taylor, Richard Burton, they were in the film. And it's called The Shadow of Your Smile. One day we walked along the side. One day in early spring, you held a piper in your hand to mend its broken wing. Now I remember many a day and many a lonely mile, the echo of a piper's song, the shadow of a smile, the shadow of your smile. When you are mine. Will color all my dreams and light the dawn. Look into my eyes, my love. You will see the lovely things you mean to me. Our wistful little star, it was far too high. A teardrop kissed your lips, and so did I. Now when I remember the spring, all the joys that love can bring, I will be remembering the shadow of your smile. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you so much. Ah, my word. What do we got going here? Oh. It's called Ain't Misbehaving. No one to talk with, all by myself. No one to walk with, I'm happy on the shelf. Ain't misbehaving, I'm saving my love for you. I know for certain the one that I love, I'm through with flirting, you that I'm thinking of. Ain't misbehaving, saving my love for you. Hey, like Jack Horner, he sits in the corner, don't go nowhere, what do I care? Her kisses, they're worth waiting for, believe me. I don't go out late, don't care to go, I'm home about 8, me and my radio. Ain't misbehaving, saving my love for you. Like Jack Horner sits in the corner, don't go nowhere, what do I care? Her kisses, they're worth waiting for, believe me. I don't go out late, I don't get to go, I'm home about 8, me and my radio. Ain't misbehaving, saving my love for you. Hey, baby, don't you know it's true? Saving my love for you. Oh yeah. Thank you so much. Well, this is a little part of the show where I wanted to reach out to some of the singers that. One of them passed away, one of them is still around. And like I said, I sang so many Frank Sinatra songs along the way. I wanted to, just reach out and do some things that I really liked, and I hope you like this. We've heard of Lou Rawls before, haven't we? Well, this is a couple of Lou Rawls songs, and I hope you like it. You'll never find, as long as you live, someone who loves you tender like I do. search someone who cares about you the way I do. Oh, I'm not bragging on myself, baby, but I'm the one who loves you, and there's no one else. No, no one else. You'll never find it'll take the end of all time someone to understand you like I do. You'll never find that rhythm, the rhyme, all the magic we've shared, just us two. Oh, I'm not trying to make you stay, baby, but I know somehow, someday, some way, you're gonna miss my loving. You're gonna miss my loving. You're gonna miss my loving. Whoa. Late in the midnight hour, when it gets real cold outside, you're gonna miss my loving. You'll never find another love like mine, someone who needs you like I do. You will never see, hey, what you found in me. You will keep searching and searching your whole life through. Oh, I don't wish you no bad luck, baby, and there's no ifs or buts or maybe. Miss my loving, you're gonna miss my loving. You're gonna miss my loving. Whoa, in the midnight hour, when it gets real cold outside, I know you're gonna miss my loving. Yeah, you are gonna miss my loving. Thank you. I'm sure you remember this one. It was one of his hot releases, wasn't it? Holy camole. Everybody having a good time? Real relaxed? All right. Did you tell them about the dancing girls that are coming? Hoka moka, hoka puka, you don't want to... Hit it, lady. Lady love, your love is peaceful like a summer breeze. My lady love, you give me all the things that I need so much. You're my world, my darling, and you go away. Won't you come with me, my lady love? Lady love, your love is cooling as the winter snow. My lady love, your love is cozy as a fire's glow. And I keep on needing you, girl, a little more and more. And I thank you, my lady love. You know it's it's not easy to keep love going smooth. People are people, and they all have their moods. But it's so nice just to have someone like you who wants a smooth and an easy thing, and all the love and the joy it brings, my lady love. You've been with me through all of my ups and downs. My lady love, I once was lost, but now with you I'm found. You got the love I need, won't you stay around? Heaven sent you down, my lady love. Yeah, you know it's not easy to keep love going smooth. People are people, and they all have their moods. But it's so nice just to have someone like you who wants a sweet and an easy thing, and all the joy and the love it brings, my lady love. You've been with me all of my ups and downs. My lady love, I once was lost, you are found. You got the love I need, won't you hang around? Lady, 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 my lady love. Lady love, my lady love. You got the touch you need, my lady love. Oh yeah, lady love. Thank you, thank you. Well, I used to do this many years ago. My voice was higher then. Everybody's voice was higher then when they were young. And I put together a few of... do we have any Johnny Mathis fans out there at all? Well, we don't have any of those. What's it? There's nothing in here.
That means you're supposed to be singing, not drinking.
Con tutti i cigari di là, va. Ah, man. So I put together some Johnny Mathis songs. Now, while I'm doing these songs, if you think just a little bit that I sound like them, I want you to clap. If you don't, you'll be in big trouble. Ooh, please. You ask how much I love you. Must I explain? I need you, oh my darling, like roses need rain. You ask how long I love you, I'll tell you true, until the 12th of never, I'll still be loving you. Hold me close, never let me go. Hold me close, melt my heart like April snow. I love you till the bluebells forget to bloom. I love you till the clover has lost its perfume. I love you till the poets run out of rhyme, until the 12th of never, and that's a long, long time, until the 12th of never, and that's a long, long time. Holy camoli, thank you very much, thank you very much. I think there's another one somewhere, isn't there? Which one is it? God, I don't know. Oh, there's a couple more. Am I doing okay? Funny, you're a stranger who's come here, come from another town. Funny, I'm a stranger myself here. Small world, isn't it? Funny, you're a girl who goes traveling rather than settling down. Funny, 'cause I'd love to go traveling. Small world, isn't it? We have so much in common. It's a phenomenon. We could pool our resources by joining forces from now on. Lucky, you're a girl who likes children. That's an important sign. Funny, 'cause I'd love to have children. Small world, isn't it? Funny, isn't it? Lucky, you're a girl who likes children. That's an important sign. Funny, I'm a gal who likes children. Small world, isn't it? Funny, isn't it? Small and funny. Thank you so much. One more of the slow ones, then we'll get back in order. Everybody knows this one that he made popular. Look at me, I'm as helpless as a kitten up the tree, and I feel like I'm clinging to a cloud. I can't understand, I get misty just holding your hand. Walk my way, and 1,000 begin to play, or it might be the sound of your hello. That music I hear, I get misty the moment you're near. You can say that you're leading me on, but it's just what I want you to do. Don't you notice how hopelessly I'm lost? That's why I'm following you. On my own, but I wander through this wonderland alone, never knowing my right foot from my left, my hat from my glove. I'm too misty and too much in love. La da 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 da. La da da dee. La da da la da dee. On my own, look at me. I'm as helpless as a kitten of a tree, and I feel like I'm clinging into a cloud. I can't understand, I get misty, it's too much in love. Look at me. Yeah, look at me, look at me. I think it's time, isn't it? What am I doing? Oh, yeah. I forgot that one. I don't even see it. We could do it. I could handle it. Honest to God. Yeah, I'm ready. Oh, it's the one I sang in church. L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary. Now E is even more than anyone that you adore. That's love, is all that I can give to you. Love is just a little game for two. Two in love can't make it. Take my heart and please don't break it. Love was made for me and you. Is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary. Now E is even more than anyone that you'll adore. That's love, is all that I can give to you. Love is just a little game for two. Two in love can make it. Take my heart and please don't break Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, this has got a lot of words. Yeah. Do it. The sleepless nights, the daily fights, the quick toboggan when we reach the heights. I miss those kisses and I miss the bites. I wish I were in love again. The broken dates, the endless waits, the lovely loving and the hateful hates, the conversation with those flying plates. I wish I were in love again. No more strain, no more pain. Now I am sane, but I'd rather be punched drunk. Believe me, I much prefer to find this mating of a him and her. I miss my learning and I wish I were in love again. The furtive sigh, the blackened eye, the words I love you till the day I die. Self-deception that believes a lie. I wish I were in love again. When love congealed, it soon revealed the faint aroma of performing seals, the double crossing of a pair of heels. I wish I were in love again. No more pain, no despair. Now I'm all there, but I'd rather be. Believe me, sir, I much prefer the classic bottle of him and her. I don't like quiet, and I wish I were in love again. In love again. I wish I were in love again. Yeah. Thank you. One of my very favorite songs. I have no idea who wrote this song, but it's a beautiful tune. When all the songs are out of tune and all the rhymes ring so untrue, when I don't find the words to say the thoughts I long to bring to you, when I'll only sing who are just as lost as me, making noise, not melody. Yes, you will be my music. Yes, you will be my song. Yes, you will be my music. that someday soon you'll go away, and I'll be lost and trying for songs I'll never sing, wanting you is everything. Yes, you will be my music. Yes, you will be my song. Yes, you will be my music. I can't wait any longer if I'm wrong. I can't wait any longer for my song. Thank you so much. Oh, this is an oldie. Yeah, I like this song. My baby don't care for shows. My baby don't care for clothes. My baby just cares for me. My baby don't care for those furs and laces. My baby don't care for those high-toned places. My baby don't care for rings or other expensive things. She is sensible as can be. My baby don't care. My baby just cares for me. My baby don't care for high-toned places. My baby don't care for those horseshoe places. My baby don't care for rings or other expensive things. She's sensible as can be. My baby don't care who knows it. My baby just cares for me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, this is one of those torch songs. It's a torchy, bro. I have no idea who wrote this song either. It's bad when you do things like that, you know. I hadn't anyone till you. I was a lonely one till you. I used to lie awake and wonder if there could be a someone in this wide world made for me. Now I see I had to save my love for you. I never gave my love to you, and through my lonely heart demanding it, Cupid took a hand in it. I hadn't anyone to you. And through my lonely heart demanding it, Cupid took a hand in it. I hadn't anyone to. Thank you so much. I don't like it when I can't people see their faces, you know. It's like you don't know if they're going like, you know, and all that kind of stuff. You better not. This is a Cole Porter song. It's called I Concentrate on You. Whenever skies look gray to me and trouble begins to brew, whenever the winter winds become too strong, I concentrate on you. When fortune cries, nay, nay, me, and people declare, lady, got through, whenever the blues become my only song, I concentrate on you, on your smile, so sweet, so tender. When at first my kiss you do decline, on the line in your eyes when you surrender, and once again our arms intertwine. So when wise men they say to me that love's young dream never comes true, to prove that even wise men can be wrong, I concentrate on you. Oh, Concentrate on you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Cole Porter. I remember when we filmed all of them, we were doing that Cole Porter show. I didn't get to go. I went out of my mind, man, you know. All those great Cole Porter songs, there's a bazillion of them, you know. And I don't know what we were doing at that time. We had a wonderful lady, wonderful singer out in the audience, Laura Schaefer, and I got ill. There you go. And we had to, she sang a song. What the hell was the name of the song? What was the name of the song, Laura? What'd she say? No, I was very sad, very depressed over that whole thing. Not that you sang the song, but the fact that I couldn't make it. Anyway, here's another thing, and I'm sure a lot of you felt this at one time or another. Yes, I have. Never treats me sweet and gentle the way she should. I've got it bad, and that ain't good. My poor heart is in a state now. It's not made of wood. I got it bad, and that ain't good. But when that weekend's over, Monday rolls around, I end up like I start out, just crying my poor heart out. Doesn't love me like I love her. No, nobody could. I've got it bad, and that ain't good. And the things I tell my pillow, no, nobody should. I've got it bad, it's no good. Those folks with good intentions, they tell me to save up all my tears. I'm glad I'm mad about her. I can't live without her. Lord above me, make her love me. Hey, the way that she should be. I got it bad, and that ain't good. I got it bad, and that ain't good. No good, no good, no good, Boom, 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 boom. Thank you so much. You know, many, many years I've been singing, and I've been married for many, many years. And never before have I had Roseanne come up and do a song with me, see? So a while back I did a song with another female. She got tremendously jealous. You know, I didn't know you felt that way about me, honey, but You know, we still got that spark, huh? Yeah, it's at the bottom of my corn. So I'd like to call ladies and gentlemen, the wonderful, the only, Roseanne Rabiola Mealy.
Oh yeah, come on. How you fix for moonlight? How you fix for stars? How you fix for kissing while we listen to songs? How you fix for someone to watch the rain of weather? Slow down the lane with for someone to just go a little insane with how do you think memories, memories that grow so bright. If we let fancy take us, we could make a few tonight. How do you fix for someone who fits your arms like a glove? Hey, tell me, baby, how do you fix for love? For kissing while we dig those wild guitars. How do you fix for someone to sit and with, to worry and plan with, for someone to die right from out of the can with? How do you fix for memories, memories that glow so bright? If we let it rock us, we could knock us a few tonight. How do you fix for someone who fits your arms like a glove? Hey, tell me, baby, how do you fix for love? Fix for kissing while we take those wild times. How do you fix for someone to sit and quit, to worry and plan with, for someone to die right from out of the can with? How do you fix for memories, memories that glow so bright? If we let Cupid rock us, we can make us a few tonight. How do you fix for someone who fits your arms like a glove? Hey, tell me, baby, how you fix for? Tell me, baby, how you fix for? Tell me, baby, how you fix for love? There she is. I could
See, you let me do it.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you my one story. Okay. Now, this concert is, it's all about love. So we were sitting down. We both came up with the title. And then I thought it would be appropriate to tell this story. We will be married 25 years in October, and it's really gone by pretty fast. Now, we were married, shut up, you. Now, we were married, I don't know if we were married a year or 2 years, whatever, it was a short time. So he started having this conversation with me about, you know, the house isn't really that clean, and, you know, the stove isn't really that clean, and this and that. And I said, well, you know, I mean, I'm not the perfect housekeeper, but it's not so terrible, you know. I said, and you know, I have this thing about women who are very, very clean in the house. You know, that the house is so clean you can eat off the floor. I said, sometimes I think they may have, no offense to anybody who's like really a clean person, but I said, maybe they have like little plastic covers over their brain. And, okay, so at that point, the conversation stopped. So I thought, yeah, okay, I'm going to be me and he's going to be him. And if he complains, well, okay. About a day later, I'm at work. And they call me and they say, Roseanne, you have a delivery. So somebody walks in, and they have flowers. And the card with the flowers said, clean houses breed boring women. And I knew right then and there.
And I've been cleaning the house ever since. Yeah. My wife thinks that the perfect thing is room service. That's it.
That's right. Room service is wonderful. Restaurants are wonderful. But I knew he got it. He did get it. So then, I don't know, about a couple of months ago or something, I'm looking around for stuff. I find the card that says, clean houses. I showed you that. You forgot already?
It's not a big thing.
I showed him the card, and he said, you kept that card? I said, well, of course. You know, I mean, it really did mean a great deal to me, and he did get it. And he yells about other stuff, but cleaning the house only once in a while. Anyway, so that's the story about love. And, you know, I want to thank each and every one of you who are here. It means a tremendous amount to me personally and to Mickey personally. And we did this for a couple of reasons. The love we have for each other and the love that we have for Family Promise, because nobody, not anybody, needs to be homeless. And the donations you made tonight, we can turn them into 10 times what you gave us, because of the help of all the volunteers, all the congregations, all the churches that put our families up for a week at a time and open up their hearts to these families who they don't know, but we're all connected. The more I do, the more we do together for Family Promise. Just gives back and gives back and gives back in a zillion ways. So, if there's anything left in your pockets tonight, we'll be glad to take your donations. So just think about it. We're all connected, and I thank you all so much for being here.
I go sit down. That took a lot, baby, let me tell you. Yeah, I know. Everybody's got something to say. But I remember they recently had for Family Promise. It was downtown, and it was called Cardboard City, or Cardboard, was that what it is, Cardboard City? And they had all the cardboard boxes out there, and all the kids were having a good time. And bada bing, bada boom, and all of a sudden my wife came home from the morning after sleeping out in a cardboard box. She looked like death warmed over. It was, and she was sitting at the table, and I remember she said to me, "Oh, well, it's time for me to go to I'm going to go take a nice hot shower." And I shouldn't have said what I said, because I said, "Wow, where did they take a shower?" That was it. She's there crying. I had to calm her down. give her a couple of snorts, you know. And that's the way she is. That's the way she is. She's been that way since the day I met her. Anyway, let's get on with it instead of all that sad stuff. Hey, you see a pair of laughing eyes, and suddenly you're sighing sigh. You're thinking nothing's wrong, you string along and snap. Those eyes, they're part of the tender drive. You're hand in hand beneath the trees, and soon there's music in the breeze. You're acting kinda smart until your heart just goes whack. Those trees that breathe, they're part of the tender drive. Some starry night, when her kisses make you tingle, she'll hold you tight and you'll hate yourself for being single. And all at once the folks are nice, they're throwing gangs of rice. You hurry to a spot that's just the dot on the map. You offer your cook, you're part of the tender drive. Starry night, when her kisses make you tingle, she'll hold you tight and you'll make yourself for being single. When all at once it seems so nice, hey, the folks they're throwing shoes and rice. You hurry to a spot that's just a dot on the map. And then you wonder how it all came about. It's too late now, there is no checking out. You fell in love, and love is the tender drive. Oh yeah. Tender drive. Anybody remember that movie with Carolyn Jones, the little redheaded kid? Frank Sinatra, and he bought the hotel on the beach. And, let's see, I don't know. I think we were talking, Charlie and I were talking about doing this number together a long time ago. No tear, no fear. Remember, there's always tomorrow. So what if we have to part? We'll be together again. Your kiss, your smile, our memories I'll cherish forever. So try thinking with your heart. We'll be together again. Times when I know you'll be lonesome. Times when I know you'll be sad. Don't let temptation surround you. Don't let the blues make you bad. before us. For parting is not goodbye. We'll be together again. Times when I know you'll be lonesome, and times when I know you'll be sad. Don't let temptation surround you. Don't make the blues make you bad. Someday, in some way, we'll have a lifetime before us. So try thinking with your heart. We'll be together Holy Scamoli, we'll be together again. Yeah, here's a Sinatra song. The woman's back there has been asking for a couple of them, so I'm going to do one. Love is lovelier the second time around. It's just as wonderful with both feet on the ground. It's that second time you hear your love song sung, makes you think perhaps love like you is wasted on the young. Love's more comfortable the second time you fall, like a friendly home the second time that you call. Who can say what brought us to this miracle that we found? There are those who bet love comes but once, and yet I'm oh so glad we met second time around. Say what brought us to this miracle Holy camole. How we doing out there, okay? This is a particular song, a gentleman by the name of Tony Bennett made popular. I kind of changed a few of the words around. I'm sure you'll recognize it right away. It's called When Rosanna Loved Me. Today is just another day. Tomorrow is a guess. But yesterday, oh, what I'd give for yesterday. To relive one yesterday and its happiness. When Rosanna loved me, every town was Paris. Paris on a Sunday, and the month was May. When Rosanna loved me, every day was music. Music made of laughter. Laughter that was bright and gay. But when Rosanna left me, May became December. But even in December, I'll remember her smile, her touch, and for a little while she loves me. And every day is Sunday. Paris on Sunday. And the month is May. This sounds like a friend of ours, Arnold, on the solo. But when Rosanna left me, May it became December. But even in December, I'll remember her touch, her smile, and for a little while she loves me. Once again it's Paris. Paris on scamoli. Thank you very much. Where are we going here? Are we done? Are we history? What's that? Say something to me. Well, do we have that? Oh, okay. And that's it. Well, there's no way to end a concert with two people that are very much in love. And Michelle and Ron wrote this song, and I hope you all like it. It's called How Do You Keep the Music Playing?
How do you keep the music playing? How do you make it last? How do you keep the songs from fading too fast? How do you lose yourself to someone and never lose your way? How do you not run out of new things to say? And since we know we're always changing, how can it be the same? And tell me how every year you're here, your heart will fall apart each time you hear her name. I know the way I feel for you is now or never. The more I love, the more that I'm afraid that in your arms I may not see forever. If we can be the best of lovers, yet be the best of friends. If we can try with every day to make it better as it grows, with any luck, then I suppose music never ends. I know the way I feel for you, it's now or never. The more I love, the more that I'm afraid that in your arms I may not find forever. If we can be the best of lovers, yet be the best of friends. If we could try with every day to make it better as it grows, with any luck, then I suppose the music never ends. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. I hope you enjoyed all the songs. It wasn't rap or stuff like that, but and I'm sure you got a big kick out of Rabbi O'Reilly singing your song. And that's it. What can I say? Good evening.
all of you. And thank you very, very much for coming. I had a great time myself.
Have you noticed the new streets? You know the ones I'm talking about. The ones with new bike lanes that benefit pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists. In an effort to promote the use of our valley's great transportation options and make our community a great place to live, all of the jurisdictions, in partnership with the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada, are enhancing our roadways with complete streets as part of the Southern Nevada Strong Initiative. Complete streets are roadways designed to include room for drivers, transit riders, pedestrians, and cyclists.
Like this area at First and Clark.
Or right here at Highview and Valley Verde.
Or this rapid flashing beacon right here on Alexander Road and Arcata Way.
Or right here at Georgia Avenue and Adams Boulevard.
Or right here at Pioneer Boulevard and Grapevine Road.
Or here at Fort Apache and Elkhorn.
Complete streets are designed to be safe for all users, regardless of how you choose to travel. Do you want to see more complete streets in your neighborhood? If so, you can contribute $2 to the Complete Streets program when you renew your vehicle registration online at dmvnv.com or at any of the convenient DMV kiosks located around town. Just in the past year, the DMV collected $130,000 that will be used to install new bike lanes, school zone flashers, and pedestrian signals. This means a better roadway for cyclists and for children walking to school. This means a better road.
For you.
For you.
For you.
For you.
For you.
For you.
For more information on Complete Streets, visit our
welcome to City Council. As usual, we're going to start off with our invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. And tonight for our invocation, we have Pastor Jason King from Calvary Chapel to give us that. All rise, please. Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, City leaders, it's an honor, so thank you for the privilege to come and pray with you and to pray for you. So I invite everybody to join me. God our Father, we thank you for tonight. We thank you for the opportunity to come and to discuss and plan the things that you might have for this great city. God, we thank you for the leaders that you have blessed us with. We pray, Lord, that you would grant wisdom. Your word says that you have the storehouses of wisdom, God, and you give generously. So we pray for wisdom and strength. We pray for diligence. We pray for effectiveness, God. We pray for unity, Lord. We ask that through the leadership you've given this city, you would bless this community. God, above all things, we pray that you would make yourself known in a mighty way here. Bless the proceedings tonight, Lord, with peace. We ask for all this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor. All right. We welcome everybody tonight. We have, as you can see, probably, we have many of our high school students here tonight. And we're going to do things a little bit differently than we usually do, in that we're going to do our public announcements first, which include some recognitions of our state championship high school teams. And I think to start off, we also have an oath of office. So we have our city clerk, Lou Crum, that will administer that.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask Bernard Paolini to come up, please. Bernard is a longtime Boulder City resident, and he's also a retired public employee. He was recently appointed to the Civil Service Commission and will serve on his first meeting next week. So, Bernard, if you could step up here and raise your right hand, please. Okay, please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Bernard Paolini,
do solemnly swear that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and the Constitution and government of the State of Nevada against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign, and that I will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty to the same, any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state notwithstanding, and that I will perform well and faithfully all the duties of Civil Service Commissioner of Boulder City, Nevada, on which I am about to enter, so help me God, under the pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you and welcome.
We like to stick it to our volunteers right from the get-go with a serious oath. All right, so we have our state championship teams here tonight, and should we do these one at a time? Probably, because we have a lot. So let's start out with our most recent state champions, our girls volleyball team, and we'll invite them to stand. We'll invite Coach Kurt Bailey to come on in and introduce them to us, and then why don't you guys come on up? Let's step down. Whoa. All right, so I have this certificate that I'll present to Coach Bailey. And I'm going to let him introduce the ladies to us.
We'd like to thank the City Council for inviting us here tonight. We had a really incredible season. We just won the state championship, and it's the second year. We broke a lot of records as a team. This season, the best single season that Boulder City's ever had was 30 wins, and we ended up with 38 wins this season. So let me just introduce the girls. This is Caitlin Miller, Zoe Robinson, Pilar Burgess, Grace Lamoureux. You guys can raise your hand when Reagan Herr, Cece Orton, also known as Sierra, Madison Wood, Rachel Crum, Ava Wright, Camry Bailey, Satya Cox, Ashley Wood, Laura Gibson, Kylie Fisher, Daphne Thompson, and Kelsey Robinson. And so an accomplishment like this doesn't happen without a lot of support and help. We'd like to thank our community, Boulder City, and also our coaches. I can introduce our coaches. This is Coach Robinson, Coach Johnson, and Coach Carter. So I know we did have a lot of support in this season from all the fans at the high school, our administration, and a lot of you were at our games. So just like to thank everybody in the community. So thank you.
Thanks. Coach Bailey, did you also want to mention what else they won besides the state championship?
So besides the state championship, you want to add somebody? We went down to California, and we won a tournament down in California against some really tough teams. Also, we won the regional championship. And the other thing that was probably the most important was the academic state championship. These ladies that are up here. 3.74 GPA. 3.74 GPA.
Yeah, council, step to the side. We'll use the wide angle lens here.
Okay, here we go. Got it? All right, let's see. Okay, here we go. I'll take a couple rounds. Okay. Look right here. Okay, a couple. All right, good job, girls.
Great job, ladies. So these guys beat, you guys beat Valley, Pahrump, Moapa Valley for regional. Did you guys lose a game at all during that time? I don't think so. Did you lose any at state? Oh, some sets. So they dominated. They were, hope you got to see them here. All right. Next up, we have our boys tennis team, and we have Coach Rochelle Huxford. Come on up, tennis team. I think we did South Tahoe and Truckee, right, for state. Awesome. Keep coming up. So I have a certificate of recognition for the state champion boys tennis team, and I also have a certificate for Olivia Mickelson, who was the girls' state champ for the girls' team, and don't have the certificate, but I know that we're going to get it because we ran out of certificates. There's so many of you. We have Preston Jorgensen and Bowen Huxford, who were the doubles state champs as well for the men. So I'm going to let Coach Huxford introduce these guys to you.
I will start with the girls who just squeaked in here. Our girls team took second in regions this year and second in state to Meadows both times. These girls all placed in regionals and state. Natalie Bowman and Caitlin Fox, wave your hand. They were third in regionals and third in state as a doubles duo. And Olivia Mickelson was first in region and first in state. And we were just talking about her match, how she was down match point and came back and won. And it was probably one of the most memorable matches I've ever will have ever watched. And it was incredible to watch her win back-to-back state individual titles for women's singles. So. And the girls this year were coached by Jamie Pappas, who couldn't be here. These boys are pretty incredible to win back-to-back championships. Am I pushing something? No, it's just going in and out. All right. The boys' record this year is 20-0. They haven't had a loss in 2 years. It's not.
Probably a battery.
Just talk. Okay. They are 20-0 this year. They were 20-0 last year. They haven't lost since October 21st, 2016, which is kind of incredible. We played Meadows in the state final this year, and within the first 2 rounds, we had them beat, and so they conceded. We didn't even have to finish the 3rd round, which was pretty awesome to beat them 10-2. We had some really great individual state winners as well. Ty Pendleton, raise your hand, Ty, and Carson Bailey took second in regionals as a doubles team. They lost to their teammates, Bowen Huxford and Preston Jorgensen, who took first in regionals, and they both repeated the exact same performance in state. Ty and Carson got second, and Bowen and Preston took first. Bowen and Preston were my only undefeated players of the season. They were 42-0 this year, didn't drop a set, and just kind of a fun fact that I found out is they only lost 10% of their games, which is huge. They hardly gave up any games in their sets, so that was pretty incredible. There's Connor. And then we have Connor Mickelson. Connor was first in individual singles this year in regionals. He beat Rua in regionals and then finals, and then in the state finals this year he played Rua again as well and lost in the state finals, and he got second. And it was a pretty awesome match as well as his sisters to have them both kind of going on at the same time. And these boys are awesome. I'm incredibly proud of all the hard work that they've done and the practice that goes into having such an incredible season. And I'd like to recognize Marilyn Pendleton, who is my sister coach, for all her help.
So we'll maybe even use the wider angle lens on this one. Get it as much as let's see if I see you.
Rich, I can't see you. Okay, here we go. A couple of them. One more. Perfect. Good job.
All right, and so you may or may not know that some of those state champions are not seniors, and they'll probably be back again to challenge again next year, so that's pretty awesome. Okay, our last state champs that we have here tonight are the girls golf, and we have Coach Andy Shaper, and we'll invite them to come on up.
All right, so from left to right, we have Riley Schumann, Sydney Crum, Paige Rudd, Abby Junta, Michaela Perkins, and Ryan Reese. So our season was great. We in golf, you travel with 6 girls and you play. You count 4 low scores. In each event, there's also an individual competition. So we go through 5 different tournaments that we have. Our team won every tournament that we were in. Ryan Reese was the low scorer for every tournament that we were in as well. We went to our region up in Mesquite, played a couple of golf courses up there. We played hard, but we fell short by 3 strokes to Pahrump. So Pahrump got us by 3. We came in second. Some individual accolades there. Ryan Reese came in 3rd place in our region event. Michaela Perkins was in 5th, and Sydney Crum came in 6th place. So they all earned a medal there. So off we went to Truckee, played up in Truckee, stayed in Reno, played a beautiful golf course up there. It was phenomenal. The weather cooperated. We had 2 great days of golf. After day 1, we fell short to Pahrump by 14 strokes. And they played great, and we played pretty good ourselves. But the girls came on strong the second day. We made up the 14 plus I think another 4, and ended up taking home the team state title up there. So we had some personal bests that day, which were a lot of fun. Michaela with a 92. Sydney Crum had 2 days actually where she had personal best and then beat it. You were 87, 86? 85? Okay. A lot of numbers. And Ryan Reese came in with an 81 the second day. 81 or 82? 82. Anyway, Ryan placed 5th in state and Sydney placed 6th in state. But they did a phenomenal job. The story about these 6 that's so special, we graduated a phenomenal golfer last year. She was the state champion 2 years in a row. The buzz around the golfing community and the high school golfing community is we only won state because of Lonnie Potter. And she had a big part of that. But these 6 all came through for each other and all came through for themselves. And it was an awesome experience. And it was fun as a coach to watch. So thanks for having me.
Can I say a few words?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Hit a couple of them. One more. Perfect, good job.
Not that we care or anything, but revenge is kind of sweet. That was nice to give it back to Pahrump. You probably noticed that some of those, we had some sister acts there with our proud parent, our city clerk a couple of crumbs. They weren't on the same team, but they still brought home some hardware, and we had some Woods, and I probably missed a few others. Mickelson's brother sister act, and Bailey's, yes. So one Schumann, yep, and proud Papa right here. So it's all good. These guys are great ambassadors for Boulder City. We love to honor them. We love having them for our mock city council every year, and the seniors, if the juniors haven't had that opportunity, they will get that opportunity. They just, you can tell they're academically doing very well as well, and it's just an honor to have them here. So thank you guys. All right, I think that's it for our public announcements. And so we have our initial public comment period, which is comments devoted to agenda items only. Anyone wishing to speak on an agenda item tonight? All right. Close initial public comment then, and go to approval of our regular agenda. Madam City Clerk.
No changes.
We have Mr. Michael Mays, our Community Development Director, sitting in as our acting city manager tonight. So, Mr. Acting City Manager.
No changes.
Mr. City Attorney.
No changes.
And we'll come back to council for approval then.
To approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries unanimously. Next is our approval of the consent agenda. Madam City Clerk.
No changes.
Mr. City Manager.
No changes.
And Mr. City Attorney.
No changes.
And council.
Move to approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries unanimously. So we are on our first item on our regular agenda. And let's see, before we go on, I didn't see any fourth graders tonight. Oh, we do have one. So let's have you stand up, please, so we can recognize you. Thank you for being here tonight. We usually have a few more, but it's nice to have even just one. That's great. They're working on their Nevada Citizen this year. All right, our first item on our regular agenda is an introduction of a bill number 1838. And can I have somebody introduce that, please?
Sure, Mayor. I'd be happy to introduce bill number 1838, waive the reading, waive the title except for reading.
Bill number 1838, an ordinance of the City of Boulder City to amend Title I, Chapter 9, Financial Administration, to revise required city account minimum reserves, set required balances for emergency event reserves, and deleting outdated requirements regarding payment of the third straw. Bill number 1838 will be considered at the November 27th regular meeting.
All right, thank you. Next is another bill introduction of bill number 1839.
Mr. Mayor, I'll introduce bill number 1839 and waive the reading except for title.
Bill number 1839, an ordinance of the City of Boulder City approving agreement number 18-1801 between the City of Boulder City and Desert Link, LLC, which approves a non-exclusive easement for the construction and operation of a transmission line to link the Harry S. Allen substation to the El Dorado substation. Bill number 1839 will also be considered at the November 27th regular meeting.
All right, thank you. Next is item number 8, presentation of the community survey regarding historic preservation, and I believe this was introduced at the request of Councilmember McManus, and will you be introducing that tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
I do not see Blair Davenport here. Oh, there's Blair. Blair, if you could come up to the podium, please. Ms. Davenport is a member of our Historic Preservation Committee. I will do a little bit of an intro here on the results of the survey that were done. Can we bring that PowerPoint presentation up? I know, we had a strategic planning workshop last week. We spoke some about historic preservation here in Boulder City. It is reflected throughout our previous strategic plans and master plans, but we often don't seem to do a lot as far as actual action on it. Next slide, please. There you go. Previously, I had served on the Preservation Committee, and during that time, we had brought forth to City Council a minor change to the mission statement of the committee. And the feedback from Council at that time, this goes back to 2016, the Council had asked for additional input from the community regarding their attitudes and how they felt about preservation. So the committee started on a opinion survey, and as we look at the survey, whether we need to do preservation in this town, we have a sign out on the way into town that says Historic Boulder City. We do have a lot of history here. It's reflected in Hoover Dam. The construction of that's actually what the nomination of our historic district is based upon, is the construction of Hoover Dam. If we can move next. Preservation's not unique in this country. Cities all over America provide for that. It does promote and protect economic activity and values. Hoover Dam and Lake Mead regularly draw millions here through Boulder City to visit both Hoover Dam and Lake Mead. We've always been known as home of Hoover Dam. It's our city slogan, also gateway to Lake Mead. If we are to protect that, we need to recognize what that heritage is in order to protect the values that we have here, both for our businesses and for our property values for homeowners. With this survey, the residents have reflected, I think, in overwhelming numbers, the desire to preserve our assets. The nomination for our historic district was originally put together in 1983, submitted to the Park Service for designation, but it took until the year 2000 before a preservation code was developed. That original code has been eroded several times to where it's virtually ineffective for actual preservation purposes. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the reason for doing this was to provide a way of getting input from the community on what they considered to have value for preservation. The change at that time was tabled. Again, this is only a presentation of those opinion surveys, so we're not looking for any action tonight. Next, please. Some of the numbers on it, there were 866 responses, including 105 residents of the historic district. I know it's been said, the city manager had mentioned, well, it wasn't a scientific survey. Well, that's true. It was just put out to the community. But again, we have somewhere around 16,000 residents, and approaching 900 people decided to respond to this survey. The historic district comprises only a portion of the city. I believe the number is somewhere around 500 buildings within the district. It's roughly bounded by Denver, Park Street up at the top, 5th Street at the bottom, and Nevada Way and Utah Street on the sides. The purpose of preservation codes are intended to preserve architecture on the exterior of the home. The intent with doing so is to preserve the values not only for individual homeowners, but for all of the property owners within a district. Las Vegas frequently is referred to the city of blowing things up. Even they have recognized the need for preservation. I believe there are over a dozen historic districts that have now been established in Las Vegas. This photo that's on the slide there is of the Mob Museum, which was the former post office in downtown Las Vegas. And again, I want to thank City Planner Susan Danielowitz for all the work she put into getting all these statistics together. There were a lot of numbers to put together, and she did an excellent job on making that a readable format for all of us. And as I mentioned earlier, Blair Davenport will be presenting some information on these results. And I also want to point out that Ms. Davenport is the Pacific West Regional Staff Curator with the National Park Service here in Boulder City. So again, Blair, if you'd like to go ahead with your presentation. I think they're loading it.
First, let me just say thank you for having me this evening and for allowing me to speak on behalf of the Historic Preservation Committee here. Blair, speak into the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Sorry about the technical difficulties.
While they're loading that, Blair, can you speak to how this survey was developed, what type of research you put into it?
I'll just go ahead with the presentation without the slides. So basically the purpose of the survey was the Boulder City Historic Preservation Committee was tasked in developing 20 questions to solicit broad feedback from the community concerning current issues, opportunities, the role of government, and general views of historic preservation in Boulder City. The survey was developed after direction from the City Council following a review of minor changes in the purpose statement of the committee in 2016. Similar surveys from other cities were reviewed during the development, including Salt Lake City from 2007 and another local, or I should say the state preservation survey here in Nevada and elsewhere in the country. So an overview of, just a brief overview of the survey. The period was between April and July of 2018. We received, as Kiernan said, 866 responses. 429 of those were online. 437 were received through by paper. I believe the majority of those, well, I don't know if the majority of them were in the utility mailer, but so the respondents, the breakdown in respondents included 778 Boulder City residents, 573 Boulder City property owners, 97 historic district residents, 24 historic district business owners, and 105 historic district property owners. The majority of respondents, about 83%, believe that historic preservation in Boulder City is a worthwhile goal, and that respondents understand that historic preservation is about, 1, deciding what historic resources are important, 2, figuring out how to protect them, and 3, passing along an appreciation for what should be saved for the next generation. Respondents seem to understand or also understand that historic preservation should play an important role in creating opportunities for educational, economic, and community development. So we also asked respondents about threats to these important historic resources, and respondents identified neglect or abandonment of historic buildings, about 77%, and demolition of historically significant buildings, including vacant buildings that could be reused, 75% responded, as these are considered significant threats. Respondents also cite there's a lack of knowledge of the city's existing historic preservation code, about 78% responded to that, and that the code does not provide adequate protections for preserving historic resources. 55% of the folks responded to that. In considering the role of city government, what does the city government have in promoting and preserving historic properties and in balancing historic preservation with other developmental needs? Respondents identified the city has an important role, 85%. However, only 29% of the respondents agree that the city is doing a good job in this role. A majority of respondents support the following strategies or tools to address issues affecting historic preservation. And this includes the first one being the use of appropriate planning, codes, laws, and ordinances to better integrate historic preservation with economic development. 84% responded to that. They also stated that, or 85% state that the use of historic preservation codes, laws, and ordinances benefit historic preservation and ensures compatible neighborhood development. And city government should inform and educate the public about preservation projects, programs, and training through websites, social media, newsletters, tours, training, and awards. 84% of respondents stated that. So while the survey was not based on demographic categories and was, of course, voluntary, there was a large number of respondents, and that quantity should give weight to the desire for an effective preservation program and effort in Boulder City. I believe the complete compilation of results is either in the packet or was previously passed along to City Council. And again, thanks to City Planner Susan Danielewicz for her role in compiling that data. And I really appreciate the work she did, as well as the rest of the City or Historic Preservation Committee for their help with that. And that's it. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions or comments, Council? Councilwoman Levitt.
My question is, the survey, when it was sent out, was it sent out to all of the utility ratepayers with their bill?
I'm not sure.
I can answer that. Yes, it was sent out with the utility bills as the monthly mailer. I believe it was in April of this year. So anyone who had an account where they receive a paper utility bill received a copy of the survey.
Thank you. Thank you, Blair. I just wanted to make a comment, and I don't know if you need to stand there, but you're welcome to if you want to, because I just wanted to make a comment before I have some remarks I wanted to make, that this presentation, I think, is unusual in that one of our council members made the presentation, and the Historic Preservation Committee, I found out in my briefing today, had not reviewed the presentation, although I know they were aware of the survey questions. And I know that Susan Danielewicz compiled the statistics, but I just think we need to make note of that. I'm sure if they had been consulted or this had been reviewed with them, they'd been on board, but it is a fact that this presentation that we're seeing tonight, or at least that's what I found out in my briefing, had not been reviewed by the Historic Preservation Committee. But notwithstanding that, I want to tell you how much I appreciate your efforts and your advocacy and your passion for historic preservation. We had for me, the honor of touring the lodge together on Historic Preservation Day. So I know that you're really involved, and I appreciate it. With respect to the statement that that historic preservation is an often stated goal but seldom acted on, I was thinking back with respect to my own experience since I've been on council. And historic preservation, we do identify ourselves as a historic town, and it's a part of our vision statement for our city. But it wasn't in the forefront of our minds, at least when I came on council, and I don't know if I can speak for the other council members, because we were at that time in a recession and trying to keep our heads above water with respect to paying the bills and keeping the city running, and we were very short-staffed. And so we were just, I think that's where our priorities were, and that's where we were focused at that time. But I don't think there's any question that there's been an uptick in interest in historic preservation in the last few years. I think part of it has been a result of the work done by the Boulder Dam Museum and their outreach to our community, and particularly to the schools, because I've seen it in my own grandchildren who've become aware of the history of Boulder City when my own children going through the Boulder City school system weren't. And so I think that's made a big difference. And I think what really galvanized, in my own mind, galvanized historic preservation was when the old hospital was demolished, and then people really rallied around that. So I learned a very important lesson that on that same day that we met at the Historic Preservation Day by one of the members of the panel, who is a state assemblyman, I believe, Hillary Swank? Heidi. Hillary's the movie star, I think, isn't she? Heidi Swank. Because she said, on the panel that day, she said, if you start advocating to save a building when a demolition permit is being pulled, it's too late. And that's exactly what happened in Boulder City. Speaking for myself, not one person had talked to me about the old hospital and preserving it. And when that demolition permit came before us, legally we had to make a decision on it, which brings me to another point, that in the survey there's not a distinction made between privately owned buildings and publicly owned buildings. And there is a difference with respect to the city's responsibility. That was a privately owned building. But one of the things she said that day, if that's when you start debating about saving a building, you're too late and you need to move on and start forming a plan. So that was, a year and a few months ago. It was in May, I believe, over a year ago that. And so in my briefing today, our community development director said that the city is in the process right now of inventorying all of our buildings. Is that not correct? Which would include historic buildings, and so that we can develop a plan of what we can save and what is feasible to save. Is that accurate?
City's in the process of selecting a consultant, Stantec. We'll bring that before the council for consideration, hopefully later this year. The objective is to inventory all city-owned buildings and to look at the city's long-term needs and to provide guidance to the council on what facilities are going to be needed for our operations and which may have opportunities for other uses.
Right, thank you. So also, a point that I wanted to make is I think that when we talk about, this as a finding of this survey is it was over 80% of people are supporting historic preservation. That's not a surprise at all, because we're a historic town and nobody would not be in favor of historic preservation. But I do think that different people have different definitions of what is historic preservation. I think there are people who want to keep the buildings as they are, they don't want them to be changed. They maybe could want them restored to their original condition. I think there are people who are in that camp, and I think there are other people who talk about adaptive reuse, which was a big subject at Historic Preservation Day, and also at the Mayor's Town Hall meeting when different towns were being compared, and those who had used this adaptive reuse for buildings, and so they had a real vibrant downtown feeling. And I have to say, just recently I was out of town. I was back east and in this little quaint town, and they were all historic buildings, but one was a restaurant and one was a popcorn shop and one was a hardware store and all these different uses, but they were all historic buildings and it had a very historic feel. So I think there is some, I don't know if I want to say disagreement, but I think there's a different understanding with some people with respect to what historic preservation is. And as I think as we go forward, those things will have to be worked out in terms of what buildings we can save and how we save them. Another thing that I think is paramount with respect to historic preservation is fundraising. And I can't remember if that was addressed in your survey. It's done in different ways in different cities, and our city is in a different position than it was when I came on council over 7 years ago. But there are probably ways that the city can step up, but there also has to be other ways to fund historic preservation. I don't think that it's realistic for people to look at the city to fund all of this. I was thinking about, and I'm sure you're very aware of all the efforts for the Railroad Museum, and that has been talked about for at least 2 years, if not longer, actively talked about, politicians involved, advocating with the legislature, trying to get bill drafts passed, fundraising, and there has been some headway, but not, it isn't, I don't think it's as progressed as far as people had hoped. And now with the change in the legislature, we're not sure what's going to happen because all the people we lined up have been voted out of office. So we may be reinventing the wheel again. But I think fundraising is very important, and public-private partnerships, which has been done with respect to the Boulder Dam Museum. And I just wanted to say, and I think Councilman McManus mentioned it, that in our first strategic planning meeting as a council, we set only 5 goals for our strategic plan, and one of them was historic preservation. And I think that Councilman Schuman wanted us to promote. Was that the right word? So it's very much on our minds, and I know that we have a great staff now who also are invested in this, and I think that we can make some great strides in historic preservation after this has kind of languished for a few years. So I appreciate your efforts and all of the people on the Historic Preservation Committee, but I just felt it was important to give some perspective on some of this from over the last few years. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schuman.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Davenport sat down. That's okay. That's okay.
She can come back.
All right. Come back up. So, Ms. Davenport, can we review one number with me? 83% said that historic preservation is a worthwhile goal. Is that correct?
I think it was even higher than that.
Correct.
So 17% of the respondents feel that historic preservation is not a worthwhile goal? How can that be?
Actually, there's some neutrals in there,
Right.
and there's some don't knows in there. So,
Because I think that number is more like 98% to 2%, personally. All right, let's see what else I mean, what's your opinion, Ms. Davenport, of all these results? If we were to do something as a council, it says 29% of the respondents agree the city's doing a good job. So 70% think we're not doing a good job. How could we be doing a good job?
Personally, I think I would like to see our codes strengthened. I think that's a worthwhile goal. Whether that's a full-on change in those codes or maybe incrementally, I think that remains to be seen. And those codes can run the gamut of dealing with demolition, and as Kieran had mentioned, it's generally for exterior changes to historic structures. So anyway,
okay.
I believe
That's
the
good.
codes need to be changed, or the code needs to be, I guess, strengthened is the word, and brought up to codes that exist throughout this country, and where you see cities and communities and towns embracing historic preservation with codes that enable those resources to be saved, but it also helps in community development, economic development, and a whole slew of other economic benefits.
Very good. And I wholeheartedly agree that that's where government should start and can start.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I agree with the idea that the city government is not the sole source of that. It is important to have partnerships.
Sure. Okay, thanks. I don't have any more questions. You can sit down, but I do have some comments. Okay. So in our strategic plan meeting, we talked about historic preservation, and over and over and over, and we keep hearing historic preservation. And the more I think about it, the more it occurs to me that I like the word promotion, historic promotion. That not only do we have to, of course, we have to preserve our history, but now we need to start talking about our history and getting it out there. And I really believe that a lot of that will happen through technology. That's kind of a subset of it all, but you know, it's never been a better time in Boulder City's history than to be promoting our history, letting people know, educating people about our history, drawing people into our town to witness and experience and live our history. So I love the concept of historic promotion at the moment. The other thing that I've been thinking about is that when I think about historic preservation, I think about, you know, being a kid and growing up here, and it's not just the buildings that I want to remain the same, but it's the streets, and it's the parks, and it's the common areas. You know, one thing that just keeps kind of sticking in my side about the aquatic center that we keep talking about is where it's physically going to go. So that where the pool is now, you know, I've seen some plans to just demolish that entire beautiful park there. And that's the only part of that whole plan that really kind of bothers me, because as a kid, I've every summer for my whole life I've been in that park doing, you know, at 4th of July and different for different reasons. I've gathered underneath those shade trees of that park. And you know, when I think of historic preservation, it's not just the buildings that we own as a city and that are privately owned, but it's the roadways and the entryways and the neighborhoods. And so historic preservation, I think, goes so much deeper than just the buildings. A little bit about my history. I grew up in Massachusetts, so I grew up in a very historic part of the country. And, you know, in those areas, you definitely cannot knock down a historic building. There's no way you can knock it down. The question is kind of what you can do inside that building. Can you put a retail store there? Can you put an office building there? What can you use the building for? But by no means, in most areas where I grew up, were old buildings ever being knocked down. I don't know if the government prohibited that or if it was another layer of or what it was that protected those buildings, but those buildings are still to this day standing. And I believe that we need to toughen our laws and do the same thing here. So with regards to promoting our history, I think it's vitally important that we start thinking about repurposing our buildings. So when we have vacant buildings, we need to get somebody to those buildings. If those buildings are not occupied, and I know this from my real estate experience, the longer those buildings go unoccupied, the more they're going to deteriorate until someday they're just not going to be usable, not going to be salvageable. Somebody's going to come along and have a great idea for an old building, but it's going to be so dilapidated that we can't do anything with it. And there is no other option except to knock it down. So part of promoting our history and protecting our history is taking these old buildings and repurposing them. A classic example is the LA Water and Power building. We're using it. Because we're using it, because somebody's in there occupying it, different entities, whoever they are, for different reasons, that means we're keeping up the HVAC system, we're keeping up the paint, we're keeping up the flooring, where something breaks, we go in and fix it. A window frame comes loose, we go in and we tighten it up. So we're taking care of that building and it's being preserved in the process. We can look around and see other buildings, whether they're privately owned or publicly owned, and just see that if they're vacant, they're getting wind blown, they're getting sunburnt, and they're getting dilapidated, and eventually they're going to crumble. And like Councilwoman Levitt said, the time to save those buildings is not when the demolition permit has been applied for. It certainly is right now. And there's lots of strategies that we can employ to do that. So part of our strategic planning process last week, I think, was talking about this. And as I think about this more and more and think of what we can actually do, I think Councilman McManus, you pointed out aptly that, it's been years since we've put something into the code, right? So we're really not doing much actively to move the needle when it comes to historic preservation or historic promotion or repurposing of our buildings. So as we move forward through the strategic plan and through that process, and as we set goals as a city, and as we come together and talk about it as a community in town halls and in surveys and in forums and in the Historic Preservation Committee, I would urge us all to look at how to repurpose, how to promote, and how to educate around our history. I think that would protect it the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hari.
An additional question. Mr. Mays, you had mentioned that the city's in the process of doing an inventory of all the city historical structures. Are you aware of any inventory that exists for privately owned historical structures?
The only inventory was the 1983 survey that was done, which was the basis for the creation of the historic district.
So that's 35 years ago.
Correct.
The other thing I found disturbing actually was in the actual numbers of respondents in this survey. It mentioned that every one of the ratepayers had received the survey, yet only 221 residents, business owners, and property owners from the historic district responded. That's somewhat discouraging, since they would be the people that would be most intimately affected by any historic preservation action.
Thank you.
I've got some comments.
Yes.
A couple things brought out from these comments. One, I want to clarify that the reason this was brought to council now was to look at the survey numbers. As a prior member of the Historic Preservation Committee, I had made the presentation to City Council 2 years ago when Council gave the direction to do the survey or get input from the community. This was not an assignment for the Preservation Committee. This was something that I worked with one of the members, who's probably the most qualified member of that committee, to develop this presentation of these numbers. I certainly encourage the Preservation Committee to continue the discussion they've already had. They had discussed this at their meeting last month as far as the survey results are concerned. So they have had the opportunity to look at that. But what was important to me with this is it's been 2 years. And I've been to a lot of the Preservation Committee meetings, both as a member and as a member of City Council. And I think 2 years was long enough, which is why I brought this to Council at this time. We're in the process of discussing a strategic plan. I think it's important that this council looks at these numbers now rather than after we've gotten too far into developing that strategic plan. So if there are any wounded feelings on the Preservation Committee, I'll certainly be willing to speak with you. I spoke with the chairman this afternoon of that committee. Again, made it clear to him that the purpose of doing this was not going around the Preservation Committee because the Preservation Committee doesn't own these numbers. These numbers were to be provided to council for guidance to council. So I just wanted to clear up why this was not some decision of the Preservation Committee, because they did discuss this at their last meeting when the results were put together by the city planner. So that was one item. The other item is I think there is a misunderstanding about what preservation codes are. If you look at our city code, the preservation code is in the zoning chapter for the city. These are essentially zoning laws. If you live in a particular area, there are going to be guidelines that pertain to the property that you live in. It is not something that is meant to be a burden on people, but it's recognized when historic districts are set up that these are special areas and they're going to have some standards set that ask the people, if you're going to make changes, that you abide by the guidelines that have been set out. The guidelines have been set out for us. We just don't apply them. This is not an unusual thing. There are national organizations. The Park Service started this effort in, I think it was 1966. So there's not something where this is an unknown quantity or that it's not done elsewhere. It's just that we don't do it the way we're supposed to do it. It's that simple. It's a zoning law, just the same as to say, you know what, if you have a house lot, you can't go build 3 houses on that. You can only build 1 house on that. And you're going to be told how big that house can be and how far away from the property lines the house has to be set. All of those things are included in the type of zoning laws that communities all over this country have. Another issue that has been brought up is the adaptive reuse. That's certainly the way to preserve buildings. If you want to have a building, don't make it into a monument, make it into a building that it gets used. We've had some suggestions made for some of the city-owned buildings, and we have to look at what's appropriate for where that building is located. Some of our buildings are in the commercial area of town, some are not. Some are located in residential neighborhoods, and we have to look at what's an appropriate use. Now, again, that goes back to why zoning laws are established. What's appropriate for a particular neighborhood? And the question that Councilman Harhay had about only having some 220 some odd responses from the historic district, there's only 500 buildings in the historic district. So that means that if we do an easy math analysis of it, almost 50% of the owners in the district responded to the survey.
Actually, 24.
24.
Business owners. 97.
Well, of the 500 buildings, I'm not sure how many are businesses, but of the 500 buildings within the historic district, there were a substantial number of responses from those owners. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we'll go ahead and open this up to public comment if there be any. Yes, please.
My name is Greg Todd. I'm a Boulder City resident, and this is for City Council and Mayor and support people. I've worked for Water and Power. I'm now retired. I worked 27 years, so I'm very familiar with the Water and Power building in Boulder City. The problem I'm seeing now is a couple of years ago it was brought up that as one of the capital projects we're going to repaint the building. The paint is lead-based on the outside of the building. The people that are coming into the building and getting aid for food and stuff like that are peeling the paint off the building right now. So you're now having paint chips all over the sidewalk. It's being tracked up and down the sidewalk, and it has lead in it. That's what I've been told. We need to get somebody out there to seal it or do something with it. Otherwise, we're going to have a big mess as it gets tracked through the historic district on foot. So that's what I wanted to let you all know about. That's one of our buildings we have a responsibility to maintain. They're sitting on the steps and peeling the paint off the walls. And it's now on the sidewalk and being trampled by the people that are visiting. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Yes, please. Yep, come on up.
Yeah, that is what I think. Hi, my name is Mike Steele. I've been here for 60 years, and I have a question first that while you're doing your inventory, during that period...
Mr. Steele, you need to address us as the council.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
During that period that the inventory is being taken of historical buildings, am I right in understanding there will be no decisions made as to whether they will remain city property or be repurposed until after the inventory?
We can have somebody get with you after the fact.
Pardon?
We can have somebody, you can have somebody from staff talk to you. Mr. Mays can speak with you afterwards.
So, what, in other words, you're saying you don't know right now?
This is public comment. If you have comments, you can make them, and your question's certainly noted, and we can get some answers for you afterwards.
Okay, I have another question then. On the map I saw up here of the historic district, and I'm speaking right now in particular about the water treatment plant, it sat just a few feet right outside the boundary of the historic district, but it's in a residential district nonetheless. So when you take into consideration to either retain these buildings and maintain them, or let the society, the Preservation Heritage Society maintain them, do you take into consideration that these are actually in residential districts? And nobody wants a bar, restaurant, tavern, loud music, bunch of cars across the street from their home. This will all be taken into consideration? I'm asking.
Okay. And again, you have 5 of us up here that may have different answers, different opinions. So this is not really a question answer, but you can talk to each of us individually afterwards, or Mr. Mays can certainly talk to you.
Okay. Mr. Mays? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, my name is Linda Graham, and I'm part of the Historic Preservation Committee, and I've been listening to the presentation, and thank you very much. All of your comments have been very thoughtful and thought-provoking, so I'm glad you're engaging, in this subject. However, I did want to say, when we're finished with the survey, I don't want you to think that Kernan and Blair were the only ones, because we as a committee decided that when the survey was completed that we needed to take action. We don't want to just have it just sitting there, with nobody looking at it. And like Kernan said, it was part of the plan of our committee to present this survey to the council, because that was what was originally requested. So I just want you to know that we were all on board with it.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Hello, my name's Jonna Malore. I've lived here for just over 3.5 years. Just wanted to tell you that when my husband and I were looking for a new place to live, we lived in Steamboat Springs, Colorado, which is a historic ski town in Colorado. It also has historic buildings, and it's a very small town. And so when we came across this place accidentally, we loved it because it reminded us of that small town feel, the friendly atmosphere. The controlled growth ordinance was a huge thing for us, that there was no gambling. That was awesome. We can go over the mountain if we want that. Also, the historic buildings were a big draw, and that this is a historic community, which is what we're used to. The size, the friendliness of everything here. And we really, really would like to see that continue. So just consider that when you are looking at your controlled growth and when you're looking at preserving buildings. We'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy.
Judy DeShane. Did you all miss me 2 weeks ago? I wasn't here to cause trouble. Even I take a vacation now and again. the inventory that's going to be done for all the buildings in Boulder City. I certainly would encourage the council and the city and whatever, before any action is taken on any of them, to at least let the community know what's available. I've heard many wonderful ideas from various people in the city about empty buildings they're aware of, that what could be done with them to enhance our community and enhance the livability of the city. So I certainly hope that when you get your inventory done, that inventory will be presented to all the citizens. Possibly a town hall would be a good place to get the information out, listing the buildings and what the city thinks they want to do with them, so that we all have a voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, come on up. We love it when our fourth graders step up to the microphone.
Hello, my name is Bailey Murphy, and I enjoyed the meeting this evening, especially regarding historic preservation, and I hope the city moves quickly. I really hope they don't, destruct the park near the pool, because it's such a beautiful place, and yeah.
Good job. Thank you. We got one behind you, Glenn, and then you guys can arm wrestle, whoever you want.
James Adams. A lot has been talked about the strategic plan and wanting to get this discussion rolling as we're talking about the strategic plan. I thought it was unfortunate that nowhere in the priorities listed in that strategic plan was historic preservation found in there. So when we were going through and listing the priorities that we thought we were giving them a number ranking, nowhere on there was historic preservation. There was a comment section at the very end, kind of an open-ended comment. I know when I did the online survey, I went through the whole thing, I made my comment and everything, and then I sent it, and then afterwards I realized I didn't say anything about historic preservation. It's one of the most important things to me in the city. It just was completely out of my mind. I was busy thinking about, fire and sewage and traffic laws, all these other things that you see in there. And then at the end of it, it just didn't even cross my mind. I went to one of the workshops, and it was everywhere. Everybody was talking about, historic preservation. There's different ideas, obviously, whether adapt, reuse, and other ideas, but it's very it was very prominent theme. And then when I was going through the packet, they had the word count. So safety and safe, I believe, had almost 70 mentions in there. And then, but then I saw historic only had 18, and I thought that was odd, because I thought, well, there was a whole lot at just my one meeting. And when I went through and I counted all of the comments, including the words history, not just historic, you all of a sudden went up to almost, or over, I think it was 30 comments I counted. And I tried to use just each comment itself. If they said history and historic in the same thing, I didn't take those word counts and put them together and just doing that. And so you actually almost doubled the amount of comments in just what was presented and I know it was just a keywords or whatever, but much more prominent in the community responses than how it was kind of presented. When I was going through it, didn't really read much about that. I couldn't make it to the workshop, unfortunately. So I'm not sure how that was discussed, and I am very grateful that it's something that has been discussed amongst council, that it's very important. So I just think that it's unfortunate that the historic preservation was not put in there as a priority, because I think I think fire, police, all those things were at the very top of the priority list. Those are all covered under safety, and then you have family and clean, and then historic all right there. Whether or not it's a priority, it's hard to say because it wasn't put on the list, but I would argue that it most likely is a priority to many residents here. Just like Mr. Schuman said, that he believes, probably 98% believe that it's important. So I would agree with that. I know I personally do. So anyways, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Glenn? Yep.
My name is Glenn Fan. Good evening, council members. Just a quick thing. I'm a firm believer in historic preservation for our town. I hope we can come up with some kind of a plan. The survey of the city-owned buildings is great, and I agree with my wife. Seldom do, but I do this time. About getting that information of what buildings are out there, get it to the public and stuff like that. Repurposing some of our buildings, I think, is a great idea. We want to do whatever we can do to keep from having to tear them down because of lack of maintenance. My personal opinion on the water treatment plant, I think it'd be a great place to go pay my water bill. I think we ought to move the water department into that building. I mean, think about it. Why not? And part of if you don't need the whole thing, well, part of it could be a little bit of a water museum that the city runs. It's being occupied, it's being taken care of. Because we're in there, we're using it. Something breaks, we fix it. Just like like Councilman Schumann said earlier. Think about it, just a thought. Maybe it's a dumb thought. I don't know. I like the idea, and I think it'd be fun to go pay my water bill there. I'd probably do that more often than I'd put it in the mail. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, we'll close public comment on that item. So I'll add a few observations. First off, I just want to say how much I agree that regardless of whether this came from the Historic Preservation Committee or as a whole or not, I want to give a shout out, I think, to the Historic Preservation Committee and those associated with historic preservation, whether directly with the committee or not. I think that as far as that committee goes, it's been the most active that it's ever been within the past few years. And I think that, definitely brought historic preservation to the forefront. Mr. Adams used the word priority. And so as part of our strategic planning, it is one of our 5 priorities. I think we call them goals, but they are the top 5 priorities. And so, we know historic preservation is important, and some of these questions in the survey, I would agree with Mr. Schumann. It's unsurprising, and I think Councilwoman Levitt said that too. It's not surprising that people in Boulder City think that historic preservation is important. It is a little curious to me that sometimes 17% or however many say that that it's not important, because it's always been important in Boulder City. Feeling it's important and turning it into an action plan are sometimes two different things, obviously, and so that's our next goal, is to turn it into a better action plan. Now, Boulder City, the charm of Boulder City and why people still come here because of the historic feel, it's not by coincidence. Part of it is because we have a rich history here that's connected to Hoover Dam, and part of it is because there have been historic preservation efforts in the past. It sounds to me like this particular the thrust of what I'm hearing is more towards buildings, and both public and private buildings, and preserving those. Some of the things that have been done in the past and I got these stats from a variety of sources, including online and my past involvement with the Boulder City Museum and Historical Association. So they're probably not super current stats. They're probably actually higher stats than this. But the historic, it's involved the city. It used to be the Hotel Association, became the Museum Association. But they have 2 historic buildings. One is the Boulder Dam Hotel, obviously, that's the icon of Boulder City, and that's taken dozens of years and tens of thousands of volunteer hours and lots and lots and lots of not only public funds but also private funds that have been invested in that to make that into what it is today. And it continues to cost a lot of money, but it's it was made a priority, and it's really the gem of Boulder City and one we can point to as a big success story. The other asset that the Museum and Historical Association has was acquired recently through a generous donation. I think it was Teddy Fenton's Dingbat House, and that's an important one as well. But in addition to those two buildings, the Museum and Historical Association has thousands of biography files, a 300-plus book library, and this is all on the history of Boulder City as well as on Hoover Dam, 10,000-plus photos and negatives, 500-plus 3D objects and artifacts, and I don't know if you've ever seen them, but if you've been down in the basement of the Boulder City Library, many of them are there, and you've probably seen, at least one of them, the old fire truck that was in some of the prior parades on 4th of July and things like that. There's an extensive oral history collection there as well, extensive manuscripts, including primary sources, materials like journals and things like that. Of course, they have the permanent exhibit there that attracts about 25,000 plus visitors a year, and they have, thousands and thousands of hotel guests that bring economy to Boulder City. So it is true that historic preservation can help and does help drive an economy if it's done in the right way. That's not to say, and those are some success stories, that's not to say that we can't be better at it. We should be better at it because we do value history in Boulder City, and we need to figure out better and better ways to do that. It's more challenging, obviously, with private, but when we're talking about building structures, it's more challenging with private buildings, but it's doable. It should be less challenging with public buildings because we already own them, although as those that have been involved on the Historic Preservation Committee know, and just in politics in general in Boulder City, the way you're successful with those types of things is that you're able to come to a consensus on what should be preserved, how to do it, and then, on what the plan should be for doing it. So fighting over it never produces good results. At the end of the day, we have to come together as a public and figure out, we've decided historic preservation is a priority. Now we have to figure out collectively how to do it and make it happen. A couple things I've heard tonight about adaptive reuse. I think Councilman Schuman called it repurposing. Whatever you use the term, I mean, that's a truism as well. You have to have those buildings occupied in order for them to be saved. There has to be a purpose for them, or they go by the wayside. There's not enough money in the world to save everything, and there's not enough interest to save things that aren't being used for valuable purposes. And so we need to figure out what those purposes are and incentivize private owners to do that, and create a plan for the public properties to make sure that happens over time. I'm sure there are many, many examples out there of codes that we can borrow from, and I don't know what's, the devil's always in the details on those things, but I don't know what the best model is to follow on those. But I would certainly be interested in seeing some, prototypical models of communities that have been successful in the types of codes they put in place for that to happen. Because, just as an example, one thing that came up in my council briefing today was that, the Desert Inn hotel it's got new ownership there, and you've probably seen the kind of yard sale out there and in front for a while, but that's one where the owner's coming in and apparently going to renovate and try to figure out what to do with that. And from the sounds of what I'm hearing is wants to try to keep it in a vintage historic type of state. But Heidi Swank, she did mention that whole corridor through there as being an important one. And, if you're looking for something besides our connection to Hoover Dam that we might want to preserve, it might be that, that 30, or sorry, probably more of the 40s, even 50s, early 60s, Palm Springs type look. Those signs certainly are historic, the neon signs and things like that. And we've got some great examples with the El Rancho, for instance, it makes it a nice, attractive area when we preserve those types of things. So, but again, if you wait too long on that and even 2 or 3 of those signs go away, or 2 or 3 of the vintage type properties go away, then all of a sudden, you don't have that stretch anymore where it's a consolidated theme. And so I also saw in the materials for the survey that there was some, I think it was mentioned that Salt Lake City was one of the examples that where we got some of those questions from, and I'd be interested in seeing some of those as well, in addition to the codes that we might look at towards implementing. I will say that in addition to our strategic plan, that I know that the city is in the process of hiring a new economic development director that's coming on here pretty quick, end of this month, if I'm not mistaken, or fairly soon. And I know that as part of all the restructuring that's going on within the city, that we're going to have a cultural arm and a historic preservation arm, and so I'm encouraged by the fact that the Historic Preservation Committee has been working with staff as well on things like trying to figure out if we can take advantage of SHPO, get state grant funding. SHPO was a big important part of the Boulder Dam Hotel as well. But their funding went away when the economy went down. I think they were still in existence, but it effectively went to zero for several years, and now they're back up and running again. And so that's an important resource we can look to, as well as I'm sure there's other federal grant sources, which hopefully will start coming back, because when the economy was good, those funds were available, and then nationwide they went away for many, many years until they're finally coming back again. And hopefully we're not going to see another big downturn. But above all, we need a plan, and then we need priorities, and we need money to do it, because, again, it costs a lot of money to take care of these things. And so appreciate the survey results. We'll take those under advisement, and appreciate Councilman McManus bringing those to our attention. Ms. Davenport, thank you for your presentation tonight. It was great. All right. We are on to item number 9, canvass of Boulder City ballot questions placed on the November 6, 2018 general election ballot. And Madam City Clerk, do you want to introduce that, or do I need to just jump in and read this?
I'll just give a brief overview that the council had put forth 3 ballot questions on the November 2018 general election ballot. Those ballot questions, the first one was if voters would authorize expenditures from the Capital Improvement Fund to purchase a new fire engine. All Capital Improvement Fund expenditures must be voter approved. That question passed 56.18% to 43.82%. Ballot question number 2 was authorizing the city to refinance existing debt. That question failed with a vote of yes, 39.53%, no, 60.47%. Ballot question 3 was a simple charter amendment to have our charter read almost the exact same as state law. That also failed with a vote of yes, 44.48%, no, 55.52%. The unofficial results were included in your packet. We received the official results over the weekend, which were forwarded to you today and also in front of you on the dais. NRS 293C.387 requires the City Council, particularly the Mayor, to canvass the returns and approve the official abstract, which is in front of you. Canvassing the returns is just simply reading that canvas sent by Joe Gloria regarding any errors. So if you would like to read that into the record, Mayor, and then the council can approve that and then direct me to transmit the results to the Secretary of State, please.
Okay. Yes, I'll read that. So this is from Joseph Paul Gloria, the Registrar of Voters. Results of canvass of the general election in the city of Boulder City, November 6, 2018. The results of the November 6, 2018 general election were canvassed comparing the computer printouts of ballots counted and the results thereof with the official ballot statement for the 11 precincts utilized in this election. We identified one discrepancy in one absentee precinct between the computer count and the roster count cast in the 11 precincts. One absentee return envelope was returned with 2 ballots in the same envelope. There were no tabulation errors in the 11 precincts. In the foregoing reconcilable discrepancy would not alter the outcome of any race in this general election. Therefore, as the duly appointed Registrar of Voters of Clark County, Nevada, I do hereby approve the canvass results of the Boulder City questions 1, 2, and 3 in the general election for certification. Joseph Paul Gloria, Registrar of Voters. And so I will go ahead and move that we approve that canvassing of the results. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Yeah, that motion carries, and so I guess you're directed to certify those, right?
Thank you.
And I'd just like to make one comment about the results of that. 2 of the questions, 2 and 3, 2 was the refinancing of debt. I think it's unfortunate that when these questions get put forward, the wording sometimes is very difficult to understand. But we just lost out on hundreds of thousands of dollars by not going ahead with that refinancing. And on question 3, the transfer of funds between different enterprise funds, again, it's a way of ensuring that some of the bad accounting practices that have been engaged in the past by the city don't occur in the future. So I'm not sure if we need to look at this again, but some of the feedback that I've received is if you don't understand it, vote no, and that there's no way anything being proposed by the city could possibly be good for you, but occasionally we do try, so maybe we'll take another look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. We might need new bond counsel on the refinancing too. That's really what's stopping us from doing that. All right. Item number 10, appointment to the Audit Review Committee. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. This is to correct the membership. As you know, the council passed a resolution to change the membership and move it from 3 council members to 2, and then have 2 citizens on the committee, one with a financial background, expertise in auditing, accounting, that type of thing. We currently have Ross Wright as our financial expert on the committee, and we're not, of course, the council can appoint who they want. So we need 2 council members. We can either have a council member voluntarily resign, or we can start the appointment process over. If the 3 current members love their job so much, the current members are Councilmember Schuman, Councilmember McManus, and Councilmember Harhe. We need to reduce that to 2. We have received 2 interest from 2 members of the community, Roger Tobler and Marty Riel. Marty submitted his app this afternoon. It's placed before you. Roger expressed interest last week, and his application was turned in at the beginning of the week, which was, I think, over the weekend. So I'm asking council to appoint 2 council members and 1 committee member, if you want Ross to continue serving. But of course, it's up to you. You can have 2 new members. The terms would be just until after the election.
All right. So Councilman Harhay grabbed me before the meeting and said he has the surefire way to resolve this. So he's
in their interest of not drawing any blood.
I can save the theatrics, and if it's that important to you, go ahead, Mr. Harhay.
Well,
it's important.
In the interest of fair play and also recognizing Nevada's great history in the past, first off, Mr. Schuman is a long member of council than either Councilman McManus or I. And I would recommend that he be nominated to be one of the two councilmen. That leaves two junior level councilmen, Mr. McManus and myself. And
Warren, I resign.
No, stick around.
I insist. I resign.
Oh well, the thing what we're going to do is do a coin toss.
As I said, the hour is drawing late. We can save the theatrics. I resign.
Oh. Well, thank you.
So I thought we were going to do a duel, but I have a compromise. I can flip the coin, and we'll give you each a revolver and see which one hits it. Do you accept his resignation, or do you want me to flip it?
I accept the nomination to be the second councilman.
Okay. Mr. Schuman?
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. And furthermore, let me add that I think Ross Wright should remain on there if he's willing to do it. He's been great to work with. So I think that just leaves us with nominating the other person, which I'm ready to do that whenever you are, Mayor.
Okay, I will open nominations for the appointed position from the community.
So if I may, I was very pleased to see Roger Tobler's name come up again. I think when a former mayor, so much experience that he has on things like this, puts his name forward, that you have to give him the nod. So I'll gladly nominate Mr. Tobler.
And again, no disrespect to the former mayor, but Martin Reel is someone that I've known for several years. He's an accountant by trade. He worked in state government as an accountant for 10 years. This is a technical committee, and I think it's important that we get someone with a technical background in government accounting to work on a committee like this. And I believe Mr. Reel would be an excellent person to serve on this committee. Again, no disrespect to Mayor Tobler, but this is an audit review committee, and I think we need an accountant on there.
Okay, so we have two nominations. Do we have any other nominations?
Impossible.
Not, I'll entertain a motion to close.
Yes, so moved, Mayor.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries. So let's vote on the three. Let's see. We're done on those three then, right? Okay. All right. So we'll just do this by raise of hands then. We'll do Roger Tobler first since his name was first. All in favor? Any opposed? Oh, I guess we don't do opposed. Okay. Marty Reel. All right. So we have Mr. Marty Reel. I didn't see him here tonight, but I worked with Marty in the past too on the Boulder City Museum Historical Association. He is a great accountant, and he'll be good. And we do thank Mayor Tobler for putting his name in that. He has been on the audit review committee in the past as well, so I'm sure it won't hurt his feelings too much that he's not going to be on it again. All right. All right. I think we're to our final public comment. Anyone wishing to speak in final public comment? Glenn.
My name is Glenn Fann. Good evening again. All positive, guaranteed. Just a quick shout out to the water department. I noticed there's a small leak out in the street in front of my house. I called up the water department at about 10 o'clock this morning, and they had two trucks out there by about 1 o'clock this afternoon, and it was all finished up and cleaned up and done by about 4:30. So just a little attaboy to the water department for a job well done, I thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Yes.
Blair Davenport. So I just wanted to formally thank Linda for setting the record straight regarding the Historic Preservations Committee's involvement and support of tonight's presentation. Thank you. Secondly, I wanted to reiterate that one of the roles of the Historic Preservation Committee is in the promotion and of the importance of historic preservation and of the city's history. And an example is the annual Historic Preservation Day that we put on. I think it's a really successful event, and it's a really positive event, and it brings in a lot of folks who are new to maybe history or historic preservation, and we're looking forward to doing it again this year. Stay tuned for details of that. Another example, though, is we were approached by the Daughters of the American Revolution, who are willing to work with us on the important role of Ida Browder and her important role as one of our first women here in Boulder City. So looking forward to working with them on that and promoting that history. And in regarding adaptive reuse and rehabilitating historic structures, one of the things that the Historic Preservation Committee is working on, which was I maybe sort of touched upon, was that Boulder City is hopefully seeking to apply for and receive certified local government status. And what that means is that would enable the city to apply for and or leverage state and federal funding for preservation projects. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Judy DeShane, I'm just wondering, did you sign an agenda for the young lady for 4th grade? You recognized her, but you didn't offer her to come up and get it signed. So if you haven't, maybe you should do that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Anybody else in public comment?
Thank you.
All right, come on up. We're going to sign your agenda right now so you can go to bed.
Come on.
All right. Look at that. That's some good notes right there.
Thanks for coming tonight and thanks for speaking about her.
You did an excellent job.
Who's your teacher?
It's never been this quiet in here before, ever. It means all eyes are on you.
It's funny because your mom's never shy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Addendum to my little reminder. Mr. Schuman, you had assured a few months ago that you would remind the mayor in case he forgot. So you're no better than he is.
Wait, what? It's all his fault. That's what I just heard. Okay. Our final item is city council reports. Any council reports tonight? Mr. McManus.
The next time we'll get together will be after Thanksgiving, so I just want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. Also, this past Veterans Day, I want to thank the American Legion for inviting me to speak to their gathering. Again, we've got a lot of veterans here in Boulder City, and we owe a debt of gratitude to all of them. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I wanted to echo what Councilman McManus said about questions or ballot initiatives 2 and 3. I was very surprised they didn't pass as well. And I happened to get my Southern Nevada Water Authority a briefing. I think it was the day after the election, and I was talking about it, and that on our agenda, and the meeting is this Thursday, we're going to save $11 million on one project because of refinancing debt. So I think we need to find an easier way to explain that to people And one of the things someone said to me was, you just, excuse me, look at it like a mortgage on your house. So if you have a chance to get a lower interest rate on the mortgage on your house and save money, you're going to do it. And if we can explain it as simple as that, maybe we can get that passed. But anyway, I was surprised at that. I wanted to make mention, and I don't want to take any wind out of Councilman Jorge's sails, but mention the Pooch Parade, which was really a lot of fun. And my particular pooch won in the category of most patriotic. Yes.
It was rigged.
But he was the only entry. So anyway, I thought for a first time event it was great. It was very well attended and a lot of fun and a lot of cute costumes on the dogs. And my dog would never win for being obedient, but anyway, congratulations. I think Linda Barnett was kind of the impetus behind getting that going, and it was very successful. I too wanted to mention Veterans Day. I went out to the event out at the Veterans Home, and it wasn't as well attended as it usually is, I think because of the weather. It was so cold and blustery that day, and so they had many of the residents who were in wheelchairs out there, and they usually do have them participate, but it was so cold that they kind of cut the ceremony short. But it was still an honor to go and to meet and talk to a lot of our veterans, one of whom was Chief Shea. And it was a great event, great music, great talks. Our newly elected U.S. Senator Jackie Rosen was there. The keynote speaker was great, but he limited his speech to about 5 minutes, so we weren't all freezing to death. But anyway, I was very honored to be there. And then I had my LVCVA meeting today, and a couple of things of note that I wanted to share with you are. The mayor of Las Vegas had asked Jeremy Aguero, who's with, is it Applied Analysis, to determine how much of the tourism dollars are going to education, because it's something that we're continually criticized for. And I picked up the wrong packet, so he had another packet, but I had it in my notes that I took. At the last legislative session, the tourism was the largest source of money for education at $1 billion. So the money that is generated by tourism is certainly contributing to education, and I think everybody should know that. And another statistic that I thought you might find interesting is that the year-to-date room tax earnings are down 4%. And that has happened, I think, as a result of 1 October. Ever since that event, the room rates, or not the room rates, but the room occupancy has been down a little in Las Vegas, but they're still generating obviously a lot of money, and it won't affect the money that we'll be getting from the room tax that comes back to the city. So I just thought those were interesting and thought I'd pass that on.
Thank you. Mr. Harvey.
2 reminders tomorrow, the CIP, the Capital Improvement Plan, will be revealed once again at the Senior Center at 1:30, where staff will present it to the seniors. And then tomorrow night, I think it'll be a very interesting Planning Commission meeting, where one of the items to be discussed is the potential use of some of the dry lake bed for solar fields in terms of adding that to the land management plan. I know there's some folks that are very much concerned about the loss of that recreational area, and tomorrow evening would be their time to speak up. And it was a great fun to be at the Pooch Parade, although Hoover felt that he was robbed We only got third place, but I consoled him. I said, well, you never want to deal and compete with children and animals. So, but the other thing coming up for me, which is a high honor, on Saturday, it'll be my pleasure to represent the city at the presentation of the French Legion of Honor to our veterans that are at the Veterans Home, but there will be a special presentation at the M Resort. And from what I understand, the French consul or the French ambassador will be there to present that high honor. The only other thing I have is that 25 cents is pigs.
Okay, since you brought it up, actually what happened when he grabbed me is he tried to pay me off to make sure he got on the committee. So I'm giving this back to him so I don't get turned into the Ethics Commission. Nice try. I wanted to thank those that from the city staff that interviewed with me. I call them interviews. We just had some casual conversations, and I got to write an article about our veterans that are on our city staff. And of course, it was only 7 of the many, many that are on our staff. But I just wanted to say what an honor it was to talk to them. And Chief Shea was one of them, but there were several others. Just patriotism to the core, and I just loved hearing their experiences and how they feel about their service to our country as well as our community. It won't surprise you probably that the vast majority of our veterans on our city staff are probably in our police department. There's obviously some transferability there, but one thing I found out from all of the veterans in whatever positions they were in, whether it was on the fire department or in public works or otherwise, landscape division, is they all felt like, those what they learned there, the values, leadership skills, and certainly their commitment to the public was, that was instilled in them in their service to the military. So I just want to thank the department heads for helping to facilitate those, as well as those that were willing to talk to me for a while. And I think that's it. So happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Thank you for being here tonight.
I got my quarter back.
Why plant trees? Did you know that without trees, our life would almost be impossible? Trees provide oxygen, paper, food, sap, shelter, and baseball bats.
Well, trees are very important to everyone, even animals. Trees give us paper, fruit, furniture, houses, and many other things. They also help us by giving us oxygen.
Welcome to the 2010 Arbor Day celebration here at Wayland Baseball Field. We try to plant trees every year with the kids because we want the kids to be a part of our Clean Green Boulder City. A lot of these kids will go through high school here and elementary school, junior high, and then end up at the high school. And this tree will end up growing to be a big, 30, 40-foot tree. And every time they go by and they said, I remember, when I was in 4th grade, I planted this tree. We still have people that we planted trees over at Broadbent Park over here that the kids come and said, in 1st or 2nd grade I planted this tree, and it's their tree basically.
I think we should plant trees because they give us oxygen, which is really important. Also, it gives us paper and awesome tree houses. But we should always have trees because they are cool and fun to study. There are many different kinds of trees, such as the pine tree, maple tree, oak tree, and many, many more.
Olafrid Olsen, a Norwegian agent in occupied Norway, was unaware that a spy was that someone tipped off the Nazis that a spy was in the apartment. Click, click, click. Olaf heard metal-toed boots of soldiers. He grabbed a part of a tree, made a hidden compartment in a chest, and waited. He hid his gun, pocket radio, map, and other information, along with artillery information of the Nazis' positions. Luckily, he wasn't caught. Like Olaf, trees help us in many ways, like produce oxygen, fruit, my favorite, maple syrup.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. What grade are we in? Grade what? Fourth grade, huh? So can anybody tell me what kind of tree this is? Pine tree. Why do we have trees? Anybody? What's a good reason to have trees? What? Oxygen. How do they do oxygen? How do they produce oxygen? What do they bring in? Another type of gas. Right. What's another good reason to have trees?
Everything that's going on
over there. For shade. Trees are good for shade. Trees are good for breaking the wind. This comes through, right? What else? Anybody else? Maple syrup. What else do trees do? Baseball bats, right? Good for that. Yeah, I'm still wanting one more. What else do they produce? Food, fruit, nuts, right? What's the first thing we gotta do before we plant a tree? Dig a hole. So who wants to dig a hole? Yeah. You look like you're ready to dig. Certain depth we have to go and how wide we have to go. Usually what we want to do is try to go twice the width of the box, give or take. But you want to go the depth of the box. You don't want to go any deeper. You don't want the tree to go plunging. You want it to stay above ground. Cable, attach it to the tree. That's it. Think out, bro. Mrs. Bullitt, this fourth grade class, you did a tremendous job.
When you plant the tree in the ground, it gives oxygen all around. Everybody plant a tree. Join around with lots of glee. Make some air for you and me, or to make some maple syrup, just plant a maple tree. If you want some nice cool shade, plant a tree right away and start enjoying the shade today.
And now, another fact of Congress.
What if they had a rule at your school that was mostly good, but was missing something that would make it even better? Wouldn't you like to change or amend it? Well, amendments are an important part of what happens in Congress. A member proposes a bill that gets sent to a committee for hearings. If the committee wants to, they can vote to add amendments to the bill. This can change the original language in very important ways. If passed out of committee, the bill with the new amendments goes to the floor of Congress for action. The full House or Senate then debates this revised bill and often considers additional amendments and sometimes even amendments to amendments. It's all just part of improving the original law so it moves along in the best shape possible.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress.
Ever hear somebody stating a supposed fact when you know there has to be another side to the story? Well, getting to the truth quite often means that you have to take the time to go beyond one person's opinion and dig around for what others have to say about it. When you hear about an issue or law that you're really interested in, take the time to find out what the other side thinks about it. You may learn some things you hadn't thought of before, and then you can weigh all of that information and come up with your own opinion. Analyzing all the facts and opinions not only makes you a better informed citizen, it might give you an idea of how you can help. That helps make you a great citizen.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress.
Our country was founded on the principle of balance, that no branch of government could dominate another. For example, Congress is responsible for passing laws, but it's up to the president to okay them. The president nominates judges, but Congress must approve them. Judges can declare laws unconstitutional, but Congress can propose other ways of accomplishing the same thing. The president can veto bills passed by Congress, but Congress can override the veto. This system of power sharing is called checks and balances, but it doesn't stop there. We balance responsibilities between the federal government and state governments. We balance influence between big states and little states. The resulting system might look like a complicated maze of boxes and arrows, but it's really quite simple. That no one part of government should be allowed to get too powerful.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress.
Our country depends on citizen participation. But if you don't participate, things get messy. Think if you didn't participate at home and you didn't discuss what you wanted. Instead of getting an ice-cold soda, you'd get an ice-cold shower. Instead of playing video games, you'd be playing pinochle. And instead of playing football, you'd get stuck with a doll. If you don't participate, you don't get what you want. How do you participate as a citizen? Write your representatives a letter or send them an email. Visit their office or attend an online meeting. Study up on the issues by following the news and checking websites. Volunteer on a campaign and get your candidate elected. And when you turn 18, you can vote. The key is to find the ways that work best for you and get started.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress.
Every year, Congress must consider and debate hundreds of very important matters. Imagine what it would look and sound like if the entire Congress discussed each and every topic before it. Well, thankfully, members of both the House and Senate belong to individual committees that focus on a particular subject, like education or the environment. When a member introduces a bill that she would like to see become a law, it is immediately sent to a committee, where it is studied in detail. Committee members hear experts talk about why this particular bill is or isn't a good idea. And committees are tough graders. The vast majority of bills introduced never make it out of committee. So when you think of where the work really gets done in Congress, think committees.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. Here's a word about the word compromise, a very important congressional concept. Some people mistakenly think it means giving in or losing an argument. In the case of Congress, where there's a lot of diversity and debate, opposing points of view come face to face almost every day. By compromising, our legislators can move beyond the argument and begin working on the solutions to the problems that come before them. In fact, the idea for Congress to have two chambers was the solution to a major disagreement back in 1787 and has itself become known as the Great Compromise. This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. Have you ever made a quick decision that you wished you'd taken more time to think about? Quick decisions are often not the best decisions, especially when it comes to passing laws that affect all Americans. The U.S. Congress practices what is called deliberation when making their important decisions. Imagine if just one person made all the laws in our country, just doing whatever popped into their head. That's why there are so many steps in the legislative process to make sure that bad ideas don't get passed in the heat of the moment. Taking the time to get the laws right is the most important thing that Congress can do. In fact, deliberation could work for you, too. This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. Back in the early days of our country, almost all of our citizens had come from Northern Europe. When a congressman from those days spoke with his constituency, by and large, he and they looked pretty much the same and also had many shared values. Well, imagine that same member of Congress today addressing his or her constituency. The United States has become a tremendously diverse nation with citizens from all over the world. Americans today have many different jobs, live in a variety of communities, and have different needs and interests. This creates a special challenge for today's members of Congress, as they must govern a population that has vastly different backgrounds and beliefs. Passing laws that take all of us into consideration requires patience and a willingness to seek out and listen to all of the different voices that make up our 21st century America. This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. Our government is like a big three-layer cake. We have local government, state government, and national government, often called federal government. Local government handles local issues like police, water, and building permits. State government handles issues about your state, such as education, healthcare, and recreation. Federal government handles national issues, such as national parks, the military, and space exploration. This system of dividing responsibilities among governments is called federalism. Sometimes who does what isn't that clear, yet this flexibility lets us decide whether a particular problem is best handled in local town halls, in state capitals, or by the men and women in the Congress. This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. Long before there was a Congress or a government, there were 13 colonies of people living along the East Coast, from New Hampshire to Georgia. They came from England and other countries in Europe. Over 2 million people were living here by 1775. Technically, these colonies were under British rule, but they were learning how to govern themselves, and many wanted to start a brand new country. The people who made this possible, who led the fight to freedom and founded our government, are referred to as the Founders. They boldly declared their independence from British rule on July 4th, 1776. They won the Revolutionary War and founded a new nation. And on September 17th, 1787, the United States of America officially started with the signing of the U.S. Constitution. Article 1, Section 1 of the Constitution states, "All legislative powers shall be vested in a Congress which shall consist of a Senate and a House of Representatives." What the Founders set up was a representative democracy, giving each of us a say in how we are governed through our elected representatives in Congress.
Brilliant.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress.
You may wonder sometimes, who are all these people in Washington and what are they doing? Well, 535 of them are in Congress, representing you and everyone else in the country, which is just as well because there are too many of us to fit in one room anyway. Members of Congress are there to listen to us and to speak for us as they make new laws or legislate. Legislators work in either the House of Representatives or the Senate. The House is more about representing people based on how many live in each state. It has a large number of members to stay in close touch with what people back home want. The Senate is more about representing every state equally, taking a broader national view and making sure that our government doesn't rush into any bad laws. Working together, they play the most important role in our system of representative democracy. Do you know who's representing you?
It's me. This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress.
Everyone knows that Congress makes laws. But just how does a bill, no, not that kind of a bill, but how does this kind of a bill, an idea for a law, become a law? First, a member of the House or Senate comes up with an idea and introduces it as a bill. Then it's carefully reviewed by the appropriate committee in Congress. If the committee approves the bill, it then needs to be passed by both the House and Senate. If they do, it goes to the President for his signature. Only then is a bill officially a law. But it's a difficult process, with less than 10% of bills introduced ever becoming law. It's not a process designed to move quickly. There are various obstacles along the way to ensure that bad ideas don't make it through.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress.
I'll bet you're one of those kids who thinks, Congress, who needs it? It doesn't affect kids at all, and certainly not me. Well, if it weren't for Congress, that beautiful stream that flows through your town would be a polluted and smelly waterway that no one would like. Instead of traveling quickly and safely on a modern interstate highway for your vacations, you would have to take bumpy old back roads. Rather than visiting one of our great national parks, you'd find yourself at just another strip mall. Are you getting the picture? And when you grow up and go to college, you can thank Congress for providing student loans or for making sure women's sports programs get the same treatment as men's. I'll bet if you did a little digging, you could find a lot more ways that the work of Congress affects your everyday life.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress.
You've probably heard the saying, you're never too old to learn. Well, here's a new one for you. You're never too young to get involved in your government. That's right, you. But how, you ask? Well, is there a particular issue in your community that you care about? A park that's too dangerous? A river that's polluted? A library that's run down? You'll be amazed how effective kids can be when they put their minds to it. Kids have started petitions, created online action networks, and even testified before legislators. Kid power, you'll never know until you try.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. Imagine a group of kids on the playground trying to decide what games to play without any leadership. Add leaders to the group and decisions can be made and things can get done. Congress is no different. It's a large group that needs leadership to get things done. The House of Representatives elects a Speaker of the House, whose job it is to set which bills will be voted on and to maintain order in the House. Both the House and the Senate have what are called the majority and minority leaders. They are chosen by each political party to lead their efforts in each chamber. Perhaps the best title of all goes to the majority and minority whips. Yes, whips. Their job is to make sure that the members of their party line up correctly when voting on critical issues. There are many other powerful people in Congress, particularly those who chair the many important committees. But even so, they still take their cues from the congressional leadership. This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. Voting is the easiest way to participate in our democracy. You just go to the voting booth and pick the best person for the job. Now, some people are voting Scrooges. They think their vote doesn't matter. But if you take a look at history, it tells a different story. In 1845, one vote made Texas part of the United States. In 1920, one vote gave women the right to vote. And in 2000, the presidency of the United States was won by 537 votes out of almost 6 million cast in the state of Florida. That's closer than a three-pointer at the buzzer. That's closer than just catching the school bus. That's closer than the B you just squeaked out in chemistry. If you don't vote, you have no say in what happens to our country. But when you do vote, you'll feel proud that you had a voice in choosing the people who represent you in Washington. This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. What's in a number? Take the number 65. That's how many members were in the House of Representatives in the very first Congress. And each of those 65 was responsible to only 30,000 voters back home. Today, the House of Representatives is made up of 435 members, each of whom has to represent the interests of more than 650,000 people. That means that today's members of Congress have to work much harder to reach their constituents. Of course, when there's so many of us, it's difficult for them to hear what we have to say. That makes citizen participation all the more important. One way to make sure you're heard is to join a group that shares a common interest or goal. That way, many voices become one, and that is hard to ignore. This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. Way back in 1789, people were noticing some things our new Constitution didn't take care of. So the first Congress came up with 10 changes, or amendments, which became known as the Bill of Rights. The First Amendment is important because Congress actually told itself what it could not do. If written using today's language, the First Amendment would say, you can't pass laws that keep people from practicing their religion. You can't pass laws that keep people from speaking their minds or publishing their ideas. And you can't pass laws that stop folks from getting together peacefully to express their views to their people in government. This amendment, plus the others in the Bill of Rights, reassured the nation that the powers of their new government would have limits. As President George Washington said, the amendments strengthened our characteristic rights. This fact
Excuse me, Sir Legs-a-Lot. How's a girl supposed to go about her business if you've got socks in every single dryer in this joint?
Well, I suppose you're just going to have to wait. I should be done in 3 or 4 hours.
3 or 4 hours? But I don't even have a full load.
This looks like an opportunity for compromise.
Oh, my goodness. Dr. Broccoli, I watch your show every day.
Where'd you come from?
Never mind that, Pinky. Now, let's see if we can find a way to work together so that we all leave here with dry feet. Or whatever those things are.
Hey!
You, sir, obviously have more than your share of socks to dry. Why don't you let Pinky here put some of her laundry in with yours? And Pinky, perhaps you could give him half of the quarters you were planning to use.
That would be fair.
Yeah, that's okay with me, too.
Oh, that's wonderful. We all win when we use compromise to solve our problem.
Could I get your autograph?
Compromise isn't selling out. It's the way our democracy works. Wait a minute.
Sorry, lady, but you can't park your bike on this here sidewalk.
But I'm working here. I'm a delivery bird, for pizza's sake.
Later that night, Pinky got together with all of her fellow delivery birds, and they formed a special interest group.
We've got to overturn this law that says delivery birds can't park their bikes on the sidewalk. Who's with me?
The SWDBU went on to urge legislators to change the law prohibiting the parking of bikes on sidewalks, but met fierce resistance from another special interest group, Concerned Citizens for Uncluttered Sidewalks. After hearing both sides, lawmakers added an exemption to the law that allowed delivery birds to park their bikes on the sidewalks temporarily while making their deliveries. Both groups called the decision a success. That's the role that special interests play in our democracy, giving voice to groups of like-minded individuals so that everyone's ideas are represented in our government.
gotta eat these red bugs for lunch.
What, are you crazy? Those red bugs will go straight to your hips. Now, these blue bugs over here, these guys are delicious. Let's eat them for lunch.
No way. Blue bugs will kill you. High in the sodium. You're nuts, Bruce. We're eating the red bugs.
Blue bugs.
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 Red bugs.
Blue
Red
bugs.
bugs. Red, 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 red.
Just as Pinky and Bruce had a hard time agreeing on what to eat, people disagree about the laws they want to pass and which policies to adopt. The arguments that legislators have with each other in Congress and state legislatures are reflections of the disagreements among we, the people.
There sure are a lot of us. Do you ever feel like you just don't have a voice?
What are you talking about? Send an email to your state legislator.
Huh? Who's that?
That guy right there.
Hey, what's up? Your state and federal legislators are your voice in our government. They don't speak for themselves, they speak for you. That's why it's crucial for you to be involved with who represents you. In last year's election, only 62% of these birds even registered to vote. And of that 62% who registered, only 2/3 of them bothered to vote. That means only 2 out of 5 are using their voice. What a shame. And voting isn't the only way to get involved. You can pay attention to what goes on in government and call, write, or visit your state and federal representatives. You can also join special interest groups with other like-minded citizens to let your representatives know how you feel. There are so many ways to get involved, and you definitely have a voice. Now go out there and use it.
Hi, I'm Mike Passini, Community Affairs Director for Boulder Disposal. Citywide no-sort recycling is here. Boulder City now has expanded a citywide, comprehensive no-sort recycling program. It is so simple to use and proven to increase recycling results virtually overnight. Welcome to the Boulder City Recycling Center, where thousands and thousands of tons of your recyclables are diverted from being buried in our landfill. You can now recycle at home, at work, and at school. The new recycling program is totally easy, so do your part, aim for zero waste. How easy is it, you ask? You throw all your recyclables into one bin and you're done. And it's that simple. Just put your cart at the curb before 6 a.m. every Wednesday to ensure pickup.
Recycling is now available for single-family and multifamily residences, including apartments, mobile home parks, and RV parks.
The new program includes businesses, schools, and parks too. So no matter where you are in Boulder City, you can do your part.
The industry term for no-sort recycling is single stream. In its simplest terms, what used to be multiple streams of recyclables needed to be separated by the homeowner in advance of pickup. The no-sort method combines all the streams, paper, plastic, and glass, into one. All participants need to do is throw all recyclables into one container. And due to technological advances in recovering the materials, nearly all of the waste is effectively recycled. Be sure to review the No-Sort Recycling Guide brochure that came with your container to ensure proper material disposal. Recyclable guidelines are also indicated on the container lid.
Boulder City, with your continued commitment to recycling and our new BC Waste-Free No-Sort Recycling program, we are confident we can more than double the amount of recyclables kept out of our landfill. All homeowners can participate in the citywide BC Waste-Free Curbside Recycling program. Each homeowner will be provided with a green 65-gallon wheeled recycling bin.
All recycling will be collected on Wednesday every week. Place all recyclable materials in the green bin and wheel it to the curb. Remember, the green bin should have no food, yard waste, clothing, styrofoam, wax-coated cartons, or cups. It's very important to keep the green bin for our recyclables only. Once your green bins have been emptied, the recyclables are trucked to the Boulder City Recycling Center and unloaded.
It's here at the Boulder City Recycling Center where your recyclables are loaded into containers and trucked to the main recycling center in North Las Vegas. So no matter where you are in Boulder City, you can do your part. Aim for zero waste. For those residences requiring additional recycling bins, please email us at contact@bcwastefree.com or visit us online at bcwastefree.com. Improved recycling is vital to the future of our city and our planet. Aim for zero waste. I'm Mike Passini, Community Affairs Director for Boulder Disposal, and together we'll make Boulder City cleaner and greener.
It's the one place in Las Vegas where there's mathematical order in our natural universe. Hummingbirds bring joy and wonder to our gardens. Trees anchor and cool our landscapes, and there are many more stories at the Springs Preserve where all that matters is what's elemental. Have you heard the expression, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts? Well, when you add our newest traveling exhibit, Numbers and Nature, to the shows we've already done this year, that's exactly what we've created. We started 2018 with the cleverly interactive show Math Alive. Then for the summer, we followed with the fascinating creatures of Nature's Ninjas. So when we considered the possibilities for our final show of the year, we wondered, what if we combined those two concepts? Numbers and Nature was exactly the solution we were looking for.
I think it's going to be a great conclusion to the year because it really kind of shows us that some of the most beautiful and interesting parts of nature are very much linked to patterns and numbers, and so that's really fun to see and to see how those things tie together.
Designed and developed by the Chicago Museum of Science and Industry, Numbers and Nature reveals a mysterious mathematical structure behind many elements in the natural world, from the radial symmetry of a snowflake to the Fibonacci spirals of a pine cone. These geometric patterns adhere to specific mathematic formulas. Numbers and Nature shows us these patterns exist even in our own bodies.
So part of the exhibit is hands-on interactives. So they're going to be able to stand in front of a mirror and see the patterns in their own body. They're going to be able to compose music using symmetry. They're going to be able to use templates to find patterns in natural objects all around the exhibit. And of course, the big, most exciting thing about it is a giant mirror maze that they can walk through.
As the centerpiece of this exhibit, the 1,800 square foot mirror maze is a dizzying array of mirrors that is in itself a pattern. Mirrored surfaces all around reflect that pattern so that it repeats and appears infinite.
The mirror maze is really fun. Not only is it kind of beautiful when you walk in, but it's also kind of exciting because you get a little bit of a thrill of maybe getting lost in the maze. But while you're walking through, you can find hidden rooms and learn on secret hidden text panels about different kinds of patterns in nature. So there are things to look for as you're walking through this really, really cool maze.
Like most of our exhibits, Numbers and Nature makes learning about math playful and interactive. And as always, this exhibit offers something for everyone to enjoy.
Anybody of any age is going to find something they're really interested in here. The younger kids are just going to probably be excited to walk through this really cool maze and see themselves 100 times in one spot. And the older guests are going to be able to delve a little bit more into the nitty-gritty of the math of the exhibit.
Numbers and Nature is featured in our Origin Museum through January 6th. As the world prepares to celebrate the 100th anniversary of Armistice Day, which ended World War I, the Nevada State Museum and the Springs Preserve will mark the occasion by presenting their first joint exhibit. The Great War, the Western Front and the Nevada Home Front, will provide a glimpse into what led to the war and Nevada's contributions to the war effort, both domestically and abroad. The exhibit can be found at the Nevada State Museum's Entryway Gallery, the Big Springs Gallery at the Origin Museum, and the Boomtown 1905 exhibit, which will be decorated to welcome the boys home from the war. The event runs from October 11th through January 6th and is free for members or with paid general admission. For more information, see springspreserve.org. Relative to their size, hummingbirds are the fastest animal on the planet. They migrate the farthest, eat the most, and have the highest metabolism. In fact, with as many superlatives as we can use to describe these little critters, it's kind of a shame they don't have a more imaginative name.
Hummingbirds are called hummingbirds because of the noise that their wings make when they beat. So they beat so quickly that they make that humming noise. Hummingbird wings can beat as fast as 80 times per second.
And that's not the only cool thing about them. There's more than 300 species of hummingbirds, making them the second largest family of birds on the planet. And they all live right here in the Americas. They move up and down the entire Western Hemisphere, migrating annually from Alaska all the way down to Chile in South America. We're pretty lucky here in Las Vegas because we're placed conveniently right in the middle of the Pacific Flyway, a popular migratory route, so we get a lot of those travelers. But we have our locals as well.
We do have a couple of species that will be living here all year round, so that are native. We do have the Annas, which I think are the ones that are the most recognizable for everybody. They're the ones with the nice bright red head. And they're usually who you see at your feeder. They're one of the bigger sized hummingbirds too, so they're real obvious, and the males are so iridescent red on their head that it's real hard to miss them. We also have a black-chinned hummingbird, which sometimes is native. They will sometimes stay all year round, but those are the two that are generally considered to be local. But then we also have Costas, which have the purple head, and they kind of have that little mustache that comes out on the side. The males, they're real cute. They are starting to stay. So they do migrate, but sometimes we see them year-round as well, especially in areas where there's lots of food sources for them. So a place like the Springs Preserve, we might see Costas all year round here.
Their high metabolism keeps them very busy regardless of the temperature variables here. No matter the weather, they're out foraging for food. But being so small, you'd probably assume that they don't eat much, right?
It's actually the opposite. They eat more due to their size and their super high metabolism. They eat 2 times their body weight in a day. And they don't just eat nectar. So the nectar really provides the energy source for them, for their body. It's what keeps their metabolism going. But what they really get all of their sustenance from is protein from insects. So they kind of, if you think about it, the nectar is the fuel for them to go and hunt and find those insects to eat.
One of the most defining characteristics of hummingbirds is that long beak. Its purpose is readily apparent when we see them approaching a flower.
Their long beak is designed so that they can reach down into flowers all the way inside to get the nectar that's inside. And their tongue is forked at the end, kind of like a snake. And so it actually curls up on the sides and it lets them lap the nectar out of the flower. And they also, when they're doing that, they get pollen on their faces and on their beaks. And so they actually are really important pollinators as well, because as they go to flower, getting all that nectar, they're pollinating the flowers as they move to them. And if you've ever watched a hummingbird, they are busy when they're eating, so they do a lot of pollination.
The need to eat that much food each day certainly keeps them very busy. And it's their speedy, swooping flight that draws our attention, so it's understandable we'd think that they stay constantly on the move because that's often the way we notice them. Their diminutive size makes it very hard to find them when they're just sitting stationary. But that's how they spend a lot of their days.
Really, they spend the majority of their day perched and digesting. And they'll go for little spurts of time and they'll fly around to the different flowers. But they usually spend only like 20% of their day flying around, and then the other around 80% is spent perching and digesting. But they do not walk around on the branches. You won't see them hop around. Their feet just basically are there for perching purposes. So yeah, they don't work quite the same way as a lot of the other birds that you see flying around here.
As prolific and resourceful as they are, there are more than a dozen of their species that are critically endangered. Due to loss of habitat, mostly in South and Central America, some species are expected to be extinct within the next 50 years. So it wouldn't hurt to make life a little bit easier on those who pass our way.
It's actually pretty easy to attract hummingbirds here in Las Vegas, which is pretty cool. They love anything bright colored. So if you find especially bright red or orange, pink colored plants, those are always really popular with the hummingbirds. Everybody in town loves the lantana. The butterflies love that too, so there's a bonus. You can get both. Sages, like autumn sage, work really well for hummingbirds. And then feeder-wise, there's all sorts of feeders that you can buy in the stores. It doesn't have to be fancy or expensive, and it's super easy to make hummingbird food. All you need is just plain white sugar and water. And it's 1 to 4, 25% sugar to water, because it has the right percentages of fructose and glucose in it. So it's perfect for them. And it makes it real simple, and they're a real easy little friend to have come visit in your yard.
Over the last 10 years, by creating a nurturing environment, the Springs Preserve has become a favorite stopping-off place for hummingbirds. Even the more rare migratory species have been spotted here.
The best thing about here is really I see hummingbirds everywhere. Back by the animal exhibits, I see hummingbirds every day. The gardens is just awash in hummingbirds all the time. And it's nice because it's in the middle of town, and so it's a stopping point because we've got water sources, we've got plant and nectar sources, and so it's a great place to come and see them. And not just hummingbirds, but we have a ton of bird species here, especially during migration season. You can see some amazing animals that you wouldn't normally get to see in Las Vegas just by visiting one place.
It's the happiest time in the happiest place in Las Vegas. Bring your little ones and join us every Thursday from 11 to 11:45 a.m. at our popular play and learning party called Toddler Time. There's a different theme every week with stories and crafts designed for kiddos from 2 to 5 years old. From archaeology to zoology, it's a great way to introduce the whole family to the complete Springs Preserve experience. It's free for members or with paid general admission, and no reservations are required. Visit springspreserve.org for more information. The Springs Preserve has developed fun educational programs geared specifically for Scouts in our community. We invite our local Boy Scouts to join certified counselors in our Scout Quest Merit Badge series throughout the fall and earn a merit badge for a variety of activities. Upcoming classes include Emergency Preparedness on October 20th, Citizenship in the Community on November 10th, and Automotive Maintenance on November 17th. Registration for each merit badge is $15. Limited seating is available. Register online at springspreserve.org. The Springs Preserve is one of those rare places these days that truly can be called unique. There's really no place like it. Nestled right in the middle of a bustling community of more than 2 million people is this sanctuary. It's a place where thousands of species of flora and fauna call their native home. And it's a place where people go to find inspiration, even when it's their place of work.
I think if you come on a nice quiet day when you have a moment to just walk through, enjoy the gardens, enjoy the trails, and just see some things that maybe you didn't expect to see and want to see again. There's always something new when you come here and you visit, and just having that relaxing moment to kind of enjoy your environment.
Renee's love for the Springs Preserve began the moment she first walked onto the property.
I came to the Springs Preserve as a guest, and as soon as I walked in, I knew it was someplace I wanted to be on a regular basis. Bought a membership right off the bat because it was just so outstanding to me that this place exists, and that the architecture and the sustainability themes, the nature trails, it's just really special to get away from just all the noise and the clutter of your life, and to come somewhere where you're going to see a hummingbird fly past you and enjoy some lantana, or just see all the flowers blooming. It's really almost like therapy.
She's enamored with her workplace even from the minute she begins her short walk from her car to her office. Since photography was in her blood, she decided to start bringing a small camera with her to capture the amazing but elusive moments she was experiencing, and began to share those magical moments with guests and colleagues.
I love sharing the Springs Preserve with everybody, and the people that haven't been here and they don't know what it's about, maybe if they see an image that we post on Instagram that shows some things where they're like, wow, I had no idea this was in Las Vegas, and this is the kind of things that I can see here. And even the families that have lived here don't even realize the beautiful things that's kind of really all around us, but you just have to kind of look at a specific place like the Springs Preserve to see those things.
It was the process of photography that compelled her to look closer. And looking closer caused her to question more. That cycle of looking and questioning made her love the place even more.
I grew up in Las Vegas. I loved playing in the desert, but I never really knew the names of things. And I think going through the Springs Preserve and just walking through daily, and you just learn like the names of the different cactus. You learn the different kind of hummingbirds we have here, with the Andes hummingbirds, the Costas hummingbirds. And I've just evolved as a person and just learned so much just from being around the Springs Preserve. I love going out, and I will see like an antelope ground squirrel, and I'll think, you know what, I really have enough pictures of antelope ground squirrels at this point. But then I'll see a family of antelope ground squirrels, and I'll see babies, and I'll be like, okay, maybe I don't quite have enough pictures, because this is really special to be to see the mother and all the little babies, and they just run around and they play with each other and they kind of give each other little nose kisses. And I'll be like, yeah, I think I can use a few more pictures of these. We have a couple of gray foxes that come through the property, and in the last couple of summers, it's been really, really special for me to see them raise their family here. So they'll have a couple of little gray fox kits that will run about, and then they grow up and they kind of move along. But it is kind of special to see them make their home here.
It takes a lot of patience to photograph wildlife, so it makes Renee's photography even more impressive when you discover she only gets a few minutes each day to find and capture those precious moments.
My time that I go and take photos is limited to when I walk in the morning, coming, over to my desk, which isn't a large time frame, but it's mostly at my lunch hour that I will find that I take the most pictures, because that's when I have the most time, and that will be like around noon or 1 o'clock. But still, I mean, with the light from the trees and the different things that are happening on property, there's really no bad time to take pictures here at the Springs Preserve. I take some of my best shots midday, which to some photographers is like, that's really hard because you get that light. But with the trees and the shade and the different foliage around, and the way the light filters through the leaves, you can really get some beautiful images any time of day.
Experienced photographers will tell you the best camera is the one you have with you. In her experience over the years, Renee will tell you that simple is smarter.
I carry very simple equipment. I use a Rebel T3, an older camera, and it really is pretty adequate. I rarely go beyond the automatic settings. I will use different focus techniques when I photograph, just so I can zoom in and get that glint of a hummingbird's eye, or get like the details of a flower. But you can really use really simple techniques with really basic equipment to get outstanding photographs here at the Springs Preserve.
So through the changing of the seasons and the passing of the years, the Springs Preserve evolves and grows. And Renee will continue to look and learn with her camera so she might better communicate the majesty of this unique sanctuary in a language everyone can understand.
I think in the last 4 years you can just see that the Springs Preserve has grown. When you walk through the gardens even, if you were here last year, you're going to see how it has evolved and grown and got even more beautiful. So I think documenting that growth with my camera is always really special, just to see how we keep evolving as a property for our guests. When you come to the Springs Preserve, you see another side of Las Vegas that I love to show in my photography, that is showing you all the beautiful things that are in the Mojave Desert, that are at the Springs Preserve, that all around us, that sometimes we don't realize are there. And that's really an inspiration for me to show that particular side of our city.
Our ever-popular butterfly habitat has opened for the season here at the Springs Preserve. Featuring hundreds of butterflies and spanning several different species, this enclosed habitat provides the opportunity to enjoy and learn about these beautiful but elusive insects. Wander through the seasonal exhibit and witness the fascinating dance between free-flying butterflies, the plants that sustain them, and their important role as pollinators in the ecosystem. You'll emerge with a better understanding of the environment needed for the survival of these spectacular animals. The habitat will be open for the fall season through November 18th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. The schedule is subject to change based on weather conditions and special event availability. Admission is $2 for value members, $3 for non-members. Bronze and above members receive free admission. All guests ages 2 and up must be ticketed. For more information, see springspreserve.org. Stately or majestic might not be the words one thinks of when describing the trees that are native to this hot, dry area. But the Mojave Desert hosts a variety of native trees that have over the years proven their resilience and ability to become a featured part of your landscape.
Trees are a great consideration when we're looking at landscape, so they're kind of an anchor plant. We want to consider those first before we look at some of the smaller plants because they can create some microclimates. They add value to your home. They're also fantastic for the shade that we need so much of the year here. They provide a visual screen and also a wind screen that we need. It can be quite windy here for most of the year. And they also can provide shelter for wildlife, so food and nesting material for a lot of those critters that we want to see in our yards.
If you're starting from scratch, tree placement is the first place to begin. Due to their dominant stature and slow growth, it's good to get them in first. Then, based on their expected growth when mature, design the rest of your landscape around them, especially if you're working with a small space.
There are a lot of trees you can use, even if you have a small patio or a small yard, that are going to stay a little bit restricted in size. Things like Bohenia, little leaf ash, there's a few sumacs that are small, Sephora or Texas mountain laurel. There's quite a few out there that will stay within 10 or 15 feet wide. What we always want to keep in mind is the mature size of the tree. We want to look around us, consider property lines, consider overhead power lines for sure. How big those trees are going to get, is that going to be a problem?
Clearly, choosing a native or indigenous tree for your large variety of native or desert-adapted trees with a wide array of size and features.
So there are many trees that are well adapted to our conditions, whether it be extremes of temperature or low availability of moisture. And some of those would be mesquites, acacias, desert willows, African sumac. There's a lot of plants out there that are going to sustain themselves with very little on your part to really add for maintenance and irrigation.
Of course, one of the greatest benefits of trees is the shade they provide. There are many varieties of desert natives that create the comforting canopies so needed in our hot summers.
So some great trees for shade would be the mesquites, acacias, palo verdes, a lot of the oaks and the pistache as well can give us a really sizable plant and give us a lot of shade that we would like throughout the year. Some are evergreen, some are deciduous, so just bear that in mind when you're choosing for the plants that you want in your yard.
If it's blooms you're looking for, our desert again comes through with several varieties whose flowers are the envy of the world.
Some really great trees for blooms seasonally would be, again, acacias, mesquites, palo verdes are fantastic, Texas olive, desert willows. There's a lot of things that bloom at different seasons of the year, so you can really mix and match in a landscape to get continual blooms. And the bonus there is that those showy flowers are going to help to feed pollinators and bring them to your yard.
You can add function to form in your tree selection by adding fruit trees. Perhaps surprisingly, we have several possibilities for edible fruit trees, many of which actually thrive here, bringing your family a bounty of delicious fruit each year.
So some really great fruit trees that grow well for us in the desert are figs and pomegranates. They are amazing. They tolerate the drought. They tolerate those extremes of temperature without very much care. Low chill apples and some of the stone fruit like pear, plums, and peaches. And then some of the citrus and a little more frost sensitive plants need a little bit more protection, but definitely if we find those microclimates in our environments, we can grow some of those plants here as well very successfully.
But a word of caution, there are some trees you'll see commonly here both in the nurseries and in established landscapes that are not good choices. They are not well acclimated to this environment and become susceptible to pests. These trees end up struggling and are usually short-lived.
Ash is one of those. They're susceptible to a lot of diseases and potentially really susceptible to the emerald ash borer that's making its way across the United States right now. The purple leaf plum and the Bradford pear are also trees that are readily available here, but they're generally pretty short-lived in our climate and can pose some challenges in trying to grow them successfully. And there are a few things to consider that are toxic if you've got curious children or pets. So things like oleander, if ingested, are toxic, as are the seeds from the Texas mountain laurel. So just do a little bit of research before you make your plant selection just to make sure that you've covered all your bases.
Trees are a wonderful addition to our landscapes, especially here in the desert, as they bring much-needed shade and cooling. If you need more information and ideas about how to introduce trees to your yard or garden, the Springs Preserve is the best place to start.
We offer classes throughout the year. We have tours on the weekends that are led by our staff and volunteers, so you can come and talk to the experts and ask those questions that you may have. Additionally, just coming and visiting us and seeing what's growing, what looks good at different seasons is really helpful in identifying some trees that you may not otherwise have thought about for putting in your landscape. And we have plant sales twice a year in spring and fall, and that's a perfect opportunity to come and buy desert-adapted trees and plants that will do really well for you in your environment here.
Stunning landscapes and water in the West. These two seemingly disparate concepts are tied together in an exhibit featuring the work of photographer Cody Brothers. This photo essay features many of the water resources within the state and speaks to the dramatic vistas and memories of forgotten times. The exhibit is located in our Desert Living Center patio gallery and is open through December 31st. Admission is free for members or with paid general admission. For more information, see springspreserve.org. We all have fond childhood memories of favorite foods or dishes, but sometimes we find that when we prepare those same dishes as adults, we're disappointed to realize our fondness might have been more for the youthful time or associations rather than the dish itself. Well, that's what Chef Cicely found when she recently prepared a favorite dessert from her youth. But with some determination and adult ingenuity, she tweaked the recipe to make this dish even more delicious than she remembered.
All right, I've got this pan heating here. It's a dry pan, there's nothing in it. And I've got some short grain brown rice. I'm gonna go ahead and dump that into the pan. And I'm doing what is called toasting the rice. Because today I am making coconut brown rice pudding. I loved rice pudding as a kid. It was one of my favorite desserts. And then when I got older and I tasted it, it wasn't quite so good. The simple, just plain like white sugar, milk, cream, white rice didn't do anything for me. So I'm taking a healthy variation, doing what I call Sicilifying it, so that it's something that I want to eat and eat all the time. So as this rice toasts, which is going to take about 5 to 10 minutes over a medium-high heat, the rice is going to slightly turn brown. When that's fully toasted to a level that I like, and I can smell it right now, it kind of gives a little bit of a popcorny sort of nuance. Turn that heat down. I'm going to transfer it into a medium-sized saucepan like this. Now in this pan, I've got some that's been going for quite a bit amount of time. Now rather than traditional rice pudding, dump everything in the pot, let it boil, cook away. When it's all mushy together, it's done. I like to cook it like a risotto. So I am on phase 2 addition. Risotto is cooked by adding in a little bit of the liquid, letting it meld, absorb, and then once it's absorbed enough, you add another round. So the round that goes in my coconut brown rice pudding is indeed some almond and coconut milk mixed together, some maple syrup so that the sweetness gets absorbed up by the rice, some honey, all of my favorite sweet, delicious aromatic things, tiny bit of vanilla extract, cinnamon, nutmeg, and just a little pinch of salt to help all those flavors come alive. I'm going to give it a good stir. Get this pot going over a nice low heat. Let that come to a simmer. I already see that steam coming off. Cover it. When all of that liquid absorbs, I'm going to do it again. And then when all that liquid absorbs, I'll probably do it again until it gets to the perfect texture and consistency that I like. My brown rice pudding is done, and it is decadently delicious. It does take a little bit longer because using that brown rice, that fiber and slightly denser starch takes a little bit longer to meld and cook down, but the creaminess is just absolutely delicious. And then of course to garnish with any childhood favorite or adult favorite, perhaps raisins, golden or brown, candied pecans, lovely, fresh strawberries, blueberries, you name it. Or indeed, to kick up the flavor of that coconut milk, fresh coconut. Thanks for joining me as I reinvent and prepare a childhood favorite. I hope you do the same. And come down and see us here at the Divine Cafe at the Springs Preserve.
We continue our fall festival season with 3 exciting events. First, in October, spooktacular fun for all ages awaits those who dare to enter the Springs Preserve's annual Haunted Harvest. This family-friendly event features trick-or-treat stations, carnival games, a maze and petting zoo, monster training, craft activities, live entertainment, food vendors, and much more fun. Then, November brings our popular Dia de Muertos, a 3,000-year-old Mexican celebration honoring loved ones that is full of joy and tradition. It's an event for the whole family that blends rich customs with exciting activities such as live theater and dance performances, altars, mariachis, face painting, sugar skull decorating, and an art exhibition. And finally, in December, come climb aboard the Springs Preserve's Holiday Express and be whisked away on a magical train ride to Santa's Village. Your very merry adventure includes personal time with Santa, holiday crafts, storytelling, cookie decorating, a nutcracker display, snow, yes, snow, and more. All these events are very popular, so make your plans and purchase tickets today. For more information, go to springspreserve.org.
Merry
There's a lot more to discover, so join us next time here at the Springs Preserve, where the nature of numbers, the fascination of hummingbirds, and the joy of photography mingle to bring new life to Las Vegas.
Marty Robinson. Better scoot out here then.
Marty Robinson.
Called Devil Woman.
What you do?
Devil Woman.
Oh, Devil
Woman.
Dog. All right.
We'll try it. Devil Woman. I told Mary about it. Told us about her great sin. Mary cried and forgave me, and Mary took me back again. Said if I wanted my freedom, I could be free evermore. But I don't want to be, and I don't want to see Mary cry anymore. Oh, devil woman, I devil woman, let me be. Leave me alone, I want to go home. Mary is waiting and weeping down in the shack by the sea. After I've heard her, Mary's still in love with me. Devil woman, it's over. Laughing over by your charm, 'cause I don't want to stay, and I don't get away. Mary, open your heart. Oh, devil woman, let me be. Devil woman, let me be. I want to go home. Devil woman, you're evil, like the dark autumn breeze, like the winds that bring high tide. You bring me sorrow and grief. You make me shame to face Mary. Mary had the strength to tell. Lights are not so black, Mary took me back, Mary, oh, to understand. Oh, devil woman, let me. Devil woman, let me be. Leave me alone, I want to go home. Running along by the seashore, running as fast as I can. Even the seagulls are happy that I'm coming home again. Never again will I ever have another tear to fall. Down the beach I see what belongs to me, the one that I love most of all. Oh, devil woman, let me. Devil woman, let me be. Leave me alone, I want to go home. Oh, devil, let me be. Leave me alone, I want to go home.
Good. Does any good. Good D, guys. Crying my heart out over you. Off somewhere the music plays soft and low, and another holds the one that I love so. I was blind, I could not see that you were like a fool must do and watch you go. Now I'm crying my heart out over you. Blue eyes now they smile something. Ever since you went away, I die a little more each day, 'cause I'm crying my heart over you. Each night I climb the stairs to my room. It seems I hear you whisper in me. I miss your picture on the wall and your footsteps in, while I'm crying my heart over you. Now I'm crying my heart out over you. Those blue eyes now they smile, it's something. Ever since you went away, I died a little more each day, 'cause I'm crying my heart over you. Yes, I'm crying my heart over you. Well, I was tied up busy here. Well, here's no train song. Streamline, Cannonball, and E-Echo. The long still rail, the short cross town. I'm on my way back home. I'm on a train, the king of them all. Streamline, Cannonball. She moves along like a cannonball, like a star in a star in its heavenly fire. That lonesome sound, whistle I know as she travels through the night.
Tony Booth's song, Keys in the Mailbox. You heard that? All the keys in the mailbox, come on in. Oh, jealous me and careless use, 3 yards were just too great. I couldn't take those lonely nights that made you sit and wait. I day that you walked out on me, I thought you walked out of sight. Instead I see you in my dreams each night. Oh, the keys in the mailbox, come on. I'm sitting here wishing, dear, I'd have your love again. I'll never even ask you where you've been. Oh, the keys in the mailbox, come on in. I said I'd rather sit alone and share your company. I said don't come around at all if you need more than me. But sitting here alone, I can't deny the place at home. I'd gladly have you back on any turn. Oh, the keys in the mailbox, come on. I'm sitting here wishing, dear, I'd have your love again. I'll never even ask you where you've been. Oh, the keys in the mailbox, come on in. Bring it on down. Oh, the keys in the mailbox, come on in.
Good. Charlie Walker, I'd like to be in Charlie's shoes. I'd like to be in Charlie's shoes. That's what I've always said. 'Cause he had you and everything I'd lifted through and well, old Charlie left and went away, and when I got to you, wasn't long till I was walking round in Charlie's shoes. Now I'm wearing out the shoes that Charlie. I'm walking back and forth across the floor. The trouble that drove him away, I've got for company. These nights in Charlie's shoes are killing me. Oh, the greener grass, the greener grass that turned my head so slowly, it turned round. And every little dream I've built, she's always carrying me. I never knew old Charlie's shoes could have so many ties of disappointment and sorrows, and I wish he had them mine. Now I'm wearing out the shoes that Charlie. I'm walking back and forth across the trouble that drove him away, I've got for company. These nights in Charlotte's shoe are killing me. Yeah. Oh, where's Cowboy Chuck when I need him?
E-Echo, Precious Memories.
Precious
memories, unseen names, said from somewhere to my soul. How they linger ever near me, and the sacred past unfolds. Precious memories, how they linger, how they ever flood my soul. In the stillness of the midnight, precious sacred scenes unfold. Precious Father, lovely Mother, fly across the lonely years, and go home scenes of my childhood, in fond memory appear. In the stillness of the midnight, echoes of the past I hear. Old time singing, gladness free, from that lonely land somewhere. As I travel along my pathway, knowing what the years may hold, as I ponder, hope grows fonder. Precious memories flood my soul. Precious memories, how they ever flood my soul. In the stillness of the midnight, precious sacred scenes unfold.
What year are you in? G. I love you so much that I can't leave you. Even though my mind tells me I should. Then you make me think you really want me. And all my thoughts have leaving do no good. You've got me hard over mine, worried all the time, knowing you will always be the same. You'll keep hurting me, I know, but I just can't let you go, 'cause my heart won't let my love for me change. Friends tell me they see like me, wired over fine, loving you all the time, knowing you will always be the same. He'll keep hurting me, I know, but I just can't let you go, 'cause my heart won't let my love for me change. 'Cause my heart won't let my love for me change.
Yeah, I remember that one. That's goody. Good.
That's the only thing I know of Elvis.
Do it in D. How about Wild Side Life? You wouldn't read my letter if I wrote. You asked me not to go on the phone, but there's something I want to tell. So I wrote it in the words of this song. I didn't know God made honky-tonk. I might have known that you would never make a wife. You gave up the only one that ever loved, and went back to that one side of life. Oh, the glamour of the gay night life has to the places where the liquor flows, where you wait to meet anybody's love and forget the truest love ever known. I didn't know God made honky-tonk. I might have known that you would never make a wife. You gave up the only one that ever loved, and went back to that white silent life, and went back to that white silent life. Yeehaw! You got your cape on 3rd fret? Yeah, you do.
D trace.
G. Yeah, got it. Here we go. Play me the waltz of the angel. I played a party last night for some other folks. They were dancing and smiling at me. Except this old man alone at a table, as if for someplace that he'd rather be. So I said, sir, can I play something for you? Something special that you'd like
Express song for Ray Price. Ray Price. One more time.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that one?
Yeah.
I know.
Oh, you betcha.
See if I can't keep from spitting. I wonder what the bomber is that you have over me. I guess I'd never loved you long, just told memory. And I make a vow each time you live, I just will draw the line. But just like now, I go in one more time. One more time, my lips may kiss you. One more time, my arms will hold you. But it won't be long until you're gone, the memory left behind. I just know that when you go, I'll be lonely one more time. Your newness makes me wake up, and I'll give in to you. And I'm doing all the things I said that I wouldn't do. And I make a vow each time you live, I just will draw the line. When you come back, and just like now, you're lonely one more time. One more time, my lips may kiss you. One more time, my arms will hold you. But it won't be long until you're gone, with a memory left behind. I just know that when you go, I'll be lonely one more time. I just know that when you go, I'll be lonely one more time.
Since Chuck's not here, I'll do a Chuck song.
Uh-oh. Chuck Berry?
Dingleberry.
Chuck Berry.
Dingleberry. Nix. Chuck Nix.
Dingleberry. Okay.
Not everybody knows what Dingleberry is.
What's the song?
Today I passed and my heart fell at your feet. I can't help it if I'm still in love with you. Somebody else is my son, and he looks so satisfied. I can't help it if I'm still in love with you. A picture from the past came slowly stealing as I brushed you on and walked so close to you. And suddenly I got that old time feeling. I can't help it if I'm still in love with you. It's hard to know another's lips will kiss you and hold you just the way I used to do. Oh, heaven only knows how much I miss you. I can't help it if I'm still in love with you. Can't help it if I'm in love with you.
Yes, and Marty Robbins did that. Oh yeah. Plus a whole bunch of other people did too.
Who do you
Deep in Delta.
ribbon of darkness over me. Since my true love walked out the door, tears I never had before. Ribbon of darkness over me. Clouds are gathering over my head. Not till the day and night the sun. Shroud the night when day is done. Ribbon of darkness over me. Rain is falling on the meadow where once my love and I did lie. Now she is gone from the meadow. My goodbye. A ribbon of darkness over me, where once the world was young as spring. Flower did bloom and bird did sing. Ribbon of darkness over me. Here in this cold room of lying, don't wanna see no one but you. Lord, I wish I could be dying. Forget you. Oh, how I wish your heart could speak. My mind just aches and breaks all day. Come on home and take away this ribbon of darkness over me. Just come on home and take away ribbon of darkness over me. I guess I better get busy and practice that one.
How about Pride? Another Ray Price song. Pride. You got her? See?
Charlie Doodle, let's do it.
You know that you're doing lots of things that ain't right. You're out with a different party almost every night. And you're making me look like a crazy fool. So why do I have these doubts about leaving you? Because my heart tells me stay, but my pride tells me go. But how can I leave you when I love you so? Which way should I turn? I'd sure like to know. My heart tells me stay, but my pride tells me go. I'd be so much better off to drive you from my mind and make you a memory that I'd like to leave behind. I know that these heartaches are what you will put me through. So why do I have these doubts about leaving you? Because my heart tells me stay, but my pride tells me go. So how can I leave you when I love you so? Which way should I turn? I'd sure like to know. My heart tells me stay, but my pride tells me go. My heart tells me stay, but my pride tells me go.
Oh yeah.
Woo! Little Ray.
That's one of my favorites. Okay, Chuck, here we go again. Cold, cold heart. Even Chuck loves that. dee. Well, I tried so hard, my dear, to show that you're my everything. Yet you're afraid each thing I do is just some evil scheme. A memory from your lonesome past keeps us so far apart. Why can't I free your doubtful mind and your cold, cold heart? Another love before my time that you are sad. And so my heart is paying now I didn't do. In anger, unkind words that make the teardrops stop. Why can't I free your doubtful mind and your cold heart? You'll never know how much it hurts to see you sit and cry. You know you need and want my love, but you're afraid to try. Why do you run and hide from life? Try it just ain't smart. Why can't I free your doubtful mind and your cold, cold heart? There was a time when I believed that you belonged to me, but now I know your heart is shackled to a memory. The more I learn to care for you, maybe drift apart. How can I free your doubtful mind and your cold, cold heart?
Standing ovation.
Pull the camera over there.
Okay, this one is an A. The last letter.
Last letter.
Yeah,
That'd be Z then.
1930.
The letter of the letter.
Well, why do you treat me as if I were only a friend? What have I done that has made you so distant and cold? Sometimes I wonder if you'll be contented again. Will you be happy when you are withered and gone?
I caused it because what I do when I get there, rather than going straight to E, I give it one break so I can get to E without missing it, and that throws everybody else off.
But so we're area to area. You just got to sing faster.
Well, yeah, and if we can get a high enough paying contract, I'll change that. I'm not going to volunteer to change it.
How about Jimmy Buffett song?
Yeah.
Living on sponge cake, watching the sun bathe. All we do is all covered with on. Whoa! Just a minute. It's on. Where do we go from there? Living on sponge cake, watching the sun. On my principal swing, well, those ship there beginning to boil. Wasted away again in Margaritaville, searching for mine, not shaker of salt. Some people claim that there's a woman to blame, but I know it's nobody's fault. Don't know the reason I stayed here all season with nothing to show but my brand new tattoo. But it's a real beauty, Mexican beauty, and how it got here I haven't a clue. Waiting away again in Margaritaville, searching for my lost shaker of salt. Some people claim that there's a woman to blame, but I know it's nobody's fault. Blew up my flip-flop, stepped on a pop top, cut my heel, had to fly me back home. There's blues in the blender, and soon it will render a frozen concoction that makes you hang on. Wasted away again in Margaritaville, searching for mine, not shaker of salt. Some people claim that there's a woman to blame, but I know it's nobody's fault. Some people claim that there's a woman to blame, but I know it's nobody's fault. It's nobody's fault.
Tim will be down before long up north. Snowbird Tim.
I'm tired of this dirty old city. Still leave. Well, I'm tired of this dirty old city. Entirely too much work. Never enough play. and I'm tired of his old sidewalk. Think I'll walk off my steady job today. Turn me loose, set me free, somewhere in the middle of Montana, and give me all I've got coming today, and keep your retirement and your so-called Social Security. Big city turned me loose and set me free. I've been working every day since I was 20. Haven't done a thing to show for anything I've done. There's folks who never work and they've got land. Think it's time guys like me have some fun. Turn me loose, set me free, somewhere in the middle of Montana, and give me all I've got coming today, and keep your retirement and your so-called Social Security. Big city turned me, set me free. Yeah, big city turned me and set me free. Yeah.
That was good at all. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's no problem. This is a jam session. Deep Delta. Fancy meeting you here tonight. Life played a role. True love is here all along, lost in the flow. Can't tell you how much I've been feeling this way. So long since I've held someone, been too long to say. Take me out
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing grace, how sweet. I will if I learn how. That'll be a cut. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. Was grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fear relieved. Our precious debt, that grace appeared when I first believed. When we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we've no less days to sing God's praise than when we first begun. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Blind, but now I see. I was blind, but now I see. Yeah.
You ready? Ready?
I was ready 10 years ago.
I want you ready. I don't want to just.
I was ready 10 years ago.
Well, I'm walking the dog, and I'm never. I'm walking the dog, ain't thinking about you. I don't need no one to tie me down. I'm walking the dog, I'm painting the town. Such an easy life I never knew until that day that I left you. Well, I'm a carefree man that's seen the light. I'm walking the dog all the day and all night. Well, I'm full of strength, I just can't go. I got a one-track mind, so I've been taught. Well, I'm fancy free, I don't worry no more. I'm walking it down all along the line. Such an easy life I never knew until that day that I left you. Well, I'm a carefree lad that's seen the light. I'm on the dog all the day and all the You know that one? Early in the
Do it in the garden.
garden. Go to the garden. And he walks with me and he talks with me and he tells me I am his own, and the joy we share as we tarry there none other has ever known. He speaks and the sound of his voice is so sweet the bird cuts their sing, and the melody that he gave to me within my heart is ringing. And he walks with me and he talks with me and he tells me I am his own, and the joy we share as we tarry there none other has ever known. And the joy we share as we tarry there none other has ever known. Will the circle be unbroken? I was standing by my window on a cold and cloudy day when I saw the hearse come rolling for to carry my mother away. When a circle be unbroken, by and by, Lord, by and by, there's a man home awaiting in the sky, Lord, in the sky. Well, I told the undertaker, please drive slow, for the body you are holding, Lord, I hate to see her go. Will the circle be unbroken by and by, Lord, by and by, when a man home awaiting in the sky, Lord, in the sky. But I followed close behind her, tried to hold up and be brave, but I could not hide my sorrow when they laid her in the grave. Will the circle be unbroken by and by, Lord, by and by? There's a man home awaiting in the sky, Lord, in the sky. A man home awaiting in the sky, Lord, in the sky. Bye, folks. See you tomorrow. Have many people listening?
No, because this is the first time we tried this. It was fun. Man, I enjoyed it.
I know. Okay.
We've been waiting on you. Blue despair.
Start it out. Go ahead.
Go. Come on. Yeah. Get it.
G. Go. I've got a never-ending song for you.
the past breaking my mind. I know it's gone for good. It makes me want to cry. Is this all we get to keep as the years go strolling by? Just a memory of all the days gone by. Oh, you're always in my heart when you're often on my mind. Your love will never die long as I'm alive. Oh, it seems so sad to me that we never said goodbye. I guess it never hurts to hurt sometimes. Try to hold on to the moment, but time won't let you stay. Forever step you take, lose something along the way. Is this all we get to keep as the years go strolling by? Just a memory of all the days gone by. Oh, you're always in my heart, and you're often on my mind. Your love will never die, long as I'm alive. Oh, it seems so sad to me that we never said goodbye. I guess it never hurts to hurt sometimes. Well, I guess it never hurts to hurt sometimes.
All right, good boy. All right,
Mr. D. Kill.
how about Detour?
Detour.
And Charlie. It's better get in the right chord, isn't it? Shouldn't play it underneath. Charlie. C. B and C.
Headed down life's route, lots of things I do, and it doesn't mean not knowing I now find trouble God in the frame, and then if I should have read that doctor's
the mountain in the key of C.
Very good, Chuck. Steal your song, Chuck. Cold, cold hard. Do it, do. I tried so hard, my dear, to show that you're my everything. Yet you're afraid each thing I do is just some people's scheme. A memory from your lonesome days keeps us so far apart. Why can't I free your doubtful mind and your cold, cold heart? Another love before my time made your home sad and blue. And so my heart is paid now for things I didn't do. In anger, unkind words were said that make the teardrops stop. Why can't I free your doubtful mind and your cold, cold heart today? There was a time when I believed that you belonged to me, but now I know your heart is shattered of memory. The more I learn to care for you, the more we drift apart. Why can't I free your doubtful mind and your cold, cold heart? D for Delta, Ribbon of Darkness. Ribbon of darkness over me. Since my true love walked out the door, fear I never had before. Ribbon of darkness over me. Bound together over my head until the day and hide the sun.
light one day is done. Driven darkness over for the day. Rain is falling on the meadow where once my love and I did lie. Now she is gone from the meadow. Driven darkness over me, where once the world was young as spring. Flower did bloom and bird did sing. Driven darkness over me. Here in this cold room of light, don't wanna see no one but you. Lord, I wish I could be dying. Your heart could see how mine just takes breaks all day. Come on home and take away driven darkness over me. Come on home and take away driven darkness over me.
He looked down into her brown eyes, said, say a prayer for me. She threw her arms around him, whispered, God will keep us free. They could hear the riders come, and this is my last fight. If they take me back to Texas, they won't take me back alive. There were 7 Spanish angels at the altar of the sun. They were praying for the lovers in the valley of the gun. When the battle stopped, there was thunder from the throne. 7 Spanish angels took another angel home. She reached down and picked that gun up, laid smoking in his hand. Said, Father, please forgive me, I can't make it without my man. She knew that gun was empty, she knew she couldn't win. Her final prayer was answered when the rifles fired again. There were 7 Spanish angels at the altar of the sun. They were praying for the lovers in the valley of the gun. When the battle stopped and the smoke cleared, there was thunder from the throne. 7 Spanish angels took another angel home. 7 Spanish angels took another angel home. Thank you much.
Look at an A or an D.
Oh, what's deep?
There you go. Okay. That's what we put to bed.
Here we go.
It's riding the night in the high when on the trail of the old lonesome pine. Thinking of you, feeling so blue, wondering why I left you behind. Get down, boys, and go back. Treat her right and never wrong. How now? Remember the night we slowed down the lane. Our hearts were gay and as I do, I hope that night get down, boys, go back. Treat her right and never wrong. How now? Get down, boys, go back. Treat her right and never wrong. How now? How now?
Very good. So long. It's good to know you. You know that?
If you want to get away, what is it calling
It's so long. It's good to know you. So long. It's been good to know you. So long. It's been good to know you. This dusty old dust is getting my home. And I gotta be drifting on.
Do Merle Haggard one, swinging doors.
Swinging doors.
Do it indeed. This old smoke-filled bar is something I'm not used to. But I gave up my home to see satisfied. And I just called to let you know where I'll be. It's not much, but I feel good here inside. I've got swinging doors, a jukebox, and a bar. My new home has a flashing neon sign. everything I need to drive me crazy. I've got everything it takes to lose my mind. And then here's the atmosphere right for parties. Thanks to you, I'm always here to close the time. I've got swinging doors, the jukebox, and the bars to go. My new home has a place, neon sign. Stop by and see me anytime. 'Cause I'm always here till closing time.
Gonna do an E?
Hey, yeah. Baseman's getting warmed up here. I got.
I'm with you, DW.
You with me? Here we go. On the old chisel trail it was midnight. Carmela was strong on his mind because of the life he had chosen. Carmela had left him behind. Too long he had been abandoned. Carmela had left him alone. But today someone brought him a message. He'd been seen in old San Cross the bridle side Waco. Ride hard and I'll make it by dawn. Cross the bridle side Waco. I'm safe when I reach that. He glanced back over his shoulder. Posse was nowhere in sight. He sent for Carmela to meet him on the banks of the bridle. She was waiting and he kept the promise he'd made such a long time ago. And he dropped the guns that she hated in the muddy bridle of Cross the bridle side Waco. Ride hard and I'll make it by dawn. Cross the bridle side Waco. I'm safe when I reach that. Then the night came alive with gunfire. He knew that at last he'd been found. As the rangers badges show brightly, El Bandito lay on the ground. Carmela knew he was dying, and all of her dreams were in vain. And she kissed his lips for the last time. She heard him whisper again. Cross the bridle side Waco. Ride hard and I'll make it by dawn. Cross the bridle side Waco. I'm safe when I reach that.
Yeah, Chet and I are going to do a duel here.
A duel?
It's called a John B.
You're gonna use mine for John.
D chord. D.
John B.
I got a cable that's a D, yeah.
Not really, but no.
D, yeah. That's it. Huh?
What gear
Says
you
D on that harmonica.
What gear you in, Chuck?
They moved away, I retired.
Says D.
Yeah, that says D.
Okay.
Are you gonna play it? Was it D?
Oh, we went on the sloop John B. My grand into a fight. Oh, I feel so break up. I just wanna go home. Oh, hoist up the broke into the captain's trunk. Sheriff had to come and take him away. Sheriff John Stone, please leave me alone. Oh, I feel so break up, I just wanna go home. So hoist up the John B. sail, see how the mate's so set. Call for the captain to shore, let me go home. Oh, let me go home. Let me go home. Oh, let me go home. Please let me go home. I said let me go home. Oh, I feel some break up. I just wanna go home. So, hoist up the John B. sail. See how the mate's sunset. Call for the captain to shore. Let me go home. Let me go home. Oh, let me go home. Let me go home. I said let me go home. Oh, I feel so break up. I gotta go home. Oh, I feel so break up. I wanna go home. Cowboy Chuck and Chip.
He needs some stickum.
My Smoky Mountain home in D. Just a little quick. I spent some time in the city. I just make the living in LA. I've never seen so many doggone people. There just gotta be a better way. I love my little Smoky Mountain home, way back in the hills of Carolina.
Wish I were single.
What key you in?
G.
G. Okay. G4.
I wish I were single. I wish I were single again. Just when I was single, my pockets did jingle. I wish I were single again.
Okay, let's do the wild side of life. Good deed. Ready?
D, right?
D. D. D, 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 D. Here we go. You wouldn't read my letter if I wrote. You asked me not to come on the phone, but there's something I want to do. So I wrote it in the office. I didn't know God made honky-tonk. I might have known that you would make a wife. You gave up the only one that ever loved you, and went back to that wild side of life. Well, the glamour of the gay nightlife had moved to the places where booze and liquor flow, where you wait to be anybody's place and forget the truest love ever known. I didn't know God made honky-tonk. I might have known that you would never make a wife. You gave up the only one that ever loved you, and went back to that side life, and went back to that side of life.
I guess I'm about as tame as I can be.
It's been 10 long years since I had my home.
Oh, I took EW's place.
Well, I'm going to try this one anyway. I got stage fright a while before.
Stage fright?
C for Charlie.
Were you 4 craps down?
5. 4 is B. 5 is C. Wildflowers don't give a hoot where they grow.
Love that song.
The hills were alive with wildflowers, and I was a wild, even wilder than they. For at least I could run. They just died in the sun, and I repeated that weather in place. Just a wild mountain road leading freedom to go. So I ran, fearing not where I'd go. When a flower runs wild, it can always survive. Wildflowers don't care where they go. And the flowers I knew in the fields where I grew were content to be lost in the crowd. They were common and close. I had no room to grow, and I wanted so much to bring home. So I uprooted myself from my home around with my dreams, and I turned to the road. When a flower grows wild, it can always survive. Wildflowers don't care where they go. I grew up fast and wild, and I never felt right in this garden so different from me. I just never belonged. I just longed to be gone from the garden one day set me free. I hitched a ride to the wind, and since he was mine, I just let him decide where we'd go. When a flower grows wild, it can always survive. Wildflowers don't care where they go. Just a wild road seeking mystery, no regret for the path that I chose. When a flower grows wild, it can always survive. Wildflowers don't care where they go. By God.
In the twilight glow I see you, blue eyes crying in the rain. When we kissed goodbye and parted, I knew we'd never meet again. Love is like a dying ember, and only memories remain. Through the ages I'll remember blue eyes crying in the rain. Someday when we meet up yonder, we'll stroll hand in hand again in that land that knows no parting. Blue eyes crying in the rain.
do that heartache song.
We going?
I'll have something better next week, guys. Do it G. Here we go. Heartache number one, you left me. I never knew that I could hurt this way. And heartache number two, come back again. You came by, but never meant to stay. Now I've got heartaches by the number, travel by the score. Every day you love me less, each day I love you more. Yes, I've got heartaches by the number, a love that I can't win. But the day that I stop, that's the day my world will end. Heartache number three was you called me and said that you were coming back to stay. With hopeful heart I waited for your knock on the door. I waited, but you have lost your way. Now I've got heartaches by the number, troubles by the score. Every day you love me less, each day I love you. Yes, I've got heartaches by the number, a love that I can't win. But the day that I stop counting, that's the day my world will end. Now time for some talent to show up.
D for Dallas and T for Texas. This is for Chester. I think he's on a Texan lyric.
Oh, it's right.
Well, T for Texas, T for Tennessee. Yeah, T for Texas, T for Tennessee. T for Delta, God, I made a ring bell. Gonna buy me shotgun,
coming in.
Chet, we're up against Chet.
Just plow right on through here, huh?
Okay, well.
Don't be angry with me, darling, if I fail to understand your little whim and wishes all the time. Just remember that I don't buy gifts like any foolish man, and my head stays kind of foggy cause you're mine. Well, I recall for the first time I flirted with you, dear. I jokingly said, come and be my bride. Now that time I turn the pages, it's the sweetest joke on earth that I have you here forever by my side. Don't be angry with me, darling, if I fail to understand your little whims and wishes all the time. Just remember that I don't like this like any foolish. My head stays Don't be angry with me, darling, if I fail to understand your little whim and wishes all the time. Just remember that I don't buy gifts like any foolish man, but my head stays kind of foggy cause you're mine. And my head stays kind of foggy cause you're mine. Don't be angry.
so excited that 2015 marks the beginning of our celebration of our 125th anniversary since our founding. We have so many great things planned, ways to reflect on our past, to consider the amazing women who started this organization, but most importantly, the women who have built it to what it is today. 125 years of service to God, home, and country. In October of 1890, there were 4 women who came together to organize a society. 2 were from the North, 2 were from the South. They wanted to unite this organization to honor the patriotism and the magnificent men and women who served to make America free. The objectives that they decided at the very first meeting were historic preservation, education, and patriotism. That's exactly what our objectives still are today. We are still actively preserving and marking historic buildings and sites. We are still promoting education through impacting thousands of children and students throughout this country. We are actively promoting good citizenship and support of our military and our veterans through our commitment of our hundreds of thousands of hours of service and of dollars as well. We have planned so many different activities for this current year, and we really want, most of all, for every member to feel a part of the celebration. Among the special activities, we'll have an expanded social media. We're going to have our own Facebook page where the chapters can tell us the stories of what they are doing in their communities and how they are celebrating our anniversary. We will also have special events at Continental Congress, a look back in our history, but a look forward as well. We are asking each chapter to do is to consider taking on a special service project to celebrate this 125th anniversary, finding something special and doing that in your community to make everyone aware of how vital and relevant DAR is and how we are still serving America. We will also be presenting several videos throughout the year that will help tell our story. We have some remarkable items in our NSDAR archive, such as the original charter of the National Society, and we are eager to share those with our members. The more we learn about our history, the more inspired and energized I think we will all be. We will have a number of commemorative items available to celebrate this anniversary as well. Everything from a key ring to a beautiful limited edition commemorative plate, a presentation bowl, or a silver spoon. We will have a special certificate available for everyone who becomes a member in 2015. This is the time to encourage your relatives and your friends to become a member. This is the time to join the DAR. Please stay up to date on the blog and in the website and in the magazine so that you too will know of some of the exciting opportunities that we have. 125 years later, our members are still as passionate about historic preservation, education, and patriotism as they were in 1890. I hope you will take part in this celebration, will learn more about our history, become engaged in the work of your chapter, your state society, the National Society, and that your membership in DAR will be as important to you as my membership is to me.
As the United States marked 100 years in existence, a new sentiment arose among Americans to connect with its founding history. In the spring of 1876, Philadelphia hosted the Centennial Exposition, which helped give rise to an era of colonial revival. Patriotic organizations began to form, including the Sons of the American Revolution in 1889. The following year, the Sons voted to exclude women from the group, galvanizing a force for the creation of a new women's organization. Mary Smith Lockwood wrote in a letter printed in the Washington Post detailing the legend of Hannah Arnett, who in 1776 courageously prevented a meeting of men from proclaiming loyalty with the British. Lockwood wrote, "Were there no mothers of the Revolution? Where will the sons and daughters of the Revolution place Hannah Arnett?" Mary Smith Lockwood's letter would be a catalyst for action. William O. McDowell, founding member of the Sons of the American Revolution and great-grandson of Hannah Arnett, was immediately moved. He penned a response calling on women to form their own organization. Gatherings were held at various private residences throughout the summer of 1890 between the lead organizers, Mary Smith Lockwood, Eugenia Washington, Mary DeShay, and Ellen Hardin Walworth. The culmination of these meetings occurred on October 11th, with the first organizational meeting with 18 women in attendance, as well as 4 supportive members of the Sons of the American Revolution, who would act as an advisory board. Also in attendance was Mary Ellett Cabell, who would serve as vice president presiding and whose home would be the first headquarters for the Daughters. She would seek out a lady prominent in the United States to serve as the first President General. Caroline Scott Harrison, the First Lady of the United States, would fill that position until her death in 1892. In that first year, membership applications flooded in, and fundraising efforts commenced on the first project, to erect a monument in Fredericksburg, Virginia, to mark the birthplace of Mary Washington, mother to George Washington. On February 22, 1892, the First Continental Congress was held at the Church of Our Father in Northwest Washington, D.C. As Ellen Hardin Walworth would write in 1893, "It is not a social organization. It is an order patriotic, historical, and genealogical, and hold itself closely to these objects." This new society would harness a desire for service that would help usher in the progressive era in the United States and create a legacy for future generations of women.
Serving as your President General is the privilege of a lifetime. But having the opportunity to serve our national society during this, our 125th year, has been an extraordinary experience. As I travel from coast to coast and truly around the world, I am awed by your devotion to our ideals. You have demonstrated in thousands of ways the enduring relevancy of our mission. In projects large and small, you are fulfilling a pledge made by a small group of women in 1890 that future generations would remember, would appreciate, and would celebrate the sacrifice and values that make America the greatest nation on earth. And for that, I thank you and I salute you. I also thank Presley M. Wagoner, Honorary President General, who served as the chair of our Celebrate 125 committee during this, our anniversary year. It is a joy for me to ask her to help us honor those who created and shaped the society we celebrate this evening. Mrs. Wagoner.
Madam President General, we gather this evening in a magnificent hall in the heart of our nation's capital with a debt of gratitude to repay. A debt not only to our patriot ancestors and to the brave men and women who have worn the uniform of our nation's armed forces, but also a debt to the visionary citizens who 125 years ago laid the very foundation for this evening, who together shared an ambitious and audacious undertaking to establish a nationwide organization to celebrate and perpetuate the American spirit, our beloved and enduring national society, Daughters of the American Revolution. Tonight, we must pause to honor the patriotism, focus, and resiliency of those early leaders who so skillfully charted a course for the generations that would follow. The now familiar facts of our founding have been repeated many times, but tonight, by sharing fragments of their hopes, their motivations, their frustrations, in their own words from those first formative years, we hope that the dreams of those visionary leaders might echo down through the decades to propel us forward further still, inspired anew in service to God, home, and country. We are fortunate that our founding members' dedication to preservation has left us with many treasures in our NSDAR archives, including much of the early correspondence, documentation, and meeting notes of our fledgling society 125 years ago. Mere months after the newly founded Sons of the American Revolution voted to exclude women from their society, a passionate supporter and advocate for female descendants of the Revolution began confidential correspondence with some of his like-minded brothers in the SAR. In a letter dated October 25, 1889, William McDowell writes,
"We shall invite the organization in the different states of the Union of the Daughters of the Revolution, independent entirely of the Sons. I'm in a hurry to get at this work that I may show the Sons what the Daughters can do. On my suggestion, the vote on the subject yesterday was not recorded in our minutes, for the reason that I wanted to save the gentlemen who voted no from being so thoroughly ashamed of themselves when they see what an opportunity they had and let slip by."
After Mary Smith Lockwood wrote her rallying cry in the Washington Post and interested women began planning the new organization, the official organizing meeting was called for October 11, 1890, and included Mary DeShay, who, as Secretary Pro Tem, recorded in those meeting minutes this resolution.
Resolved that at this, our organizing meeting, we initiate the important part of our work, the securing and preserving of the historical spots of America, and the erection thereon of suitable monuments to perpetuate the memories of the heroic deeds of the men and women who aided the Revolution and created constitutional government in America, by undertaking to do what we can towards completing the monument and the memory of Mary Washington, mother of George Washington. And we hereby call upon every patriot to send us a contribution, large and small, to our treasurer for this purpose.
Just one day after that historic meeting of the newly formed Daughters of the American Revolution, Miss DeShay sent a letter to Virginia Cabell informing her of an important assignment.
My dear Mrs. Cabell, Mr. McDowell has appointed you, Mrs. Lockwood, Mrs. Darling, Mrs. Walworth, and me as committee to call on Mrs. Harrison to ask her acceptance of the office of President General. The time selected is 4:30 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, Monday, October 13th. The ladies will meet you at the White House.
5 days after that meeting at the Executive Mansion, the Secretary to the First Lady of the United States sent a letter on behalf of Mrs. Harrison to say she would accept the position. In the days and months following, meetings and correspondence gave shape to the new society. As we all know, many ideas are often put forth but not always realized. Ellen Hardin Walworth wrote to Mrs. Cabell a suggestion to consider for the Society's motto.
My dear Mrs. Cabell, it has occurred to me that I did not suggest for consideration, as I had intended, this simple motto for our seal, Amor Patriae, love of country. It seems to me that this might settle at once an objection already urged against us, in a tendency to create an aristocracy, or at least a class sentiment, as it would point to the real inspiration of the association.
From the minutes of the third and final organizing meeting on December 11, it is noted that the Executive Committee recommended that the motto, Amor Patriae, be changed to home and country. Also from this December meeting, the Vice President General presiding read aloud a telegram that had been sent from the Sons of the American Revolution.
Resolved that the General Board of Managers of the Society of the Sons of the American Revolution extend its hearty sympathy to the Daughters of the American Revolution in their organization, and it assures them of cordial cooperation in their patriotic work.
As the daughters were finalizing their vision for the society these first few months, William McDowell continued to show his support. In a letter to Mrs. Cabell on November 19, 1890, he writes in part,
My dear Mrs. Cabell, I received a newspaper clipping giving an account of your meeting and believe that your society has a brilliant future before it.
From the intensive meetings and correspondence of those early months, a constitution of the National Society was established. Our enduring objectives of historic preservation, education, and patriotism were detailed in that original DAR Constitution and continue to guide our work today.
Article 2, Objects of the Society. The objects of this society are 1. To perpetuate the memory and the spirit of the men and women who achieved American independence by the acquisition and protection of historical spots and the erection of monuments, by the encouragement of historical research in relation to the Revolution and the publication of its results, by the preservation of documents and relics, and of the records of the individual services of the revolutionary soldiers and patriots, and by the promotion of celebrations of all patriotic anniversaries. 2. To carry out the injunction of Washington in his farewell address to the American people, to promote, as an object of primary importance, institutions for the general diffusion of knowledge, thus developing an enlightened public opinion, and affording to the young and old such advantages as shall develop in them the largest capacity for performing the duties of American citizens. 3. To cherish, maintain, and extend the institutions of American freedom, to foster true patriotism and love of country, and to aid in securing for mankind all the blessings of liberty.
Reflecting on how the society continued to grow in that first year, prolific writer and early historian general Mary Smith Lockwood described how word spread about the purpose of the society.
Newspapers took up the cry and sent intelligence over the land. Application papers began to pour in. The American women were awakened by this revelation, and now, what is it for, was answered with, it is not for an aristocracy, but to honor the men who carried the muskets and the boys who beat the drums and fifed Yankee Doodle for liberty, for the honor of the women who served the country in their homes while the men were away fighting the battles for freedom, and that their names should be rescued from the musty annals of the Revolution and for the first time inscribed on the pages of history as factors in making the nation.
At the First Continental Congress in February of 1892, Registrar General Eugenia Washington stressed the importance of preserving the stories and records of our revolutionary patriot ancestors, and the importance of verifying documentation to ensure its integrity.
The records of the services of these 1,306 patriots thus preserved form volumes of most interesting as well as valuable history. Yet this history will lose much of its value if the statements contained therein are not to be relied upon. Therefore, we recommend to the regents and delegates present to give an exact and full statement of the ancestors' service and authority for the statement. For these records, we should remember, are collected not only for present use, but shall stand to our noble sires.
Our founders knew the importance of preserving those records in an appropriately prominent home for the society. Virginia Cabell addressed the membership at the First Continental Congress and prophetically described the magnificent DAR headquarters complex where we gather annually for our conference and which serves our membership and the entire Washington, D.C. community throughout the year as a brick and mortar testament to their visionary foresight.
The building of a house beautiful, to be the property of these American women calling themselves by inherited right daughters of the American Revolution. This house will be built in or near the beautiful capital city named for Washington, the immortal. It should be the finest building ever owned by women, the fairest marbles from Vermont and Tennessee, the most enduring granite from Massachusetts and the Virginias. Purely American this structure should be. A great hall for lectures, addresses, and general conventions of the society is greatly needed. It could be utilized on many occasions to produce a certain income for its support. Offices and committee rooms are required for the business of the society, now more than 1,000 in number, and soon to number many thousands. Safes are essential for the preservation of documents and relics. There should be a library unsurpassed in all branches pertaining to the records of the society and containing the largest, most complete collections of works upon American history.
While our beloved First President General did not live to see how our society flourished beyond those early years, she set a tone at her address to the First Continental Congress, a challenge that emboldened our early members and continues to inspire us today.
Our hope is in unity and self-sacrifice. Since this society was organized, and so much thought and reading directed to the early struggle of this country, it has been made plain that much of its success was due to the character of the women of that earlier era. The unselfish part they acted constantly commends itself to our admiration and example. If there is no abatement in this element of success in our ranks, I feel sure their daughters can perpetuate a society worthy of the cause and worthy of themselves. We now feel that this society is firmly established and in good condition for future success. It remains with us all to see that it lives and grows to greater and better ends.
Madam President General, it is a privilege for me, as the National Chairman of the Celebrate 125 Committee, to express on behalf of all daughters, past and present, our heartfelt commitment to carry forward Mrs. Harrison's charge that our society lives and grows to greater and better ends. After 125 years of accomplishment, we rise with joy to face a future bright with promise, one built upon the soundest of foundations and the most enduring of missions. I congratulate you and the National Society on 125 years of service to America. And inspired anew by the words of our founders, I also suspect that the best is yet to come. Happy birthday, NSDAR.
Thank you, Presley. It is so inspiring to know that at that organizing meeting 125 years ago, with just 18 members in attendance, that the business they carried out that day is still guiding our organization today. We are so fortunate to have been founded by such strong and visionary women. In the years that followed that formative period, daughters everywhere fulfilled the joyful obligations of citizenship and membership in tens of thousands of ways, and literally millions of lives were changed for the better as a result. New citizens, deserving students, men and women in uniform, veterans in need, all have been served by the DAR. Tens of thousands of Patriot records and grave sites preserved and protected thanks to DAR. Thousands of local sites of historic significance would likely have disappeared long ago were it not for the DAR. No single evening could do justice to the breadth and scope of DAR's impact on America during the last 125 years. So I encourage you to learn more about our amazing history, to visit our website, subscribe to our award-winning American Spirit magazine, read our publications such as The American Treasure, The Enduring Spirit of DAR. I assure you that you too will be awed by the combined accomplishment of our organization. I learn new chapters of our history every day.
At its onset, the founding members of the Daughters of the American Revolution invoked the thoughts of our country's founders, that education, above all else, is the decisive element of a democracy. The DAR built this idea to the three pillars of the organization and have dedicated a majority of their efforts over the past century to education programs throughout the nation. In the early 20th century, the newly formed DAR contributed financial support at the chapter level to numerous schools across the country. In 1914, the South Carolina Daughters voted to establish a school for mountain girls in the remote northwestern part of the state. Securing support from the National Society, as well as land and financial donations, the chapter opened the Tomasi DAR School in February of 1919, and today continues its educational mission. Other areas of the country also saw the creation of schools during the early 20th century, including the Kate Duncan Smith DAR School in Alabama, the Crossnors School in North Carolina, the Hillside School in Massachusetts, the Hindman Settlement School in Kentucky, and Berry College in Georgia. Today, the 6 DAR schools are funded by over $1 million annually from the DAR. Through DAR's American Indians Committee, funds are also allocated to Bacone College in Oklahoma and Chemawa Indian Preparatory Academy in Oregon to help the educational needs of Native American students. American history has always been a focus of DAR education efforts. The first DAR American History Essay Contest was held in 1898. Today, through a nationally coordinated program that encourages youngsters to learn about history in a new light, more than 4,000 schools participate in this annual contest for students in grades 5 through 8, with nearly 66,000 essays submitted yearly. The DAR Scholarship Committee awards approximately $200,000 yearly in a wide range of disciplines. Applications for DAR scholarships average more than 1,600 each year. Educating the next generation to be good citizens is also a top priority for the DAR through various programs. In 1921, after years of chapter-level citizen education programs for immigrants, the National Society published the DAR Manual for Citizenship to help educate newly arrived immigrants preparing for the naturalization process. Over the next few decades, the DAR would produce over 1 million copies of the manual. Junior American Citizens Committee is one of the Society's oldest youth-oriented committees. It reaches out to tens of thousands of students from kindergarten through grade 12 to promote patriotism in every child. To help promote the program across the country, many chapters recognize achievements through awards, as well as holding contests in creative expression and community service. With more than half of the national committees focusing on elements of education, the DAR is prioritizing this founding principle within the organization. Over the last 125 years, through its many programs for youth and adults, the DAR has given the opportunity to learn to millions of lives. With a force of nearly 1 million members since its founding, the Daughters of the American Revolution have performed a vital range of service in support of the military over the past 125 years. Founded to preserve the memory and spirit of the revolutionary patriots who fought for America's independence, the DAR extends that mission by honoring the sacrifices of all those who have continued fighting for our freedom throughout our nation's history. Patriotism, one of the founding tenets of the organization, lives within each and every daughter. While the DAR was still in its infancy, the United States found itself in conflict with Spain in 1898. Dr. Anita Newcomb McGee, then a DAR Vice President General, volunteered the organization to help screen the nurses needed by the government. The DAR Hospital Corps would be established and screened thousands of nursing applications within the next few months, sending more than 1,500 nurses to help in the conflict. During the First World War, numerous chapters volunteered their efforts to help. Members of the Cincinnati DAR knitted garments for the troops. Other chapters rolled bandages, collected clothing, and donated food for the USO. The Mercy Warren chapter of Springfield, Massachusetts, hosted first aid classes and fundraisers. After the attacks on Pearl Harbor, the DAR headquarters became a center for wartime activity. Offices throughout the DAR buildings were loaned to the American Red Cross. A day nursery was opened in the basement of Constitution Hall for the children of enlisted men whose wives were working. The DAR members also purchased over $2 million in war bonds and stamps during the course of the fighting. Through conflicts in Korea, Vietnam, and the Middle East, DAR members passionately lent their support in various ways through monetary donations and volunteer efforts. Following the attack on September 11th, the DAR worked with the Department of the Navy to sponsor the crew of the aircraft carrier USS John C. Stennis. When the ship returned to port, DAR members' support shifted to the Landstuhl Regional Medical Center in Germany, which cares for wounded military personnel. DAR members also regularly send care packages to troops overseas. Care for our nation's veterans has also always been a top priority for the DAR, and members perform more than 300,000 volunteer hours annually to support veterans programs. The DAR is one of the largest groups to serve on the Department of Veterans Affairs Voluntary Service National Advisory Committee, and DAR member volunteers are a regular fixture at VA hospitals across the country. The Daughter Support to Veterans also provides the perfect setting for capturing and recording their stories as part of the Library of Congress Veterans History Project. DAR members have also served in all branches of service themselves, including more than 600 members who served in a variety of capacities during World War II, and many more who have come after them. Whether at home or abroad, the members of the Daughters of the American Revolution serve the country that they love with the same dedication as their revolutionary patriots. Through their continuing efforts to support active duty service members and honor veterans, DAR members are committed to celebrating those who defend our nation's freedom. Honoring and preserving the memory of those who served in the American Revolution not only includes the signers of the Declaration of Independence or high-ranking military officers, but also the everyday soldier or colonist who contributed to our fight for independence. As many as 250,000 men served in the Army or militia, and countless others heroically helped with the efforts. In the first report to Congress, the newly formed Daughters of the American Revolution described that their genealogical research showed the experiences of the many unnoticed heroes and forgotten heroines who composed the rank and file of the nation in 1776. Patriots like Peter Rogers, who enlisted as a fife major in the 4th Regiment, Connecticut Line, and served in Washington's Army in Pennsylvania, and William Hughes, who was a volunteer private in the 2nd New Hampshire Regiment. Other patriots contributed to the cause off the battlefield, such as Michael Gratz of Philadelphia, who signed a pledge to cease trading with the British and supplied gunpowder and firearms to George Washington's troops. Women also contributed to the fight for independence, but their efforts were often less heralded. In the early 1920s, the Daughters of the New York State Organization helped to honor a once-forgotten patriot with a burial place of honor. Margaret Cochran Corbin manned an artillery cannon after her husband was killed during a battle. She was wounded and years later was buried near West Point. Through research, the DAR linked Margaret Corbin to her heroic actions. Her body was exhumed and buried in a place of honor in the West Point Cemetery. Other women patriots also had military combat experience in the Revolution, such as Deborah Sampson, who disguised herself as a man and served in the Continental Army for 17 months before being wounded and honorably discharged. Elizabeth Zane showed great courage during the siege of Fort Henry when she volunteered to leave the fort during a pause in gun battle to fetch a keg of gunpowder and narrowly returned safely with the precious ammunition. While never directly in the line of fire, Mercy Otis Warren's strong convictions and political writings during the Revolution helped to galvanize the cause. African American and American Indian patriots also participated in the American Revolution. James Armistead, a slave, served as a spy for the Americans, while acting as a servant for British General Cornwallis. And Toby Gilmore, an African-born slave, won his own freedom by serving as a private in the Continental Army and contributing to a number of significant battles. Peter Harris, of the Catawba Nation in South Carolina, fought in the Revolution and was eventually recognized for his service. In October 2002, DAR opened the exhibit Forgotten Patriots, African American and American Indian Patriots in the Revolutionary War. It was the culmination of more than 20 years of research and based on a publication produced by DAR. To date, thousands of African American and American Indian patriots have been identified, and DAR researchers continue to work to uncover these individuals and their unique stories. Many foreign patriots also fought shoulder to shoulder with American patriots during the Revolution, including thousands of troops from France. Nationals of Sweden, Poland, Germany, Portugal, and the Netherlands also aided the American cause. Additionally, Spanish citizens provided enormous financial and military support to the American Revolution. Don Diego de Guerdeque was the financial intermediary between the Spanish court and the colonies during the American Revolution, helping to supply munitions and other military goods to the colonists. And the great Spanish military leader Bernardo de Galvez led Spanish forces defeating the British at the Siege of Pensacola. In the 1990s, the DAR formed a task force to identify Spanish nationals who contributed to the revolutionary cause. Since that time, members of the task force continue to develop a bibliography of historic events and sources that can prove Revolutionary War service of Spanish nationals. DAR's work and genealogical research has helped increase the knowledge of the patriots who helped make this country. With each new application and each new bit of information, we can have a better understanding of the sacrifices that were made in the 18th century. And with that, we can honor those heroes, one and all.
The 125th anniversary of the founding of the National Society Daughters of the American Revolution is an exciting time to be a DAR member. We have looked back into our archives and we found some wonderful videos of our past Presidents General as they have shared their memories from decades ago. And now we are digitizing those for future generations, and we have invited our current Honorary Presidents General to share their memories of their administrations and their accomplishments with us today.
I was very in awe of the organization because my mother-in-law, Lorna Owen Kemper, was chaplain general in Mrs. Spicer's administration. I too became responsible, feeling that I believe in education, historic preservation, and patriotism down deep in my heart. So I wanted to be a part of that.
I wanted to join, first of all, to carry on for my mother. My mother died. I joined the next year, and because so many of the family members, grandma and my cousin, and they're all, and mother, all members of DAR. So I just said, time to carry on.
I joined DAR as a junior member. I joined my mother's chapter and have been a member for many, many years. I think the reason I really joined the organization was because of a love of the objectives that it promoted. Historic preservation and education, and I was also very interested in genealogy.
I joined DAR in 1968, along with my mother and several family members. We were asked to form a new chapter, and that was named for my ancestor, Peter Houston. And after attending my first state conference in Nashville, I met so many outstanding Tennessee Dollars that I just knew I wanted to be a part of this organization.
Well, my mother was truly the driving force behind my joining the DAR. I was raised in a family where my parents instilled a very strong sense of family history and love of country. And so the first time I went to the Continental Congress 40 years ago, I knew once I had been here that this was the organization I wanted to identify with, and I wanted to become just very much involved in every aspect of DAR.
One thing that I've always enjoyed about DAR is the interactions between generations. And when I joined, I was one of the younger members, and now I'm one of the older ones, but I'm still enjoying it very much.
When I first joined DAR, I had no intention, and a lady called me. I didn't know who she was, and my second cousin had met her at a state conference and said I had recently moved to the area. And those ladies made me feel so welcome, and I don't think I would ever have become active had they not called me the week before the meeting to make sure I had a babysitter, offered to watch my son so I could go to the meetings. Several times when I didn't have a sitter, they said, bring him with you.
When I was growing up, I was always aware that I had family members who had been members of the DAR and been encouraged to join at some point. And really, after the bicentennial of our country, when all the fervor of patriotism, I decided it was a good time for me to join, so I began the application process.
Well, I enjoyed the work, and I loved to be with the members, and also all the work they did with the students and scholarships and the schools, the DAR schools. I enjoyed that. Of course, I was a teacher. We raised over $777,000 for Ellis Island and helped with the restoration of the Statue of Liberty.
When we became involved in the World War II Memorial campaign to raise funds for that beautiful memorial on the mall, we became an active partner. We raised over $460,000 for that memorial and had the opportunity to work with Robert Dole, who was the volunteer national chairman.
We raised over $4.2 million for the renovation and restoration of the buildings. And the fact that the daughters gave so generously, and we could do so many wonderful things to the buildings.
My President General's project began the creation of a new digital database designed to improve operations and provide member access. The work of our genealogy department was expedited with the digitization of 800,000 applications and the accompanying 9 million support documents.
My primary goal when I was elected President General was to complete the digitization project that was begun in the previous administration. That was a continuing President General's project. A few of the proudest moments were the dedication ceremony of the Marian Anderson commemorative stamp, and it was a wonderful opportunity for there to be a wonderful relationship established between the DAR and Ms. Anderson's family.
Certainly proud of the work we did on the President General's project, especially work on the North Terrace with the flooding and stone deterioration. It was in critical need of work. We were able to, under the terrace, to build a 2,300 square foot vault just beneath that surface for collections of the society, and that was a wealth of storage space.
As crazy as it seems, Washington, D.C. experienced an earthquake. When they did the assessment of the DAR library laylight ceiling, they discovered not damage from the earthquake, but damage from time. And our members who love our House Beautiful so much came through with over $2 million to support the restoration of the DAR library laylight.
Most fun activities that we implemented was our Celebrate America committee. When we met, we challenged our members to try to come up with 1 million hours of community service a year. We just asked them to record the hours they're already doing in their community. And what astonished us is the enthusiasm that the chapters developed while working together in these community projects, how they became better acquainted with their own members. And then our first year, we had over 4,760,000 hours of community service.
My advice for future kids is enjoy every minute, yeah. Work hard and enjoy it, yeah.
I think one thing is very important, and that is to approach your leadership as an opportunity for service and to surround yourself with wonderful people who will help you to accomplish that.
I think it's important for people who are going to take on leadership positions to remember that their goal should be to work for the very best of the organization, to always keep in mind what the mission is, and to do their very best for DAR. I think any President General who's going to take that role needs to know that she's got to put on her running shoes and get on the track, and she won't get off for 3 years.
Always be true to yourself, and when you make a decision about anything, always be certain of what that decision will reflect on as far as the National Society is concerned, and also what influence it might have on other daughters at the time. So when you look in the mirror, be true to yourself and always think about others.
I hope every member will consider becoming a leader, whether it's in her chapter or her state or the national level. What I would encourage them to do is to learn as much as you can about the DAR. Take advantage of every opportunity. Go to all those meetings, go to the workshops and the seminars, and learn as much as possible. But it's not possible to serve as President General without the full support of your family. That it truly is the biggest sacrifice, is the time with my family that I'm missing. They are completely supportive because they know that this is a rare privilege that I have for 3 years, and I'm enjoying every bit of it.
The most rewarding things as a member of DAR has been the association with ladies from all over the United States and through the units overseas. The friendships made have been just precious and dear, and I think every member will feel that way about the friendships.
The 125th anniversary is the perfect time to reflect on the energy and the mindset of our founders.
One of the things that I feel has occurred over the past 25 years is that the DAR has been able to better accommodate the busy woman, women who are working outside the home, women who have so many things going on in their lives. I think we've done a wonderful job of accommodating them in terms of an organization.
Celebrating the 125th anniversary of the society, I can't help but think back over the years and reflect on all the leaders that we've had and all the members that have done so much over the years and their dedication to the work of the society. It's really amazing when you think about it, that a small group of women organized this society in 1890, and yet many of their goals are still being sought after today, and we're working towards making this a continuing better society.
My involvement in DAR has always been spurred by the values of the organization and the friendships that I've made there. I have to say that one of the things that DAR allowed me to do is emulate the very best of the people I met.
I've often wondered, as we're planning our Quasquicentennial celebration, what our founders would think of us from 125 years ago when they began to have the vision for this organization and make plans for it. What would they think if they were to come back and see this society now and see how it's grown, see what wonderful care we've taken of these buildings, which they had the vision for? I know that our founders would be so proud that our society has grown, that we're continuing to be a vital part of this country, that we're holding dear to our missions of historic preservation, education, and patriotism, and that most of all, we're still honoring God, home, and country as we serve united in these United States. "125 years ago, when our founders met for the first time, they determined we needed a fireproof building and managed to not only raise some money, but build this beautiful complex of buildings. The Guardian Trust campaign is the way for today's DAR to provide for tomorrow's DAR. Now is the time to create this endowment fund to preserve our buildings for the future.
When our founders and the early leaders of the DAR, they had the courage to step out in faith and to bit by bit buy the property, and then stone by stone they built the building. And they didn't get the roof on for the First Continental Congress. And when they finally finished it, they realized that every one of the Presidents General involved had been supportive and willing to promote the project.
Certainly our younger daughters that are daughters now, and those that will become members in the future, will always be proud of these buildings. To know the history of that small band of women that built these buildings is just incredible, that story. And we all want to continue that legacy. All of our members are proud to say that this is buildings that were built and maintained by women.
We can proudly say that we not only have a large collection of personal artifacts from the American Revolution, we have one of the largest collection of genealogical libraries in the world. We have a fabulous DAR museum that we share with school children every week that never have an opportunity to see museums otherwise. Constitution Hall has nearly 1 million visitors a year. It's the largest concert hall in the metropolitan D.C. area. Most of all, our founders had a vision for a home. We have a home right here at 1776 D Street.
When you think of preserving these buildings, I think you have to remember what we have in this building, those beautiful period rooms. Think of the Americana room and all of those precious documents, all of the furnishings throughout our buildings. Just think of the buildings, the architecture itself. That preservation effort is awesome. It is something that we're committed to doing, and it takes resources to do that. We have inherited these, and it's up to us to protect and preserve them.
I think my first impression of a visit to 1776 D Street was that the entire complex of buildings was absolutely overwhelming. And then experiences of being in Constitution Hall at the meetings and the opening night and National Defense Night ceremonies. I think that all of these things for a young DAR member were very impressionable experiences because it was an overwhelming thing to be there for the first time.
Well, most of the time, a President General has not had the opportunity to make a choice because of the needs of the maintenance of our headquarters. A President General should not be forced to take that on as her project. Our President General should take out projects that go beyond our headquarters, out into the world around us. What has been done in the past is there to remain. What will be done in today's world will be there to remain in future years. So everything we've done has not been in vain. So it is high time that we create some kind of an endowment that will preserve those buildings for years to come.
It would be wonderful to have that endowment so you didn't have each administration have to have a project to raise funds for this, to prepare this building or do that building or anything else like that. So that's all taken care of so they can go ahead and do marvelous things, more things with the students, the education and conservation and restoration.
And I see this Guardian Trust campaign as one that may take several administrations to raise the money, but our members will realize that they're doing the same thing today that our early members did in order to build the buildings, and they're building a fund, the Guardian Trust Fund, that will take care of our buildings forever.
Can you imagine what we would be able to do as an organization if we didn't have to worry about where the funds are coming from to maintain our beautiful buildings? Can you imagine what we could do on the national level, on the state level, and in our local communities in the way of programs and projects? So I invite you, each and every one of you members who love this organization, who are committed to preserving what we have for future generations, to join me in supporting the Guardian Trust campaign.
My hope, my vision, is that we will have this wonderful endowment campaign, and that 125 years our buildings will be as beautiful then as they are now. I want my granddaughter to come here in 18 years when she's a member and be proud of these buildings that we've taken good care of. I want my great-granddaughter and my great-great-granddaughters to come when they're members and also share in our vision and say, my great-grandma took part in this. She helped keep these buildings as beautiful as they are.
What this organization needs first and foremost is a home.
Built by women, managed by women, run by women.
What our founders built, we must preserve.
It should be the finest building ever owned by women.
This is about more than just one President General and one project.
Now is the time for an endowment to preserve our fantastic home.
This Guardian Trust campaign is about taking care of the vision of our founders. 125 years later, we have the opportunity to not only preserve and restore this building, but to make sure that it is still as beautiful 125 years from now as it is today. Please join me in giving to the Guardian Trust campaign for future generations. Almost 1 million women have joined the society since its founding. We want to show the hundreds of thousands or even millions of hours they have given in service to their communities, and to show that they are passionate about their preservation of our history, promotion of quality education, and of showing their patriotic pride in America.
The Celebrate America initiative was created in honor of the 125th anniversary of the Daughters of the American Revolution. It encourages members to become involved in community service and to record their hours to help highlight the mission of the service organization.
We decided to call it Celebrate America because it's our way to show how DAR gives back to our communities. We have such a history of service within the organization, and we are so willing to share our time and talents with others to make America an even better place.
DAR members have answered the call for service throughout the group's history. In the late 19th century, the newly formed organization helped found the Army Nurse Corps at the onset of the Spanish-American War. For decades, the DAR supported the mission of the Red Cross in times of crisis, and members worked with newly arrived immigrants on Ellis Island.
What if We challenged our members to 1 million hours over the 3 years, and that seemed a little scary. I did the math and divided it by our number of members. Well, what if we challenged them to 1 million hours a year? And so as we quickly exceeded that goal, we realized we underestimated the daughters and how hard they're working nationwide. So now we've set a new goal of 10 million hours for the administration, and I think we may have once again underestimated our members.
DAR members have long been involved in community service. Now through Celebrate America, they are also logging their hours to tell the story of how DAR gives back to America.
We have received hundreds of stories of how our members are working in their communities worldwide. We have a member in Arkansas who has her therapy dog called Stormy, and she takes Stormy to a local elementary school to help students who are having trouble with reading. One of my other favorite stories is a 70-year-old member in Louisiana who wanted to draw attention as part of an organization to the number of children in foster care in Louisiana. So what did she do? She rappelled down a building. One of our members in Massachusetts works with a VA-sponsored program called Waves for the Brave. They take veterans who have amputations, take them to the beach, and let them surf. And then this lady served as a catcher in the water. So if they fell, if they had any problems, she was there to catch them and bring them in.
Whether DAR members are escorting World War II veterans on honor flights, caring for historic sites, helping bring awareness to health issues, or working with underserved youth, the Daughters are celebrating America through service to their communities.
The beauty of the Celebrate America program is the cumulative effect it has. However we're doing it, we are making a difference, and that's the story we want to be able to tell.
Knowing that other people care and that other people are out there wanting to do something good in their community, I think that's really powerful.
As DAR members, when we think of service, it's very broad, and it is from the gifts that each person has to contribute.
When you volunteer, not only are you taking all of the talents and the experiences that you have and putting them to work in the community, but you're also building up the community at the same time.
We want a society founded on service. That was a quotation taken directly from Eugenia Washington, one of our founders. And over the last 125 years, that is exactly what has happened. DAR members have been involved in service to their communities from the beginning of the organization, and we continue to do that today. DAR itself is a very large organization, almost 3,000 chapters in every state of the Union, as well as in numerous countries across the world. Those 177,000 women, wherever they find themselves, can impact their communities in very positive ways. So it starts from a very small effort. It might be a member recognizing the need that their community needs a food pantry, and she decides to organize it. She's making a difference in her community because one person saw the need and decided to act on it.
So I've been volunteering with Carpenter Shelter, I believe, for about 8.5 years. So now I generally volunteer on Sunday mornings. My very favorite responsibility is announcing breakfast. And it's my sole job to wake up the residents on Sunday mornings and tell them what an amazing breakfast is waiting for them.
Associations in the community and community groups and the DAR and many other service organizations in our community really do make a difference, and we try and build as many connections to them as possible, recognizing that we do have a shared interest, healthy, strong communities.
DAR only recently formed the Special Projects Grants Program at the national level, but DAR Daughters have been helping their communities for the past 125 years. Matching fund grants of up to $10,000 are awarded in the areas of historic preservation, education, and patriotism. Over the past few years, DAR has awarded over $250,000 annually in support of local activities.
The Bath Community Library was founded in 1701, and it was founded because someone in England sent books to the St. Thomas Parish, which is here in Bath. And it started then and it's been going ever since. The DAR grant was one that would fund technology, computer technology. What we wanted to do was to get more computers so that we could offer classes. We even bought new computers for the staff. They had problems even checking out books sometimes, so now they're able to serve the patrons so much better because of the computer technology that the DAR grant paid for.
Without the support of the DAR Special Grant Program, we would not be able to offer computer classes. We wouldn't be able to have room to bring in additional books as we were cramped before. Patrons' attendance has increased. We have community functions here. All of this we would be without the support of the DAR.
Free Minds uses the tools of books, a book discussion, and creative writing to build a brotherhood and to enable these young men to see new possibilities for their futures. That is what I love about the DAR, like how it's so firmly planted that literacy and education is the way to change the world. It's hope, it's power. And so that started us off, that special projects grant on our Books Across the Miles. And we have to report today, it's amazingly successful.
We met Free Minds when they were just starting to grow. They work with incarcerated youth, and many of them are illiterate or close to that. And as a chapter, we were trying to find things that we could do and be a part and make an impact and have fun. So it just really came all together. For DAR to be involved in Free Minds or in similar activities where we're working with parts of the community that really many people have given up on. That's very rewarding.
I'm very grateful for DAR's support, and I know our members are too, because we get all the books. And, you know, without the books, there wouldn't be a book club. DAR is an organization that accepts them. You know, they know that they made a mistake, but they also believe in them to the point of their continuous support.
For a person like me to come from deep in the streets, like I didn't know anything about positive life. I always looked at criminal activity as life. So once I was able to read and comprehend, I took off from there. I became a positive individual, and that's what I want to continue to be, a positive individual. And it's great for y'all to help.
The capability that I have is to reach out to all of our program managers out in the field, and I simply ask them that question: how are DAR members making a difference in your facility? And in literally a matter of hours, I had emails flooding in telling me about the stories. The impact that DAR has on the veteran community today is very important, because the DAR members continue to come into our VA hospitals and serve in a number of capacities. That gives veterans today an opportunity to remember that there is an organization and there is a community that cares about them and remembers their sacrifice and service to America.
What I like most about DAR's objectives is that its focus is really on giving back to the community around you. I know the three focuses are historic preservation, education, and patriotism, and I feel like those three focuses really align a lot with the volunteer activities that I want to be involved in.
DAR support has been an ability for us as a small organization to expand our reach much farther than we ever thought we could.
It's important for each person to find a way to give back, to be able to volunteer. We are members of a community. We need to be there. We can be there. And we have to look for those opportunities.
Everywhere, DAR members are making a difference in so many different ways across our VA community, and it's heartwarming to be able to get those stories come flooding in so quickly with immediate recollection of how DAR has contributed to the work of VA.
What I am so attracted to about the DAR is how we pull together women of common interests in historic preservation and education and patriotism. And we do real work with real impact and have a great time doing it. Personally, I was attracted to the three key mission areas because of that connection to history, about my family's history and understanding more about how we're all interconnected and how each one of our patriots made such a difference in their own way. And now we are carrying that torch, and we want to carry it into the future.
Women working together for America, sharing a bond that has lasted for generations. These are the Daughters of the American Revolution, dedicated to their love of God, home, and country.
I'm very proud to be a member of the DAR because it encompasses all that I believe in.
More than 2 centuries after their patriot ancestors founded this nation, today's DAR is still preserving the ideals that made America great by serving communities across the country.
You get this wonderful feeling at the end of the day that I have accomplished something. I have made a difference. And the people's lives that you touched are infinitely more enriched because DAR has walked into their lives.
The DAR's commitment to America begins with its newest citizens. Today's daughters attend naturalization ceremonies like this one in Houston, Texas. It's a moment the Ramirez family has dreamed about, watching their daughter Cindy become an American.
The first time they say the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States as citizens of the United States, it is a moving experience. It reminds us of how fortunate we are to have lived in this country for so many generations.
The DAR has supported immigrants since the days of Ellis Island, providing them with a citizenship manual and a warm welcome.
We want them to understand that we're glad that they're citizens and we recognize the commitment that they've made.
They made us feel that we're no different, that we belong, and that's very important for us.
This day is a very blessed day for me. I've been waiting for this day.
To see their appreciation and to see their joy, I'm grateful to be able to share the day with them.
The DAR has been proudly serving the public since 1890, when it was founded as an organization for women who are direct descendants of Revolutionary War patriots. Today's DAR is one of the largest service groups with 168,000 members and 3,000 chapters in the United States and abroad. Each year, daughters meet for Continental Congress at their Washington, D.C. headquarters. But the DAR is more than its pageantry, history, and beautiful buildings. Its members make it unique.
The DAR member of today is definitely not a fence sitter.
She's very well educated. She's a professional. She is the retiree. She is the stay-at-home mom.
People think that DAR is for old ladies. My slogan is, it's not your great-grandmother's DAR.
I'm today's DAR.
I'm today's DAR.
I'm today's DAR.
We have women of all color, of all religions, of all politics.
The diversity in DAR really attracted me to the organization because it's a really great group of women who are very dynamic and have a wide range of skills and experiences, and I've really learned a lot from them.
Some of the most remarkable women that you will ever hope to meet are here in DAR. They're just fabulous to work with.
The DAR is growing and it's changing, and I want to be a part of that change.
I'm today's DAR.
I'm today's DAR.
I'm today's DAR.
Today's daughters are a diverse group with a common goal. Their mission is to promote patriotism, education, and historic preservation.
It is the spirit of DAR, the spirit of patriotism, the spirit of service, wanting to do something for someone else.
We can make an impact in this country, and I think that the more people can hear about DAR and the more people can know what we do, the more impact we can actually make.
The DAR's patriotism is felt every day in the nation's veterans hospitals, like these facilities in Nashville, Tennessee, and San Francisco, California, where DAR volunteers spend thousands of hours visiting patients.
I heard you were handsome and debonair, and they weren't lying. What an honor to meet you.
You're just too kind to me.
DAR members bring these veterans who fought for America gifts and a message from the heart.
I get to say to them, thank you. I'm thinking of you. We love you. We appreciate what you do. I don't think they hear that enough. I don't think we can ever say thank you enough. We're backed up by thousands of other DAR women who feel the same way. And that's the beauty of it. There's a power behind that. And the guys and the women feel it.
I appreciate it. It's pretty cherished. Shows people care. We're here for a reason. And it's nice to know that people think about it.
Veterans can depend on DAR members to give their time and money. The California DAR is donating Liberty carts like this one to transport disabled veterans around VA medical centers.
If we can show our troops by even small gestures that we support them, that we respect them, and we recognize what they've done, we've done a great deal.
We thank them very, very much.
Today's donors are also working to benefit our troops overseas through projects like So Much Comfort. This grassroots group, headquartered near Dayton, Ohio, adapts clothing for injured soldiers who've worn hospital gowns for months. It relies on volunteers like these Ohio daughters to help sew and ship thousands of garments.
It is something I can do. I can't go over there and hold their hands, but I can sew something to help them out and give them some dignity.
This gives them back their life. And what more can you do?
Whenever there is a need, today's daughters are there supporting America's military. The DAR Project Patriot Committee assembles care packages for wounded troops. Virginia daughter Bridget Ward knows how much these comfort items mean. She's delivered packages to fellow troops in Landstuhl, Germany.
I'm proud to be a member of the Armed Services of the United States, but I'm honored to be a daughter of the American Revolution.
And then there's Texas daughter Pamela Marshall. For this mother of two sons serving in combat areas overseas, DAR's patriotic mission is deeply personal.
As a mother, my heart is full. And as a citizen, I'm extremely grateful.
It is DAR support for education that gives thousands of young people hope for a better life. In places like Grant, Alabama, a mountain community with few opportunities until the DAR built a school here in 1924.
Ladies from all over the United States gave the funds to build those buildings. It's just an amazing story.
Today, the Kate Duncan Smith DAR School has 1,300 students in grades K through 12. KDS is one of 6 schools nationwide partially funded with DAR donations. These students not only get an education with an emphasis on patriotism, they also receive personal attention from DAR members.
They don't just teach you from the textbooks, but they help you with real-life problems too.
It fills my heart with so much joy and gratefulness and pride in this school. I really can't express it, and I appreciate it so much because if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be the person I am today.
I would say thank you, DAR, because you have built not only a school, you have built a community that will continue to thrive for many generations and years to come.
KDS senior and musician Lindsay Atchley will be able to go to college thanks to the DAR.
It's inspired me, I guess, to encourage other people and to make a difference, or just be a good citizen.
You can reach out and help a child to make a difference in their lives. They in turn will make a difference in the life of our country.
Today's daughters work with schools and literacy programs across the country. They recognize young people with scholarships and good citizenship awards. These New Jersey students are winners of the DAR annual essay contest, which helps children learn about history. DAR education programs also go far beyond the classroom.
Welcome to the Pink Ribbon House. You ladies are in for a special treat today.
Texas chapters gave tours of this designer-decorated Pink Ribbon House in Houston, owned by Royce Hassel and his wife Sylvia, a breast cancer survivor. The tours raised more than $500,000 for medical research.
We can help educate members and other people about the prevention and early detection for breast cancer, and just in general help them know more about how breast cancer can affect their lives.
To have them volunteer so many hours for free, you know, it was a big deal. It was very touching to me.
The DAR is dedicated to preserving America's historic landmarks, places like Meadow Garden in Augusta, Georgia. Built around 1790, this was the home of George Walton, one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence.
It's important that we preserve this history and that we learn to appreciate our past, and it will hopefully give us courage and insight to move forward and to be better citizens.
Georgia Daughters not only maintain this property, but they've also launched a campaign to attract tours so more people can learn about George Walton's contributions.
And this is one way we can teach our children that there were men and women who were willing to sacrifice their homes and their lives and their property to give us the freedom that we have.
The DAR has preserved hundreds of local properties and placed markers at historical sites across the nation. Its library also preserves one of the largest collections of genealogy records. To join the DAR, women must trace their lineage to a Revolutionary War patriot, any soldier or civilian who aided the cause. But with the help of DAR genealogists and the Internet, getting started on the research isn't hard.
We discover new patriots every day, patriots of all backgrounds. And there are a lot of people here who are willing to help you find what you need.
You can go to them, ask them for anything, you can share. It's just beautiful.
For Tennessee daughter Pazetta Millette, it turned out to be a fascinating journey of discovery.
I was so excited, I couldn't sleep.
Not only did she find relatives she never knew, but she also uncovered family history lost for generations, history that can now be passed on to her children and grandchildren.
To see what your ancestor did, the contribution that they made, history just comes to life.
Today's daughters are not only preserving the past, they also care about America's future. These seal pups were rescued along the California coast. Marine mammal centers treat these injured animals and return them to the wild. It's one of many conservation programs the DAR supports. However they choose to serve, today's daughters are committed to their mission.
To me personally, it means making an impact in my community and being right there and just learning and growing. And it's just been an amazing experience in my life.
Like many women, Lindsay Whitty is balancing the demands of a busy life. She joined a chapter that meets on Saturdays to accommodate members' needs.
So everybody can find a niche and everybody can find their particular place that they fit in the best.
I just think as a young woman especially, you need an outlet for yourself. You need something to do that will make you feel good about yourself. You'll find good friends and you'll be able to also give back.
I'm today's DAR.
I'm today's DAR.
I'm today's DAR.
For today's daughters, DAR membership offers so many rewards.
You will meet ladies who you will become friends with for the rest of your life.
And you just make friends all over the United States and even all over the world. Their friendship and knowing them will add a new layer and a new dimension to your life.
This is really what's kept me going. It's what keeps me young. It keeps me interested.
We have a lot of fun, let me tell you, we really do.
It fills your heart and soul. Every little pocket of your heart and soul can be filled by something that DAR offers you.
And to know that you are united with 100,000 plus women, it's incredible.
I'm today's DAR.
I'm today's DAR.
I'm today's DAR.
Today's DAR is carrying on its tradition of patriotism and service, giving its best to America.
We are fortunate to be Americans, and it is up to us to continue the legacy that our founders began and to make this a better country.
You know, over the past few years, the city has made a great effort to upgrade a variety of city facilities. And the renovation of these dugouts, the dugouts at Wayland Baseball Field, the new restrooms at Wayland Baseball Field, and the renovation of the rec center are some examples of what we try to do. And the Public Works Department has played a big role in getting these projects built for us. And over here, lined up against the fence here like a prison lineup, are the guys responsible for this beautiful field. Let's give them a big hand. This is the best field in the state of Nevada right now, guys, and you can be proud of it. At this time, I'd like to introduce Scott Hansen, our Public Works Director, who would like to say a few things regarding this project. Scott?
Thank you. And just real quick, one of the best things for me working in Boulder City is everybody seems to work together as a team, and I really appreciate that, and it's a really enjoyable place to work. For this project, to me, it all starts with the top. You know, City Council budgeted $130,000 for this project. And in our 10-year plan, we have millions of dollars worth of projects that are competing, and without the City Council supporting and prioritizing this project, there is no project. So, you know, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman Peggy Levitt, let's thank them real quick. And I'm just going to run right through how the project works. After that, we sit down with the engineering group. My engineering division does a great job. We learned last year we could save $100,000 when the city, our engineering folks, served as a general contractor. So instead of going out with one bid package that encompassed everything, we individually did bid packages. And Shane Cunningham, in particular, managed each one of those contractors to do each piece of the project, saving the city lots of money. And following up right after that is the landscape division. Sergio Solisari and everybody in the landscape division. They come in here, completely redid the infield, completely redid the irrigation system in the outfield, and resodded the outfield to make it a brand new facility complex. The building maintenance division's putting up new wood around the park. The streets division, we got the heavy equipment loaned in from them. The electric division played a part too. They were out here rerunning electric wires for the sports lighting. And just finally, wanted to thank Coach Moorhead. She's played a great part and a great team player in this project too. We had weekly emails and meetings and talked about the project throughout, and she was a great partner in this project. Wanted to thank you. So thank you, everybody.
On behalf of myself, the coaching staff, all these girls, you guys are the bomb. I mean, this is beautiful. We thank you so much. All you guys, the council, the city, all you guys that I know work super, super hard to make this. I had a comment the other day from a coaching friend that came for a round robin, and she said, wow, where am I? Wrigley Field. So that's a really high compliment to you guys. And it is. It's fantastic, and we are spoiled rotten to be playing here, and I know these girls really, really appreciate it. So thank you so much. What do you girls say? Thank you.
Just really quick, I wanted to say thank you for everyone that made this possible. This only kind of things happen at Boulder City. And this is one of the reasons why it's such a great place to come to school. Is because things like this, with everybody working together, pitching in to do things like this, and it's just awesome. And we are super, super excited, and I'd love to say play ball, but I won't. Thank you. Let's cut the ribbon. You don't have to tell me.
untold centuries, the turbid waters of the Colorado River battered their way through the forbidding canyons of its 1,700-mile course, traversing the arid Southwest. For the most part, little known except to the native Indians and a few parties of intrepid explorers. Draining a vast region of mountain and desert, entering 7 of the largest western states, it poured its waters southward into the Gulf of California, carrying into its delta a tremendous volume of silt, and periodically overflowing the prosperous towns and rich agricultural districts near its mouth with devastating floods. From the time of its discovery, it remained a challenge to engineers who sought to control it, until the enactment in 1928 of the Boulder Canyon Project Act, authorizing the construction of Boulder Dam. In Black Canyon, where the Colorado River forms the boundary between Nevada and Arizona, in the very heart of the great desert of the Southwest, the United States Department of the Interior, through its Bureau of Reclamation, was directed to proceed with the construction of this mightiest of dams. Highways were pushed across the desert. Railroad lines thrust their ribbons of steel through the sagebrush and cactus, and transmission lines for construction power were brought hundreds of miles across the heat-stricken wastelands of the southern Nevada desert. Every section of the country was called upon to contribute to the staggering quantity and wide diversity of materials required. Thousands of tons of steel, millions of barrels of cement, machinery, gasoline and oil by the thousands of gallons, tools, building materials, all these and much more were concentrated at the site of operations in an endless stream. The engineering forces completed their surveys, working under the most hazardous conditions, and every state in the Union furnished its quota of laborers and artisans. In what had once been an uninhabited, waterless desert, supporting only a sparse, inhospitable growth of chaparral and cactus, the beautiful little town of Boulder City was built within the short space of 15 months to house the army of 5,000 men to be employed. Here was no construction camp such as was known in the early days of the West. Instead, Boulder City was developed as a model town, furnishing every facility and convenience to its inhabitants. 4 churches, a modern, fully equipped school, and various civic organizations met the cultural requirements of the community, while a theater and several clubs furnished recreation. A thriving business section developed along the principal streets, while pleasant homes surrounded by gardens faced the broad tree-lined residential avenues of this modern, spotless town. The buildings housing the offices of the Bureau of Reclamation and the Civic Administration, which operated directly under the federal government, were set in the midst of pleasant parks, which were welcome havens of rest after the day's labors in a country where the summer temperature often reaches 125 degrees above zero. In the business section of the town, arcades formed a protection against the tropic sun. Lovely flower gardens bloomed in marked contrast with the surrounding desert. Lining street after street, the white cottages of the married workmen recalled to mind the military camps of 1918, while single men were housed in air-cooled dormitories, each accommodating 176 occupants. Under conditions which would have gained the wholehearted approval of any modern housewife, tons of food were prepared and served daily in the sanitary, electrically equipped kitchens. A corps of cooks and waiters was able to feed as many as 1,300 men at one setting of the tables. Menus were varied and the food was of excellent quality. As Boulder City was about 7 miles distant from the dam site, it was necessary to provide transportation for the workmen to and from the job. This was accomplished by a fleet of passenger motor trucks, some of them carrying as many as 160 men. A 24-hour day was divided into 3 shifts of 8 hours each for all classes of labor. The 4th of July, Labor Day, and Christmas were the only holidays observed. Once the rapid tempo of the ambitious construction schedule was established and underway toward the marking of a record-breaking achievement in American engineering history. It was in March 1931 that 6 companies incorporated of San Francisco, California, was awarded the general contract for the construction of the project, including Boulder Dam and its appurtenant works. And by early summer of the same year, preliminary construction work was in full swing in Black Canyon. During this early period of construction, before roads had been built into the depths of the gorge, men and materials were forced to take to boats or travel the catwalks, often swung between the sheer walls of the canyon at dizzy heights above the muddy waters of the world's most dangerous river. It was not long before roads and rail lines had penetrated into the very lowest reaches of the canyon. To provide these arteries of transportation, thousands of tons of virgin rock were blasted from the age-old walls of the gorge. Thus, the first thunders of man's determination to conquer the Colorado River reverberated between the sheer cliffs of the canyon, which heretofore had known only the hot silence of the desert and the roar of the river's angry floods. The boring of 4 diversion tunnels to carry the stream around the dam site during construction, 2 on each side of the river, 56 feet in diameter and averaging 4,000 feet in length, constituted the first major construction operation. The drilling jumbos used on this job were mounted on motor trucks to facilitate handling and were capable of driving from 24 to 30 powder holes into the heading simultaneously by means of drifter drills. The tunnels were excavated through the rock simultaneously from 4 headings, 1 at either end and 2 boring in opposite directions from a river-level auxiliary tunnel located about midway on the main bore. A pioneer drift was drilled at top line and closely followed by the excavation for the complete 56-foot bore. Thousands of tons of drilled steel were used in this work, and the sharpening shops were kept working at top speed night and day to maintain a steady supply. After the powder holes had been drilled and the rock blasted, power shovels and trucks moved into the tunnels for the purpose of removing the shattered material. An unbroken parade of heavy-duty trucks, each handling from 8 to 10 tons of rock, labored up over the steep roads cut into the canyon walls to dispose of the material in the gulches adjacent to the dam site. This phase of the task, which entailed the excavation and the handling of over 1.5 million cubic yards of material, was completed within a period of 13 months and was considered the most grueling portion of the work for both men and machinery. After the tunnels had been excavated, they were lined with concrete, 3 feet in thickness. Due to the unprecedented size of the bores, special equipment was designed to facilitate this task. The tunnels were lined in segmental sections, the invert or base being the first in which the concrete was placed. A gantry crane operating through the tunnel itself handled the concrete throughout this operation. The sidewalls were next lined behind movable steel forms, which traveled through the excavated section on rails laid from portal to portal. The top arch was placed with the use of a concrete gun operated by compressed air. To prepare the canyon walls to receive the abutments of the dam and to remove loose and dangerous rock from the face of the cliffs overhanging the site, many tons of rock were torn away and hurled into the depths of the canyon in a series of spectacular blasts, which occurred almost daily during the period from commencement of operations at the dam site to the time when actual building of the dam began about 2 years later. To reach their positions on the canyon walls, the men engaged in the work of drilling and handling explosives for these huge blasts traveled in cages or skips swung on cables at heights of hundreds of feet over the river. To the casual observer, this dizzy sky ride must have seemed thrilling indeed, but to the workmen themselves it became a matter of course and all a part of the day's job. The first step in preparing for the blast was the drilling of powder holes into the rock of the canyon wall. For this purpose, the jackhammer drill, operated by a single man, was generally used. The holes were then loaded with dynamite, and the blast set off, shattering the air with its detonation and shaking the very earth with its force. After the blast, these acrobatic workmen, known in construction camp parlance as high scalers, swarmed over the face of the cliff to remove the fragments of rock shattered and loosened by the upheaval of the explosion. Only in this manner could the walls be successfully cleared of debris. Swinging in bosun's chairs from the canyon's rim, these daredevils were protected in their hazardous work by hard helmets, safety ropes, and other safety appliances. In November 1932, preparations were made to divert the river through the tunnels. A small blast opened a breach in a temporary dike which had held the river in check at the entrance to one of the tubes, opening the way for the free passage of the water into the 50-foot concrete-lined bore. A temporary dam of earth and rock was quickly thrown across the stream, deflecting the entire flow. Within 24 hours, the Colorado River, under control for the first time in its history, was flowing around and past the dam site through the huge diversion tubes. An all-time record was set in placing the more than 1 million cubic yards of material required for the construction of the two cofferdams, in themselves barriers of no mean proportions. The earth fills were compacted to an elevation well above the high water mark to prevent the flow of the river from entering the scene of operations during the construction of the dam and power plant. After the completion of the cofferdams, the site was unwatered, and a fleet of power shovels and trucks put to work on the excavation of the riverbed material to provide foundations for the structures. This excavation was carried to a point 135 feet below the old river level, necessitating the handling of more than 2 million yards of rock, earth, and sand. Here again, the stamina of both men and machinery was put to a severe test in transporting the waste from the very lowest depths of the gorge. As the cleanup of the dam site progressed, the ancient bed of the Colorado River was laid bare. Here, geologists were able to read the story of what had happened ages ago, when the chasm now called Black Canyon had been carved out of the primal rock by the rush of water from a great inland sea, and the Colorado River was settling into its present bed. To ensure the greatest possible stability for the foundation of the dam, meticulous care was exercised in preparing the rock surfaces for the reception of the first concrete. Sand and gravel for the 4.5 million cubic yards of concrete required for the construction of the dam and its appurtenant works were obtained from a detrital deposit located on the Arizona side of the river, some 12 miles upstream from the dam site. Here, the raw material was excavated by dragline and hauled by train to the gravel screening and washing plant, which was the largest of its kind ever built, being capable of producing 20,000 tons of crushed, screened, graded, and washed materials every 24 hours. Arriving at the plant, the raw material was dumped into hoppers, from which it was conveyed into the plant over endless belts. Here it passed through the various stages of screening, by which it became suitable aggregate material for the manufacture of concrete of a quality meeting the most rigidly uniform requirements. Oversized cobbles, that is, those measuring more than 9 inches in one dimension, were first screened out, then crushed and returned to the plant for regrading, along with raw material. The screening plant itself consisted of 4 towers of similar design, each equipped with screening apparatus, and each separating out gravel of a different given size from the mass of raw material reaching the unit over the conveyor belts. An endless stream of raw, pit-run gravel passed over the screens, and the selected material carried to the stockpiles over the conveyor belts, each of the 4 sizes being stocked separately, ready at hand when needed at the mixing plants. A clarifier tank provided 6 million gallons of clear water daily for washing gravel and sand. Raw material for concrete manufacture, which fell into the size classified as sand, was graded a second time into 3 sizes after the very fine and undesirable sand had been discarded. The 3 selected sands were then recombined into a uniform mixture to meet specifications for the concrete to be used in the dam and the appurtenant structures of the project. The sand was then stored, awaiting the requirements of the construction program. As the graded materials were called for, conveyor belts loaded the sand and gravel into railroad cars for transportation to the concrete mixing plants located at the dam site several miles distant. Concrete was mixed in 2 plants, one located in the bottom of the canyon upstream from the dam, and the other on the canyon rim on the Nevada side, immediately over the dam site, both equipped with the most advanced machinery for concrete manufacture. Upon arrival at the concrete mixing plant, sand and gravel of the various sizes were stored in separate bins. A railroad system of sizable proportions was required to maintain a steady flow of material from the gravel pit to the screening plant and from the screening plant to the concrete mixing plants. Bulk cement was unloaded from railroad cars by means of a pneumatic pump and conveyed into the bins of the blending plant, where cements from several production sources and of varying physical and chemical characteristics were combined into a uniform product. This was necessary because of the requirement for standardization in concrete workability, strength, texture, color, and other properties. Following the progress of concrete manufacture through its successive stages, we see the several ingredients entering the concrete mixing plant, where they were combined scientifically and under rigid inspection into a finished product. With a maximum capacity of 24 cubic yards of concrete every 3.5 minutes, the high-level mixing plant at Boulder Dam represented the ultimate in plant installations of its kind. Here, automatic equipment not only controlled the apportionment of the concrete ingredients, but in addition maintained a graphic record of every plant operation. From his post on the control deck of the mixing plant, an operator was able to direct the entire mixing cycle, from the initial weighing of the ingredients on through the complete mixing process. The human element was almost completely eliminated, as the mechanical equipment was capable of automatically selecting, measuring, weighing, and recording the proper materials in the precise amounts required for the production of a given mix, to which the recording dials had previously been adjusted and set. Here also we find the production line conveyor belt speeding up the process by carrying the component parts from the measuring and weighing hoppers into the batching bins, from which the materials were dumped into the 4 cubic yard capacity rotary mixers. Water was added in controlled amounts, and the entire mass thoroughly agitated as the last step in the economical and efficient manufacture of a concrete strong enough to withstand the enormous pressure to which the dam would be subjected. From the mixing plant, concrete was dispatched to all sections of the works, and because of the widely varying conditions prevailing, various types of containers and methods of transportation were involved. Motor trucks and electric trains were utilized as carriers, and containers varied from the 8 cubic yard capacity bottom dump buckets to the 4 cubic yard capacity transit mixers. The latter were used on long hauls, where it was necessary to agitate the concrete in transportation to prevent segregation of the mix. However, the major portion of the concrete handled on the project was carried in the 8 cubic yard buckets and transported from the mixing plants by electric train. A system of 9 aerial cableways spanning the canyon from rim to rim and anchored at either end to movable towers was utilized to carry the concrete and other materials from the points of train or truck delivery to the dam and other structures on the project. It was on June 6, 1933, that the first bucket of concrete was placed in the very lowest of the dam forms, 135 feet below the level where a few months previously had flowed the unchallenged Colorado River. What was to become the highest dam in the world began to rise from the impregnable rock of its foundation. As bucket after bucket of concrete was dumped into the forms, the plan of the structure became apparent, and soon extended along its full 660 feet dimension of thickness at the base. Throughout the lower levels of the structure, concrete was placed from a trestle anchored to the Nevada wall of the canyon. The concrete was poured in keyed or interlocking columns, the design of which became more noticeable as the 5-foot layers or lifts in which the concrete was placed rose from level to level. As the work of placing progressed, the crews became expert in the handling of the equipment, and record-breaking daily pours were made, only to be surpassed by later achievements on this same structure. The transit mixers were transported on trucks, from the bed of which they could be removed and handled on the overhead cableways. These were used in the placement of concrete in the confined forms along the abutments, where the 8 cubic yard buckets could not be handled. Selecting at random one bucket from among the hundreds of thousands that traveled from the canyon rim over the cableways and down into the dam forms, we see the typical operation from the time the bucket is picked up by the cableway on the canyon rim, swung out into midair over the gorge hundreds of feet above the forms, its tremendous weight of 22 tons riding easily and gracefully over the cable, as it is lowered into the forms with an ease and certainty seemingly out of proportion to its great bulk and tonnage. As the bucket descends, suspended at the end of hundreds of feet of cable strands, it is received at the forms, the safety locks unlatched, the signal given, and 8 more cubic yards of concrete added to the dam's bulk. Concrete was compacted into the forms by mechanical vibration, the application of which ensured dense compression against adjacent surfaces. Workmen were carried from the canyon rim to the dam forms by way of the inclined skidway, or monkey slide as it was called, which operated through the Nevada abutment excavation. Boulder Dam laborers represented a fair cross-section of the American working class, and many stayed on the job during the entire period of construction. With an ambitious progress schedule to meet, and with work going forward under all conditions at all seasons of the year without cessation, rain or shine, both day and night, within a year, less 4 days, 2 million of the 3 1/4 million cubic yards of the dam's total volume had been placed in the forms, and Boulder Dam had risen to an impressive height, already having taken its place as one of the wonders of the West and a tourist attraction of prime importance. Meanwhile, progress had been made in the erection of the structures appurtenant to the dam itself. The construction of the power plant, a U-shaped structure at the downstream toe of the dam, had been in progress for some months, and as its substructures assumed form, it gave some hint of the beauty it was later to possess. The intake towers, 2 on each side of the canyon wall immediately upstream from the dam, were in course of construction and from a maze of reinforcing steel rapidly rising toward the uppermost rim of the canyon. These structures were later to serve as giant inlet valves for the outlet conduits and power penstock systems, and the placing of the seats for the mammoth cylinder gates was an important phase in their construction. Located at the ultimate high water storage level of the reservoir, the 2 spillways designed to act as overflow controls in the open bypass system were located one on each side of the river, upstream from the dam and within the reservoir area. Work on their construction progressed simultaneously with that of the dam itself. One of the most interesting and spectacular phases of the work was the fabrication and installation of the huge steel penstock pipes, forming the conduits for the power and pressure outlet systems. This work was performed by the Babcock and Wilcox Company of New York City, who erected a modern steel fabrication mill near the dam site to facilitate the undertaking. As the pipe units to be fabricated were of unprecedented size and weight, it was necessary to design, build, and install special machinery solely for this task. Provisions were made to manufacture pipe ranging in diameter from 8 1/2 to 30 feet, from steel plate varying in thickness from 5/8 of an inch to 2 3/4 inches. As it was impossible to ship units of this size across country by rail, steel plate was brought from eastern rolling mills, and the entire process of manufacture, including rolling and assembling, was initiated and completed at the Boulder Dam plant. First step in the fabrication process, after the plates had been laid out to dimension, was the shaping of the edges to ensure the precision and accuracy of later steps in their manufacture. This work was done on a planing machine capable of handling a strip of steel 50 feet in length. The plates were then given an initial bend on a giant press operating at a pressure of 3,000 tons. This initial bending was necessary to avoid damaging the rolls when the plates, in the next step of fabrication, were rolled into circular form. The plates entering into the manufacture of the 30-foot diameter penstock pipe were fabricated through the initial steps of manufacture in 11-foot widths. These plates were 2 3/4 inches in thickness and were rolled into circular form by being passed through 40-inch vertical rolls until the desired degree of curvature had been obtained. One such plate represented a segment equal to 1/3 of the complete circumference of a finished pipe. Having been rolled to the correct degree of curvature, the 3 curved plates were joined to form a single ring, 30 feet in diameter and 11 feet long. 2 such rings were then joined end to end to form a shop unit 22 feet long. All joints were made by electric welding, and in forming the longitudinal joints, an automatic welding machine traveling on a chassis supported in line over the joint was used. As these pipe units were of a size never before assembled, it became necessary to design and build special machinery to accomplish many phases of the work. This was especially true in the fabrication of mitered rings to be later assembled into bend sections. The general usage of electric cutting and welding was applied not only to pipe sections, but to the manufacture of other fabricated units as well. A complete shop unit weighed from 150 to 184 tons, depending upon its design determined by its ultimate use upon installation in the power penstock system. Circumferential joints were made by rotating the rings, making up a shop unit beneath an electric welding machine suspended above the line of the joint to be welded. Every foot of welded joint was subjected to a searching examination by X-ray and recorded on photographic film, which exposed even the slightest imperfections in the continuity of the weld. Samples of typically welded joints were subjected to severely rigid laboratory tests, calculated to produce a condition of strain far in excess of that to be borne by the joint under actual usage. the discovery of even the slightest imperfection was sufficient cause for the rejection of a complete unit. In marked contrast to the meticulous care and precision exercised throughout every phase of their manufacture was the actual size and weight of the pipe units themselves. Heavy-duty rigging of special design was required to handle the sections through the shop, and high-capacity cranes were required to move them step by step through the progressive phases of their manufacture. To equalize the terrific internal strains introduced into the plates by bending and the additional temperature strains incurred during welding, individual pipe sections were subjected to a temperature of 1400 degrees Fahrenheit in a gigantic annealing furnace. This temperature was induced not by the application of flame itself, but through the circulation of superheated gas. Shop processes were carried only as far as the production of the unit section. As these sections were to be joined to form a continuous penstock, provision was made to accurately accomplish this junction in the tunnels. To guarantee a satisfactorily tight field joint, the ends of the sections were machined on a mammoth vertical lathe, operating across the 30-foot diameter of the pipe. After a final inspection, the pipe section was ready for installation. A modern streamlined train passing through one of the huge tubes affords an interesting gauge for the comparative size of the units. The job of transporting the pipe sections from the plant to the dam site was in itself a tremendous undertaking. And to accomplish this work, a special road trailer capable of carrying 200 tons was designed and built. Caterpillar tractors furnished the motive power, as the trailer itself was not equipped with the means of locomotion. During handling, the conformation of the pipe section was maintained by rigid internal bracing. The movement of the heavy trucks was controlled by air brakes and power steering apparatus, with which the trailer itself was equipped. Upon arrival at the canyon rim, directly over the dam site, the unit was maneuvered into position for lowering into the canyon. To perform this task and to handle other heavy equipment, a permanent 200-ton capacity cableway had been swung over the gorge, its 6 3.5-inch track cables securely anchored into the rock of the canyon wall. The cableway was manipulated from a control tower overhanging the canyon, from which the operator commanded a full view of all its movements. The heavy hoisting machinery, controlled by synchronized motors, was the largest and most powerful of its kind ever built, as were also the track cables themselves, which spanned the canyon a distance of 1,256 feet at an elevation of 700 feet above the river from the head tower located on the Nevada side. Over the track cables traveled the carriage through which the hoisting and traveling cables were played. A specially designed heavy-duty rig, which became known to the workmen as the moonbeam, because of its peculiar shape and from which the pipe sections were suspended, was used in lowering the huge tubes into the low levels of the canyon while cradled in a sling of heavy steel cable. After all lashings were secure, the pipe section was lifted from the trailer to begin its slow and carefully controlled movement over the cableway, riding from the rim out into space, suspended 700 feet above its ultimate position. When the cable carriage with its tremendous weight of steel had been maneuvered into location over the intended landing far below, the hoisting cables were slowly played out and the pipe lowered under absolute control into the canyon. Here, a second specially designed car waited at the portal of the access tunnel to relieve the cableway of its burden and carry the pipe section underground to become a part of the extensive conduit system penetrating the cliffs on both sides of the canyon. With the workmen laboring in the tunnels far underground, the gargantuan task of placing the penstock pipes in position to form continuous conduits between the intake towers and the powerhouse and outlet works was accomplished. The separate units were hoisted into location with the aid of cables, and once placed in position, were joined with pressure pins to form a continuous pipe. While work on the appurtenant features of the Boulder Canyon project was in progress, an uninterrupted stream of concrete had been pouring into the forms of the dam from both mixing plants. Progress was curtailed only by the limitations of sound engineering and construction practice. Day by day, week after week, the top workings of the structure approached its full height of 730 feet, far above the crest of any other dam yet built by man, or likely to be built for years to come. Schedules established at the outset of the work were left far behind, as the concrete of the dam narrowed toward its crest and the structure widened between its abutments, approaching the very top rims of the canyon wall. In June 1935, the dam structure itself stood completed, 2.5 years in advance of the time originally designated. In September of the same year, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, voicing high praise for both designers and builders, dedicated Boulder Dam to the progress of the nation. As final construction work was completed, the impressive beauty of the structure became apparent. The roadway, traversing its 1,300-foot crest, forms a magnificent link in a transcontinental highway. The reservoir filling behind the dam was named Lake Mead in memory of Dr. Elwood Mead, late Commissioner of Reclamation, whose life work culminated in the building of Boulder Dam. The largest artificial body of water in the world, it extends upstream 115 miles into the lower reaches of the Grand Canyon, with a shoreline of 550 miles opening upon vistas unglimpsed by man until invaded by the gradually rising waters of the reservoir. Equipped with cylindrical gates which function as giant valves, the 4 intake towers serve as inlets to the 4 steel penstocks, supplying water to the turbines and outlet valves. Perched on shelves hewn into the canyon walls, they tower 403 feet to an elevation above the crest of the dam and the rim of the canyon. With a combined capacity of 400,000 cubic feet of water per second, the 2 spillways, located one on each side of the canyon upstream from the dam, will serve as high-level controls once the water of the reservoir has risen to its maximum storage elevation. Each spillway is equipped with 4 100-foot drum gates, acting through a vertical dimension of 16 feet. Water flowing over the lowered gates into the spillway basin plunges 600 feet down through the tunnels to re-enter the river downstream from the dam. The Boulder Dam power plant is built in 2 wings, one along each side of the canyon wall at the downstream toe of the dam. The first generator was placed in operation on September 11, 1936. Equipped with 17 generating units with capacities ranging from 40,000 to 82,500 kilovolt amperes, this, the world's largest power plant, is capable of generating 1,835,000 horsepower of electrical energy when operating at its rated capacity. The transmission lines carrying Boulder Dam power radiate in a network from the dam with the major lines serving the Los Angeles metropolitan area. From the takeoff structure located on the roof of the powerhouse, the lines are taken up over the rim of the canyon into the switchyard above, where the most highly specialized and modern developments in the power transmission field are to be found. From the switchyard, the lines travel out across the desert, bringing light to the homes and cities and power to the factories of the great Southwest. From Parker Dam, 150 miles to the south, the Colorado River Aqueduct supplies the city of Los Angeles with a domestic and industrial water supply. While from the Imperial Dam, 300 miles to the south, the All-American Canal diverts water from the Colorado River into the rich agricultural districts of the Imperial Valley. And so Boulder Dam stands today, a modern colossus, shouldering the rock-ribbed walls of Black Canyon, stemming and controlling the floods, and bending the will of a hitherto ungovernable stream, the Colorado River, to perform the fruitful tasks of a civilization rapidly invading the limits of its last frontier.
Why plant trees? Did you know that without trees, our life would almost be impossible? Trees provide oxygen, paper, food, sap, shelter, and baseball bats.
Well, trees are very important to everyone, even animals. Trees give us paper, fruit, furniture, houses, and many other things. They also help us by giving us oxygen.
Welcome to the 2010 Arbor Day celebration here at Wayland Baseball Field. You know, we try to plant trees every year with the kids because we want the kids to be a part of our Clean Green Boulder City. A lot of these kids will go through high school here and elementary school, junior high, and then end up at the high school. And this tree will end up growing to be a big, 30, 40-foot tree. And every time they go by and they said, I remember, when I was in 4th grade, I planted this tree. We still have people that we planted trees over at Broadbent Park over here that the kids come and said, in 1st or 2nd grade I planted this tree, and it's their tree basically.
I think we should plant trees because they give us oxygen, which is really important. Also, it gives us paper and awesome tree houses. But we should always have trees because they are cool and fun to study. There are many different kinds of trees, such as the pine tree, maple tree, oak tree, and many, many more.
Olaf Olsen, a Norwegian agent in occupied Norway, was unaware that a spy was that someone tipped off the Nazis that a spy was in the apartment. Click, click, click. Olaf heard metal-toed boots of soldiers. He grabbed a part of a tree, made a hidden compartment in a chest, and waited. He hid his gun, pocket radio, map, and other information, along with artillery information of the Nazis' positions. Luckily, he wasn't caught. Like Olaf, trees help us in many ways, like produce oxygen, fruit, my favorite, maple syrup.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. What grade are we in? What grade do I have? 4th grade, huh? So can anybody tell me what kind of tree this is? Pine tree. Why do we have trees? Anybody? What's a good reason to have trees? What? Oxygen. How do they do oxygen? How do they produce oxygen? What do they bring in? Another type of gas. Right. What's another good reason to have trees? Over there. For shade. Trees are good for shade. Trees are good for breaking the wind. This comes through, right? What else? Anybody else? Maple syrup. What else do trees do? Baseball bats, right? Good for that. Yeah, I'm still wanting one more. What else do they produce? Food, fruit, nuts, right? What's the first thing we gotta do before we plant a tree? Dig a hole. So who wants to dig a hole? Yeah. You look like you're ready to dig. Certain depth we have to go and how wide we have to go. Usually what we want to do is try to go twice the width of the box, give or take. But you want to go the depth of the box. You don't want to go any deeper. You don't want the tree to go plunging. You want it to stay above ground. bullets in the 4th grade class, you did a tremendous job.
When you plant the tree in the ground, it gives oxygen all around. Everybody plant a tree. Join around with lots of glee. Make some air for you and me, or to make some maple syrup, just plant a maple tree. If you want some nice cool shade, plant a tree right away and start enjoying the shade today.
Wait, I forgot to tell my seatbelt.
Women working together for America, sharing a bond that has lasted for generations. These are the Daughters of the American Revolution, dedicated to their love of God, home, and country.
I'm very proud to be a member of the DAR because it encompasses all that I believe in.
More than 2 centuries after their patriot ancestors founded this nation, today's DAR is still preserving the ideals that made America great by serving communities across the country.
You get this wonderful feeling at the end of the day that I have accomplished something. I have made a difference. And the people's lives that you touched are infinitely more enriched because DAR has walked into their lives.
The DAR's commitment to America begins with its newest citizens. Today's daughters attend naturalization ceremonies like this one in Houston, Texas. It's a moment the Ramirez family has dreamed about, watching their daughter Cindy become an American.
The first time they say the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States as citizens of the United States, it is a moving experience. It reminds us of how fortunate we are to have lived in this country for so many generations.
The DAR has supported immigrants since the days of Ellis Island, providing them with a citizenship manual and a warm welcome.
We want them to understand that we're glad that they're citizens and we recognize the commitment that they've made.
They made us feel that we're no different, that we belong, and that's very important for us.
This day is a very blessed day for me. I've been waiting for this day.
To see their appreciation and to see their joy, I'm grateful to be able to share the day with them.
The DAR has been proudly serving the public since 1890, when it was founded as an organization for women who are direct descendants of Revolutionary War patriots. Today's DAR is one of the largest service groups with 168,000 members and 3,000 chapters in the United States and abroad. Each year, daughters meet for Continental Congress at their Washington, D.C. headquarters. But the DAR is more than its pageantry, history, and beautiful buildings. Its members make it unique.
The DAR member of today is definitely not a fence sitter.
She's very well educated. She's a professional. She is the retiree. She is the stay-at-home mom.
People think that DAR is for old ladies. My slogan is, it's not your great-grandmother's DAR.
I'm today's DAR.
I'm today's DAR.
I'm today's DAR.
We have women of all color, of all religions, of all politics.
The diversity in DAR really attracted me to the organization because it's a really great group of women who are very dynamic and have a wide range of skills and experiences, and I've really learned a lot from them.
Some of the most remarkable women that you will ever hope to meet are here in DAR. They're just fabulous to work with.
The DAR is growing and it's changing, and I want to be a part of that change.
I'm today's DAR.
I'm today's DAR.
I'm today's DAR.
Today's Daughters are a diverse group with a common goal. Their mission is to promote patriotism, education, and historic preservation.
It is the spirit of DAR, the spirit of patriotism, the spirit of service, wanting to do something for someone else.
We can make an impact in this country, and I think that the more people can hear about DAR and the more people can know what we do, the more impact we can actually make.
The DAR's patriotism is felt every day in the nation's veterans' hospitals, like these facilities in Nashville, Tennessee, and San Francisco, California, where DAR volunteers spend thousands of hours visiting patients.
I heard you were handsome and debonair, and they weren't lying. What an honor to meet you.
You're just too kind to me.
DAR members bring these veterans who fought for America gifts and a message from the heart.
I get to say to them, thank you. I'm thinking of you. We love you. We appreciate what you do. I don't think they hear that enough. I don't think we can ever say thank you enough. We're backed up by thousands of other DAR women who feel the same way. And that's the beauty of it. There's a power behind that. And the guys and the women feel it.
I appreciate it. It's pretty cherished. Shows people care. We're here for a reason. And it's nice to know that people think about it.
Veterans can depend on DAR members to give their time and money. The California DAR is donating Liberty carts like this one to transport disabled veterans around VA medical centers.
If we can show our troops by even small gestures that we support them, that we respect them, and we recognize what they've done, we've done a great deal.
We thank them very, very much.
Today's Daughters are also working to benefit our troops overseas through projects like So Much Comfort. This grassroots group, headquartered near Dayton, Ohio, adapts clothing for injured soldiers who've worn hospital gowns for months. It relies on volunteers like these Ohio Daughters to help sew and ship thousands of garments.
It is something I can do. I can't go over there and hold their hands, but I can sew something to help them out and give them some dignity.
This gives them back their life. And what more can you do?
Whenever there is a need, today's Daughters are there supporting America's military. The DAR Project Patriot Committee assembles care packages for wounded troops. Virginia daughter Bridget Ward knows how much these comfort items mean. She's delivered packages to fellow troops in Landstuhl, Germany.
I'm proud to be a member of the Armed Services of the United States, but I'm honored to be a daughter of the American Revolution.
And then there's Texas daughter Pamela Marshall. For this mother of 2 sons serving in combat areas overseas, DAR's patriotic mission is deeply personal.
As a mother, my heart is full. And as a citizen, I'm extremely grateful.
It is DAR support for education that gives thousands of young people hope for a better life. In places like Grant, Alabama, a mountain community with few opportunities until the DAR built a school here in 1924.
Ladies from all over the United States gave the funds to build those buildings. It's just an amazing story.
Today, the Kate Duncan Smith DAR School has 1,300 students in grades K through 12. KDS is one of 6 schools nationwide partially funded with DAR donations. These students not only get an education with an emphasis on patriotism, they also receive personal attention from DAR members.
They don't just teach you from the textbooks, but they help you with real life problems too.
It fills my heart with so much joy and gratefulness and pride in this school. I really can't express it, and I appreciate it so much, because if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be the person I am today.
I would say thank you, DAR, because you have built not only a school, you have built a community that will continue to thrive for many generations and years to come.
KDS senior and musician Lindsay Atchley will be able to go to college thanks to the DAR.
It's inspired me, I guess, to encourage other people and to make a difference, or just, just be a good citizen.
You can reach out and help a child to make a difference in their lives. They, in turn, will make a difference in the life of our country.
Today's daughters work with schools and literacy programs across the country. They recognize young people with scholarships and good citizenship awards. These New Jersey students are winners of the DAR annual essay contest, which helps children learn about history. DAR education programs also go far beyond the classroom.
Welcome to the Pink Ribbon House. You ladies are in for a special treat today.
Texas chapters gave tours of this designer-decorated Pink Ribbon House in Houston, owned by Royce Hassel and his wife Sylvia, a breast cancer survivor. The tours raised more than $500,000 for medical research.
We can help educate members and other people about the prevention and early detection for breast cancer, and just in general help them know more about how breast cancer can affect their lives.
To have them volunteer so many hours for free, it was a big deal. It was very touching to me.
The DAR is dedicated to preserving America's historic landmarks, places like Meadow Garden in Augusta, Georgia. Built around 1790, this was the home of George Walton, one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence.
It's important that we preserve this history and that we learn to appreciate our past, and it will hopefully give us courage and insight to move forward and to be better citizens.
Georgia Daughters not only maintain this property, but they've also launched a campaign to attract tours so more people can learn about George Walton's contributions.
And this is one way we can teach our children that there were men and women who were willing to sacrifice their homes and their lives and their property to give us the freedom that we have.
DAR has preserved hundreds of local properties and placed markers at historical sites across the nation. Its library also preserves one of the largest collections of genealogy records. To join the DAR, women must trace their lineage to a Revolutionary War patriot, any soldier or civilian who aided the cause. But with the help of DAR genealogists and the Internet, getting started on the research isn't hard.
We discover new patriots every day, patriots of all backgrounds. And there are a lot of people here who are willing to help you find what you need.
You can go to them, ask them for anything, you can share. It's just beautiful.
For Tennessee daughter Pazetta Millette, it turned out to be a fascinating journey of discovery.
I was so excited, I couldn't sleep.
Not only did she find relatives she never knew, but she also uncovered family history lost for generations, history that can now be passed on to her children and grandchildren.
To see what your ancestor did, the contribution that they made, history just comes to life.
Today's daughters are not only preserving the past, they also care about America's future. These seal pups were rescued along the California coast. Marine mammal centers treat these injured animals and return them to the wild. It's one of many conservation programs the DAR supports. However they choose to serve, today's daughters are committed to their mission.
To me personally, it means making an impact in my community and being right there and just learning and growing. And it's just been an amazing experience in my life.
Like many women, Lindsay Whitty is balancing the demands of a busy life. She joined a chapter that meets on Saturdays to accommodate members' needs.
So everybody can find a niche and everybody can find their particular place that they fit in the best.
I just think as a young woman especially, you need an outlet for yourself. You need something to do that will make you feel good about yourself. You'll find good friends, and you'll be able to also give back.
I'm today's DAR. I'm today's DAR. I'm today's DAR.
For today's daughters, DAR membership offers so many rewards.
You will meet ladies who you will become friends with for the rest of your life.
And you just make friends all over the United States and even all over the world. Their friendship and knowing them will add a new layer and a new dimension to your life.
This is really what's kept me going. It's what keeps me young. It keeps me interested.
We have a lot of fun, let me tell you, we really do.
It fills your heart and soul. Every little pocket of your heart and soul can be filled by something that DAR offers you.
And to know that you are united with 100,000 plus women, it's incredible.
I'm today's DAR.
I'm today's DAR.
I'm today's DAR.
Today's DAR is carrying on its tradition of patriotism and service, giving its best to America.
We are fortunate to
in an area that they don't want to be.
It's a document that's strategically done.
A strategic plan would be the implementation of a vision.
A strategic plan is a guiding, fluid document that helps the city plan for its future. The goals and objectives have been identified through community input.
This program is made possible with support from the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission's Department of Parks and Recreation.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light?
We all know the song.
So proudly we hail.
It has been ingrained in our national consciousness. But what is the real story of the Star-Spangled Banner?
It would be really wonderful if every American could understand the true story behind how our national anthem came about.
I mean, we had no federal government to back us up, no federal army to speak of, and yet the people of Baltimore decided that the country's future depended on the actions that they would take together and as individuals to defend the great idea of what our country could become.
Join us as we explore the origins of Francis Scott Key's composition and its journey to become one of the most famous songs in the world.
I take a tremendous amount of pride that whenever I'm at events around the country and the Star-Spangled Banner is sung, that I can always smile and know that that's a Maryland song, that this was a story that was written by the heroism and the courage and the actions of Marylanders at a very dark time in our country's history.
From 1812 to 1815, the United States of America engaged in its last armed conflict with England.
1814 is the year the Empire strikes back. They burn public Washington to the ground, the Capitol building, the White House, ruins.
But in the War of 1812, the actions were sometimes extremely violent. Men died, some of them horribly. And it's very difficult, even from this distance, to look back and think what that must have been like. But I actually think it's very important that we try to envisage what those men went through and why they went through it. Why did they perform this duty?
Why should Americans know anything about this guy, Francis Scott Key? He was just an attorney in Georgetown. Well, it turns out that he happened to be present at the bombardment of Fort McHenry, and he also happened to like to write lyrics to songs, and he also did some poetry. And out of all of that came our national anthem.
And welcome Myshio Miller, who will sing our national anthem.
When you hear our national anthem performed at a major sporting event, how close to Francis Scott Key's vision is that performance?
The Star-Spangled Banner is supposed to have been based on a British drinking song.
I've come to believe that all the world is made of stories, and for the longest part of our history, we told and retold those stories, very often with the help of melodies.
We often turn to music when the spoken word or printed word is not enough.
When you're singing, you can say some things that you don't know how to say in words.
The extra edge that music has is the melody that conveys those words.
A song is always easier to remember than just a verse.
With the lyrics and with the poetry put to music so that not only we could remember it more easily, but also so others could retell it and so that we could tell it together.
The Baltimore Colts fight song was written in 1947 for the All-American Conference of Baltimore Colts. It was used by 5 different professional football teams in this city. This, next to the Stars of Spangled Banner, is the most popular song in Baltimore. The fans know some of the words, but they know the words fight, 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 and they scream it. So that shows you the power of music, just in a football game.
Sometimes we're not even conscious that we've turned to song. When you go to a birthday party, you just sort of expect you're going to sing happy birthday. When you walk into a church or a synagogue, there's certain kind of music that you expect to happen there. You go to a funeral, you expect the music to be appropriate to that setting.
Music can be very emotional. My father was a musician, and he was in the Navy. He was a trumpet player. And because of that, I've been to more funerals than I would care to remember, where my dad was playing taps. And as young as I was, and through all of those years, it's really had a profound effect upon me. So when my brother died and my father died, and you hear taps, knowing that here my father was someone that actually played taps at some of these kinds of events, it's a very emotional time for me. But I find that to be the same way with the Star-Spangled Banner, because I am so interested in the War of 1812, and I really have an appreciation for what went on at that time and how the song really came about, that when I hear that song, I do get chills up my spine.
Once the civil rights movement is in full swing, many different elements are in play. The church leaders of the day knew the power of marching arm in arm with melodies that were familiar from church as well.
In 1968, April of 1968, I worked for WMAR-TV, and I got a call on a Saturday night, come into work. And that was when Dr. Martin Luther King was assassinated. And I was at work for 1 week, and didn't realize I would be there that long. And we were put right out into the riots in Baltimore. And to see your city burn is a tragedy.
During a time of strife, it may not be that people consciously know why they fall back on music.
As we're coming down the streets shooting film in those days, you see a church group coming out of a church, and looking at one side, you look to your left, and you see the people coming out. It was Palm Sunday, singing We Shall Overcome. And you look to the other side, and you see people rioting and burning buildings. To me, again, music. It came to music. The rioters stopped, looked over at the people at the church, and just stood there. And the people didn't budge. They said, we shall overcome. They were doing their music of peace.
Music has obviously an emotional connective power that you don't get just with printed words. Key was born during the American Revolution. Music was very much an amateur affair. There were very few professionals. Music was done on such an informal basis. And the context of it, of course, is life is very quiet and very slow and very dull. So there's a strong need for people to teach themselves how to play the fiddle, to be able to accompany an informal dance.
I love the idea of music as a living, breathing, changing thing. One really good example of that is a tune called The Rose Tree. common song, common tune. It was in The Poor Soldier, a very favorite opera of George Washington's. That became more of a dance tune. And when a fiddler plays a dance tune, the dance might go on for 12 times through the tune, and you play it the 12th time, and you're just getting kind of bored. And you do it another night 12 times, and you start to change it around. And all those extra notes then are added because of the boredom of the fiddle player.
Music is always going to fill a function. In the days of Francis Scott Key, that function was very, very broad. The soldiers marching to engagements. It's the drum that sets the cadence for the march, but it's the fife that gives it color.
We've powder plenty, grape shot too, so have we men to hand them. Basketballs, we have a few, I fear they cannot stand them. Yankee Doodle, beat the drum, Yankee Doodle dandy, and if by day or night they...
You don't always need a musical instrument, though, to have a song. And I think in many cases, in the colonial period and up through the 1812 era, very much music making occurred just by singing.
When Coburn passed the fort below and Ross was past the point, sir, he gave 3 cheers to let them know that he was not behind, sir. Yankee Doodle, beat the drum, Yankee Doodle dandy, and if by day or night they come, they'll always find us handy.
Leading into the early 19th century, there's still a very strong sense of separation between the elite and the rest. The one place you'd find these people together would be the theaters. And in the theaters would be a mixture of straight drama, of ballad opera, presentational dancing, solo songs. In America, much more so than in Europe at this time, the audience takes more and more control over what's performed by calling for Yankee Doodle, by calling for Hail Columbia, by encoring songs not just once or twice or 3 times, but 5, 6, 7 times. The audience has the apple in hand it will throw if it's not happy.
Let glory proclaim to the hills of the west the triumphs of freedom afar. Our song be Decatur and liberty blessed, huzzah for the brave and the war.
What we see right after the Revolution is the beginning of the professionalization of America's musical industry. We start to see building of theaters. We see an influx of professional printers and composers.
Publishing was very expensive. In Key's day, it was far more expensive to publish a piece, even just a single sheet of music, than it is today, by a long shot. It was much easier to print pages of words that could be sung to a familiar tune, as opposed to printing an entire hymnal, so that you could have a collection of word books that were also very popular. As a matter of fact, we know a lot about early performances from word books as well as from the actual music. So it made a whole lot more economic sense to be able to print collections of texts and then indicate which hymn tune they might fit with.
The ballads that tell the stories of great heroes and so forth, many of these were never written down. We'll never know them. It's only the more popular ones, or the ones of greater interest, that at some point a printer puts the words into type and runs off copies. And by, say, 1810, we start to get into the mass production of sheet music. We have been importing it from England and other European countries for a while, but we really get into printing by then. And it's that mechanism that's in place when the Star-Spangled Banner is first put into sheet music form.
Francis Scott Key came to Annapolis at the age of 10 and began the first of 7 years at St. John's College.
Which even today, more than 200 years later, subscribes to the broad, great books study of Greek, of a language, science, exposure to cultures going well back in time. Especially as he rubs shoulders with other wealthier gentlemen, this expectation of writing poetry, of having a sensitivity, a cultural heart, was very important.
He was very fortunate, even though at a young age he was away from home, but he had family that lived in Annapolis and just outside of Annapolis.
He stayed with his great-aunt and uncle, whom he was named after, Dr. Upton Scott.
Dr. Scott served in the Royal Army and was also the personal physician to the colonial governor, Sharp. And so here we have Key, who we think of as a great American patriot, who spent many of his formative years in the house of what we could call a loyalist.
Francis Scott Key was a religious man within the Episcopal Church, not just attending services, but taking leadership roles as well. And therefore he would have been exposed to church music. In fact, he ended up composing a couple of hymns.
After he graduated from St. John's College, he was at a crossroads. He didn't know if he wanted to go into the ministry or whether he wanted to become an attorney.
Francis Scott Key was my four-greats-grandfather. And he and his wife Polly were married here in Annapolis.
When Key married into the Lloyd family, he married into a very musical family. Mrs. Lloyd, his mother-in-law, played on the English guitar. Music was an important defining aspect of upper-class life.
The Lloyd family might have been a little hesitant that their daughter was marrying someone who was maybe not quite at the same level that they were. But nevertheless, the marriage did take place. It appears that it was a very happy marriage.
And he was very close to his whole family. And I think I have this feeling they had a lot of fun together.
And as far as I can determine, they got along well with the Lloyd family.
Whether it's the national anthem or My Country 'Tis Thee, it shouldn't surprise any of us that some of our patriotic songs are based on English melodies. I mean, we were the 13 English colonies at one point in time.
Melody in the 18th century was not owned by anybody. I like to think of it as being a pot of melody from which everybody can freely take whatever they need.
In musical terminology, parody is when new words are created for an existing melody.
You might know it as Lazy Mary, will you get up?
This is the way we wash our clothes.
Same exact melody. This was called Nancy Dawson in the 18th century. And again, it was used for many, many, many things. It was a marching tune. It was a song melody for many, many songs.
Yankee Doodle, unbelievably popular in military and civilian settings, but a highly symbolic tune. Always a taunting song, always a teasing song.
Well, Yankee Doodle is a humorous nickname, so we are embracing a contemptuous term and turning it to our benefit and saying, all right, okay, you want to call us Yankee Doodle, well, here's our little song.
The taunting nature of Yankee Doodle was used over and over again. There are Yankee Doodles that attacked Thomas Jefferson over the Sally Hemings affair. It lasts, and up through the Civil War, up into the 20th century, and even today, really. I mean, people, it's one of the tunes you can just goof around with. Everyone knows it.
Lost again. Hey, Pete, give us a song.
Yeah, Pete. They tell us they're too big to fail and folks should not be queasy. So many houses up for sale, the banks make it so easy. Yankee Doodle, pay your bills, Yankee Doodle dandy. Keep your lenders guessing still and with your cash be handy.
What about unemployment?
The jobless rate is through the roof, economy's a doozy. It doesn't pay to be aloof. We beggars can't be choosy. Yankee Doodle, pay your bills, Yankee Doodle dandy. Keep your lenders guessing still and with your cash be handy.
Well, somebody told me that God Save the King had been set to a drinking song. It wouldn't embarrass me or annoy me. I would actually be quite impressed by it. The Star-Spangled Banner is supposed to have been based on a British drinking song. Well, of course it isn't. It's based on a song that was created by, effectively, a cultural society.
Edinburgh, Scotland was a true cultural centre and intellectual centre as well. And it seems to be the birthplace of these serious gentlemen's clubs, not just for the food and the drink, but really I think the impetus had to do with intellectual stimulation. This whole idea moved quickly to London, and of course anything that was popular in London, the colonists would want to pick up on.
No more shall fame expand her wings.
Some of these social clubs have survived into the 21st century.
Well, the Beefsteak Society, its full title is the Sublime Society of Beefsteaks, and it was founded in 1735 by John Rich, who owned the Covent Garden Theatre. We have our own song of the day, as it's called, and Beefsteak Anthem, which the president, which goes by rotation, has to sing, whether he can or not.
In the mid-1760s, a group of London gentlemen form a club devoted to music and mirth. The club is named after Anacreon, one of the great lyric poets of ancient Greece.
Anacreon really is famous for his love poetry and his drinking songs. Really the perfect figure to found a kind of drinking/philosophical society upon. Unlike Homer, who writes about great heroes and gods, really it seems that Anacreon is for the most part interested in writing about his love affairs and about having fun at symposia, which are the drinking parties the aristocrats would hold.